اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. نويت التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة، والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم، والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير، ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. Alhamdulillah, this qaida is number 15. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, أهلية الشيء تقضي بلزوم بذره لمن تأهل له، إذ يقدره حق قدره ويضعه في محله، ومن ليس بأهل فقد يضيعه وهو الغالب، أو يكون حاملا له على طلب نوعه وهو النادر. فمن ثم اختلف الصوفية في بذل علمهم لغير أهله، فمن قائل لا يبذل إلا لأهله وهو مذهب الثوري وغيره، ومن قائل يبذل لأهله ولغير أهله، والعلم أحمى جانبا من أن يصل إلى غير أهله وهو مذهب الجنيد رحمه الله، إذ قيل له كم تنادي على الله بين يدي العامة؟ فقال لكني أنادي على العامة بين يدي الله، يعني أنه يذكر لهم ويردهم إليه، فتتضح الحجة لقوم وتقوم على آخرين، والحق اختلاف الحكم اختلاف النسب والأنواع، والله أعلم. وحدة الاستحقاق مستفاد من شاهد الحال، وقد يشتبه الأمر فيكون التمسك بالحذر أولى لعارض الحال، وقد يتجاذب الأمر من يستحق ومن لا، فيكون المنع لأحد الطرفين دون الآخر. وقد أشار سهل لهذا الأصل بقوله إذا كان بعد 200 فمن كان عنده شيء من كلامنا فليدفنه، فإنه يصير زهد الناس في كلامهم ومعبودهم بطونهم. وعدد أشياء تقضي بفساد الأمر حتى يحرم بثه لحمله على غير ما قصد له، ويكون معلمه كبايع السيف من قاطع الطريق. وهذا حول الكثير من الناس في الوقت، اتخذوا علم الرقائق والحقائق سلما لأمور لاستهواء قلوب العامة وأخذ أموال الظلمة واحتقار المساكين وتمكن من محرمات بينة وبدع ظاهرة، حتى إن بعضهم خرج من الملة وقبل منه الجهال ذلك بادعاء الإرث والاختصاص في الفن، نسأل الله السلامة والعافية بمنه. So he says that the appropriateness of a thing is what determines the necessity of giving it to them, or of teaching them that, expressing it to them. Because the one who is ta'ahhala lahu, the one who has the ahliya, which is like the suitableness, so the one who's suited for that thing is the one that it should be given to, because given that he is going to give it its true estimation. In other words, he'll hold it in its proper worth, and he'll place it in its appropriate place. But the one who's not suitable for that thing will lose it. Like if you give a diamond to a child and then you ask the child, where's the diamond? The child says, I lost it, I was playing with it outside. That's because a diamond is not for a child. You can give a child a marble, but you don't give a child a diamond. It would be foolish. So he's saying that's the majority are like that. And he said, there are, however, those who can carry that knowledge and because they desire that knowledge. So they're carrying it even though they're really not suited for it. And he said, and that's rare. So from that perspective, the people of Tasawwuf, the Sufiya, they differed about who this knowledge should be taught to. في بذر علمهم لغير أهله. In other words, whether they could teach this knowledge to people that were not really from that. And there's hadith where the Prophet ﷺ would ask them, هل فينا غريب? Is there a stranger amongst us? He would tell them, close the doors. And the Prophet ﷺ doesn't hide knowledge. Kitman is prohibited for him. But he did teach certain things that are really by ishara and sahaba. Like for instance, he told Mu'adh radiallahu anhu that whoever says La ilaha illallah will enter paradise. And he said, shouldn't I tell people? He said, no, because they'll stop. They won't, they'll just rely on that. They'll stop actions. And he said, so don't tell them. So he told him something and then he told him not to tell it. Well, he told that on his deathbed to Athuman because he was afraid that he would be hiding something that the Prophet told him. But that's an example. Also, Abu Huraira said that the Prophet gave him in Sahih Bukhari. He gave him two knowledges. One, he said, if I told people, they would cut my head off. And there's different interpretations for those. But the Prophet, kitman is haram for him. He has to tell what he was told to tell. But there are the khasa and then there's the amma. There's people, and this is not to say that there's esoteric knowledge or arcane knowledge. Everything that the Prophet gave is there. But not everybody can carry that knowledge, and that's his point. There are certain things that people can grasp, and there are certain things that they can't. And that's why Sahaba heard the same things, but they heard them at different levels of understanding. So Abu Bakr understood one thing, and the others understood another thing, and there's hadith to indicate that. And the same is true for the Quran. When Umar asked Ibn Abbas, because he was the youngest person in his majlis, and some of the older Sahaba didn't like the fact that he was in there because he was very young. And so one day he asked them all what a verse meant, and they all said what they thought. But when they asked Ibn Abbas, he gave the deepest interpretation of the verse, and he said, that's why he's here. So people have different levels of understanding. That's the point. But it's important. There's no secret societies in Islam. The Prophet ﷺ was not. There's no masonry. There's no secret handshakes or. It's all there. The revelation's there. There are things though that only certain people will have access to just because of the openings that they get. But it's all there, and it's there for people to discover. Who discovers it and who doesn't that's another matter. And so then he says, so some say that it should only be told to its people, and that's the madhab of al-Thawri. And Sufyan bin Sa'id al-Thawri was one of the great scholars. He had his own madhab. He was a muhaddith, he's Shaykh al-Islam, he was a hafidh. And that was his opinion, that this really isn't for everybody. And in the same way that logic was for those who hold that Aristotle only revealed what had previously been kept hidden. That there are those who would say the same thing about logic, that it's dangerous to teach people logic because it can be used for good or evil. And this is the type science that also can be used for good and evil. So, and then there's those who say that no, it should be told to its people and to other than its people. In other words, it's just put the knowledge out there. right? It's public domain. And what he says is al-ilm ahma janiban. It's more protected than that it should go to other than its people. In other words, those who understand it are its people. And the other ones, they won't know what it means. But he'll go on later to say the problem with that is that people have misinterpreted a lot of things that people of tasawwuf have said. And it's caused a lot of confusion amongst people. And so that's the opinion of Imam al-Junayd, who's called Imam al-Ta'ifatain, the Imam of the two Ta'ifa. He was a faqih and a Sufi, and he had imama in both of those knowledges. And tasawwuf spread in Islam because the students of Imam Junayd, many of them were muhaddithin, and some of the 6 books of hadith actually came through his students. So you'll find that all the asanid of these books go back to the students of Imam al-Junayd. So when they would go to Mecca and they would be teaching hadith, people would come to learn hadith, and then they would also teach Imam Junayd's teaching about fana and baqa and ma'rifah and these things. And that's why this was accepted by the Muslims throughout the Muslim world. It's only very recently that people have attacked this science. Really, it's only very recently. There have been people within tasawwuf who have always been attacked. Just like there's people in fiqh that have always been attacked. There's people in ilm al-kalam. Every group has deviants. There's deviant fuqaha. There's deviant mutakallimun. And there's deviant Sufiya. But this idea that they were all rejected, that's a complete rewriting of the history of Islam. Ibn Taymiyyah, in fact, the only book I heard from his fatwa that was translated here was the book of Tasawwuf. And I was told by one of the Turkish scholars that the reason they translated it was because they wanted Turks to know that all this thing about Ibn Taymiyyah being against Tasawwuf was wrong. So they just translate. Because anybody reads his book on Tasawwuf, or if they read Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah's Madarij al-Sadiqin, his commentary on Abdullah al-Ansari's famous text, it's all there. He's quoting Imam al-Junayd, he's talking about fana and baqa. So this idea that these things are alien to Islam is complete false doctrine. And it's wrong that it's been removed, because it's interesting because the people that attack this science are actually asserting what the Orientalists say. The Orientalists say that Islam is too primitive a religion to have a mystical doctrine from within its own teaching. It had to have borrowed this stuff from India, from the yogis, and from the Buddhists, and from the mystical Christians, and from the Jewish mystics. It couldn't have been from Islam. That's exactly what they say. This is just a primitive desert religion that has no sophisticated doctrine of spiritual experience. And that's exactly what the Orientalists say. If you read the books, their early books, they're always trying to prove it's all Neoplatonism. Ibn Arabi was a Neoplatonist. Sahrawardi, all these people. That's what they say. So it's very interesting that the people that condemn tasawwuf from within the Muslim community condemn it with the same condemnation that the enemies of Islam condemn it. It's very interesting. So that's what he says, Imam al-Junayd says. And it was said to Imam al-Junayd, how long are you going to tunadi ala Allah bayna yaday al-amma, that you call on God in front of the common people? And he said, no, I'm calling on the common people in the presence of God. So what he said is the opposite. Like they're saying, how long are you going to call on God in the presence of the common people? He said, no, I'm calling on the common people in the presence of God. In other words, what he says is he's reminding them and calling them back to God. And he said, it makes the hujjah clear for a group of people, and then it becomes a hujjah against another group. The idea that there's no path to God, that God's not knowable. And the ma'rifah is not meaning that you define God, because definition is to limit God. But ma'rifah is knowledge of God through His attributes. So he says, وَالْحَقُّ اخْتِرَافُ الْحُكْمِ بِاخْتِرَافِ النِّسَبِ وَالْأَنْوَاعِ. And he said, in reality, the different rulings are based on different relations and types. So, you know, there's like the man who came and he said, you know, is it permissible to smoke when I make supplication? And the mufti, he said, no, can't do that. It's haram. Another man came and he said, when I'm smoking, is it permissible for me to call on God? He said, yes. So student said, you told him it's haram, you told him it's okay. He said, no, that one was in obedience, he wanted to go to ma'siyah. But that one was in ma'siyah, he wanted to go to obedience. So they had different rulings. So that's what he means. It's like the hukm is going to depend on the situation and the type of person that you're dealing with. So some people, you know, it's more homeopathic than allopathic in that way, the fatwa. It's more particularized. In allopathy, they give the same medication for every person if they have the same symptoms. Whereas in most alternative medicines, each person has a unique, even though they might be the same symptoms, the actual reason for them having it is different. And so they'll give a more specialized treatment for that person. And then he says that the individual, you know, wahidatul istihqaq, you know, istahiqqu shay is that they're worthy of it. So the individual worthiness is understood from the testimony of the state of the person. What's their state? Because some people are really not well. And if you give them, you know, if you give them certain types of dhikr, because there's over-the-counter dhikrs, and then there's prescription dhikrs. And you can really hurt people by, and some of these charlatans and things that go around and take people, and I'm going to take you to God, and give them things to do, and they don't know that their states aren't well. They're unbalanced. Because dhikr is very hot, produces a lot of heat. The prayer on the Prophet is cooling, so you can burn somebody up with a lot of dhikr. And people can really be harmed by doing certain types of dhikr that are not appropriate for them. And I'm talking about, like, it's not saying Ya Fatah or something, but it's somebody doing a lot of something, like repetitive dhikrs and things like that. So that's what he's saying, that you have to look at the state of the person. وَقَدْ يَشْتَبِهَ الْأَمْرِ. And sometimes this is not so easy. And then he says, so you have to be on your guard. Right? So فَيَكُونَ التَّمَسُّكُ بِالْحَذْرِ أَوْلَى لِعَرَضَ الْحَالِ. So, you know, when a person is displaying a state, it's preferable to be cautious about it. Because what might appear to be a spiritual state is actually a psychological state. And so sometimes people think that people are having a spiritual experience, they're actually having a psychotic experience. You know, or they think that they're experiencing angels and they're really experiencing jinn. I mean, this is real stuff. So, وَقَدْ يَتَجَاذَبَ الْأَمْرُ مَنْ يَسْتَحِقُّ مَنْ لَا. And tasawwuf, it appeals to those who are ready for it and those who aren't. It's attractive. فَيَكُونَ الْمَنْعُ لِأَحْدَ الطَّرَفَيْنِ دُونَ الْآخَرِ. So you have to prescribe it for some, proscribe it for some, and prescribe it for others. وقد أشار سهل لهذا الأصل بقوله إن كان بعد 200 فمن كان عنده شيء من كلامنا فليدفنه. And Sahal al-Tustari, one of the great early Sufis, who wrote a book called Al-Haqa'iq, and Ibn
Juzay says some of them called it al-bawatil, you know, it means the realities, and some said it was the falsehoods. And he said, إِذَا أَنصَفْنَا, if we're fair, فِيهِ حَقَائِقُ وَفِيهِ بَوَاطِل. But there's things that are sound and some things that aren't. So always, and Ibn Juzay was a great scholar and somebody who was, he puts tasawwuf as one of the 12 foundational sciences necessary for a person to do tafsir of the Quran. So he's not opposed to it. But he's saying, we look at this with a critical eye, and that's why Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, if you remember the earlier qa'idah, he talked about the alim that taqayyuduhu al-haqa'iq. You know, the alim who he's constrained with his knowledge about the realities. So his criterion, his standard is that knowledge. And so he says, so anybody after the 2nd century of Islam, if you have any of these words that we were talking about, in other words about tasawwuf, just bury it. Because in other words, people aren't, after those first blessed generations, people aren't really going to know what this is about. And that's obviously a hyperbole, you know, and that's why some of the early people, they said tasawwuf kana haqiqa bila ism والآن هو اسم بلا حقيقة. It used to be a name, a reality without a name. Now it's a name without a reality. So the Sahaba didn't have the word tasawwuf, but they had the reality, which is sincere inner directedness towards God. Now we have the name, but we don't have the sincere inner directedness towards God. So we know what to call it, but the reality of it isn't there. And then he says, فَإِنَّهُ يَصِيرُ زُهُدَ النَّاسِ فِي كَلَامِهِ, because zuhud will just be words. And zuhud is part of tasawwuf. You need zuhud, ibadah, and ma'rifah. Those are the 3, right, that he mentioned in that earlier qa'idah. So he's saying their zuhud will just be in words. They'll talk about detachment, and they won't be detached. وَمَعْبُودُهُمْ بُطُونُهُمْ, and what they worship is their own stomachs. And that means the shahawats. I mean, the base shahwa is food, and then sex, and then all the other shahawat, like fame and privilege and wealth and status. But the foundational ones are the farj and the batan. So what he's saying is people, they're just going to be obeying their shahawat. And what you worship is what you obey. Right? And that's why the Prophet talked about, you know, ta'san li abd dinar. What a wretched one, the one who worships the dinar. Or worships clothes. And now motorcycles or whatever. Movie stars. وعدد أشياء تقضي بفساد الأمر حتى يحرم بثه لحمله على غير ما قصد له ويكون معلمه كبائع السيف من قاطع الطريق أو إلى قاطع الطريق. So he says, and then he mentions several things that all of them corrupt this affair to the point that it's no longer permissible to even really be spreading this because of it can be interpreted for other than what it was intended. So because people don't know anymore these haqa'iq, they hear words that the early people of tasawwuf said, and they don't understand them, and so they end up interpreting them in other than how they should be understood. It's like a teach, and so yakun mu'allimuhu, the one who's teaching these things, is like the seller of swords to a highway brigand. Because they're going to misuse the sword as a good thing to defend yourself, to defend the truth, to protect the oppressed. That's all good usage of the sword. But if you give the sword to somebody who's going to use it to rob people, then you've done a grave wrong. And that's what he's saying. وَهَذَا حَالُ الْكَثِيرِ مِنَ النَّاسِ فِي الْوَقْتِ. And this, now he's writing in the 9th century. He dies in 1492, Christian era, but he's writing in the 9th century, and he's saying, and this is the condition of most people in the time we're living in. اتَّخَذُوا عِلْمَ الرَّقَائِقِ وَالْحَقَائِقِ سُلَّمًا. They took this knowledge of raqa'iq, are those things that open your heart up. And the haqa'iq are those things that infuse the heart with light. So the raqa'iq, I mean now in modern Arabic, unfortunately it means cornflakes, because they're easily broken. So the raqa'iq are things that break your heart, you know, make your heart easily brittle. And so they use it as a ladder to other things, like capturing the hearts of the common people. Istihwa qulub al-amma. So they speak these things, and then people are attracted to them, and so they follow them. Wa akhli amwal al-zalama, or taking wealth, right, from the zalama. Wa ihtiqar al-masakin, or having contempt for the underprivileged, the wretched of the earth, just holding them in contempt. Ammat an-nas, hum la shay. You know, we're the elite, we're the elect, and they're nothing. وَتَمَكَّن مِّن مُحَرَّمَاتٍ بَيِّنَ, or they use it to get things that are clearly prohibited, وَبِدْعٍ ظَاهِرَةٍ, or things that are manifestly innovative in the religion. Manifest innovations. حَتَّى إِنَّ بَعْضَهُمْ خَرَجَ مِنَ الْمِلَّةِ, to the point some of them even go outside of the millah. In other words, they enter into heresy. وَقَبِلَ مِنْهُ الْجُهَالُ ذَلِكَ, and then the ignorant people accept that, thinking that that's right, with the claim, بِالدِّعَى الْإِرْثُ وَالْإِخْتِصَاص, saying, oh, there's people of irth, you don't understand them. They're the elect. You don't understand what they know. So, important qawa'id. You know, if this was taught, really clear up a lot of problems. So, back to logic. So we did we get the, oh, can we hook it up then? Yeah, can you hook it up? They couldn't make copies of it? What's that? Oh, is Aisha here? What's that? Okay, so why don't we, are there any questions from, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
I have two questions. The first question is, in regards to dhikr, how do you...
In regards to what?
To dhikr. So following up on what you were saying, how, based on, you know, everyone's inner state is different.
Right.
So how do you know what kind of dhikr you need? If it's like cooling dhikr or dhikr, you know, because everyone's state is different. How do you know what you need? Second question was in regards to, you're saying that the tasawwuf appeals to those that are ready and that are not ready. So how do the teachers and the bearers of tasawwuf know if you're ready or not ready?
Okay. Two really good questions. First question, most people, if you just do, most people aren't doing a lot of dhikr these days. You have to remember that when these people were writing, religiosity was the norm amongst human beings. The idea of not doing foundational dhikr was just unheard of. So he's talking about people that want to go above and beyond, like these 1,001 days of khalwa that they used to do here. Most of you, if you're from Muslim countries originally, I know a lot of you are living in the West, but many of you are from Muslim backgrounds. If you ask your fathers or mothers what their grandparents used to do when they were kids, what they remembered, even some of you might have grandparents like that now. They read usually every day Yasin, Waqi'ah, Mulk. Many of them read Alif Lam Mim Sajda. They read every Friday Kahf. Many of them Hud with Kahf. They did the Adhkar every morning and evening. Many of them did Dalail Khairat every day as a wird. This was common all over the Muslim world. And these were common people. These aren't like the elect. This is just what average Muslims did. So, if you're asking about dhikr, first, Just do the average stuff. And if you're doing that on a regular basis, and none of that will harm you, if you're doing that on a regular basis and you want more, then that's another matter. But if you're not doing the baseline, then the idea of worrying about, what dhikr is going to be beneficial for you or what's not, that's just a academic question. So that's what I would say. Most of us just need to do baseline. If you can do a juz of Quran a day, Allahu Akbar. That used to be the norm. It still is in Morocco amongst the older Moroccans who go to the masjid on a regular basis. Every Maghrib and every Fajr, they read a hizb. So every month, based on the lunar month, if you live in Morocco, you know what month it is, what day it is in the lunar month, based on what hizb they're reading. So if they're on the 16th hizb, it's the 16th day of the lunar calendar. You just go to the masjid and you'll know. That's Morocco, and it's a great blessing that they have that the Muwahhidun introduced that into Moroccan culture. But that used to be, Ibn Jubair, if you read his account traveling around the Muslim world, that was the norm in the Muslim societies. They did khatam of Quran in every masjid every month. That was a norm. So there's a lot people can do before they should start worrying about what's, But some people, they'll take divine names and they'll start doing the name over and over again, and that can be it can have dangerous effects if you're not ready. You can have, and I'm telling you from experience, because I know somebody who started doing the Ism al-Mufrad over and over again, and he ended up in a straitjacket, in an insane asylum. And I know that person personally. So I'm talking about real, that some people are imbalanced, and if they start doing a lot of dhikr, it can actually have a dangerous effect on them, based on their pre-existing psychotic condition, right? So... and then in the part 2. What was part 2? Yeah, okay. There's 2 types of tasawwuf. One type everybody has to do. It's a fard ayn. And that's what you're learning in the first half of Ibn Ashir in Ustad Hamza's class. The first half of Ibn Ashir is about what's called takhliya, tawbah, learning to guard the tongue, guard the private parts, guard the eyes, right? And then getting rid of hubb ad-dunya. That's all takhliya. The second part is يصحب شيخا عارفا مسارك يقيه في الطريق المهارك يذكره الله إذا رآه ويوصل العبد إلى مولاه. That second part, which is tahliya and then tajliya, because tasawwuf is takhliya, tahliya, and tajliya. It's emptying out what in the Western Christian tradition they call it kenosis, emptying the self out of its bad qualities, and then ensoulment, which is adorning the self, tahliya, adorning the self, yatahalla bi maqamat al-yaqeen, right? He adorns himself with the stations of certainty, and those stations are 9 according to Imam al-Qushayri. That goes into Imam al-Ghazali, that goes into Ibn Ashir, and that's traditionally what the ulama mentioned, the 9 maqamat. And so those are stations. They differentiate between ahwal and maqamat. Most of us have had ahwal. You can have this intense infusion of spiritual presence where you just feel immense gratitude towards God, or you feel immense remorse and you make tawbah. That's like halat tawbah comes onto you. It's very strong, and often tears begin to flow in a hal. So those are the ahwal. They're temporary. They don't last long. The maqam is a state that you enter into and you stay in that state. So it's what they call, not a state, but a station, a maqam. It's a station as opposed to a state. That's why the Arabs, they say, كيف حالك, they don't say كيف مقامك. Thanks. What is the name of the book by Sidi Ahmed Zarruq you're reading from? It's called قواعد التصوف, which means the singular of قواعد is قاعدة. So if they ask you when you go back to the States what you were studying in America, don't use the singular, use the plural. قواعد. Because the قاعدة is singular. The قواعد are the foundational, the principles, the base. They're what something is built on. So these are the foundations of tasawwuf. It's a usuli, it's looking at tasawwuf through the eyes of an usuli scholar. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq was a great usuli scholar, so this is called ta'sil. He's giving you the foundations and showing you where the Sufis got their ideas from. What are the proofs from them. It's an extraordinary work. It was translated into English by somebody. I've never met her, but I've spoken with her on the phone. I like her a lot. But it's a very difficult book. I've been reading it for probably about, I don't know, over 20 years. And I still see stuff. So there's stuff I thought I understood. I realized I didn't understand it. I've read it with some scholars in a chain. So I did read it in a chain back to Sidi Ahmed Zarruq with isnad. But it's not an easy book to read. And so she got some things right, she got some things wrong. But it was a PhD dissertation. It's available if you know how to access PhDs. I think there's a service in Michigan, right? Yeah, what's it called? ProQuest, yeah. So anyway, her name's Zainab Istarabadi, and she did her PhD on Sidi Ahmed Zarruq. Like I said, it's some things are translated accurately, and other things they were just too difficult, and there's no commentary on the book, so there's some mistranslations in there. So, but I mean, I think it was quite bold of her to try to tackle that book in Western academia. So, kudos. Anyway, so that's the appropriateness of it. Everybody needs to have some foundation in terms of tazkiyah, because Allah قَدْ أَفْلَحَ مَنْ زَكَّاهَا وَقَدْ خَابَ مَنْ دَسَّاهَا. I mean, there's a khilaf about, is the zakah from Allah, that He has success, the one who God purifies, but it's also the one that purifies Himself, zakah. So the tazkiyah, which is soul growth, right? Yuzakki means to make something grow. So tazkiyah is soul growth. The soul is like the spiritual soul, because you have nafs, and then you have ruh. The nafs grows with ma'asiyah and with ghafla. So most people have very big nafs, because a lot of time went into nurturing it. And most people have stunted soul growth, because they haven't done a lot of work on their souls. And so tazkiyah is an obligation on Muslims. They have to work on their souls. The way you do that is traditionally ilm tasawwuf. It gives you a lot of exercises. It gives you, I did a agenda to change our condition. Those are a lot of the traditional exercises that were used. Those can be practiced by people. In terms of, do you need a sheikh or don't you need a sheikh, you should have somebody, an older spiritual brother or sister, to learn your religion from. And man la shaykha lahu fa shaytanu shaykhuhu. If you don't have a teacher, shaitan's your teacher. And that's a true statement. Do you have to be in a tariqah? No. that's, that was not considered a requisite, and to argue that it is to belie the fact that there are many, many great awliya that did not have tariqah. But many, many did. And there's a lot of problems with turuq today. Most of them are very decadent. They're not knowledge-based. It's more folkloric religion. And I mean, that's just a fact. And to deny that, I think, is to deny reality. In the same way that fiqh has fallen on very hard times, ilm al-kalam has fallen on very hard times. It's not a great time for these sciences. Does that mean that there aren't valid spiritual teachers out there? No, I think there are. Inshallah, the qa'im bi amrillah continues in our community. I mean, I had Habib Ahmed Mashhour al-Haddad was one of my teachers, and also Sidi Abdul Hakim Winters and Dr. Omar. We were fortunate to know him, to spend time with him. His way was just do what you can. And he would give people dhikrs to do in the morning and the evening, keep company with good people, avoid sin, these type things. Murabt al-Hajj, by consensus in Mauritania, and Ustad Hamza met him, and some other people I think here have visited, but by consensus in Mauritania amongst the Sufis who have turuq and amongst the people that don't, he's considered wasil, somebody who has ma'rifah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's like mujma' alayh in Mauritania. He was not a promoter of turuq, and he warned against them because he felt that there was a lot of abuse in Mauritania of turuq, and so he warned people against them, because if the teacher is not, like if you take somebody like Mahmoud Effendi in Istanbul, he's a sheikh. Like, I mean, there's no way that you're going to tell me he's not a sheikh, right? But Mahmoud Effendi, very, very old now, you can see his teaching in his students. We were with some of his students yesterday, and all of them have the same adab. They have the same commitment to knowledge. They're very knowledge-based people, and they study the fiqh. They study. You'll see later, inshallah, with in the Qawa'id, where he talks about the requirement of fiqh. You cannot learn tasawwuf without fiqh. Shaykh ibn al-Habib in Morocco, who was a great sheikh of the 20th century in Morocco, he made it a requirement to learn Ibn Ashur before he would take a student, which is a baseline knowledge of your outward religion. So, anyway, if good company is important. Suhbat, I think they say in Turkish. Suhbat, yeah. Suhbat, yeah, is very important. Suhbat. Come on, just started. All right, so we're going to do the qadiyya now. So this is just some notes here. Hukm in Arabic is judgment. Hakamtu ala shay. To judge something is to make a hukm. The qadi yaqdi. And that's why qadiyya, proposition, is called a qadiyya. It's also called a hukm, because the qadi is the one yusdiru hukman. So the hukm is a judgment. Linguistically, it means to prevent. So mana'a, hakama, means to prevent something. Hence, a ruler is called al-hakim, because he prevents justice. Any horse people here? Any riders? You know what a hokama is? Hokama? Huh? It's an English term that they use if you grew up riding. A hokama is a type of bridle. And it comes from hakima, because it was introduced into the West through Andalusia. So the Arabs brought it to the West. So a hakima is it's a way of controlling the horse. So, and that's why technically, it is a judgment or logical proposition expressed in a sentence. So, less than a sentence is a term. And a term is an oral expression of a concept. A concept is the understanding of the mind of something, right, in the world. And so it is an assertion or negation. So it's either mujib or salib. You'll see mujiba and mujiba, and they're both correct. But my teacher, some of the books have mujiba. My teacher, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, said mujiba is, in terms of rhetoric, it's more appropriate for because one is yaslub and the other is yujib. So, salaba yaslubu fahuwa salibun, and ojaba yujibu fahuwa mujibun. So, mujiba. So it could be either one. You'll see both in the books. And Imam al-Bajuri in his commentary on the Sulam says that they're both correct, but he also argues what Shaykh Abdullah told me. So it's assertion or negation about a statement that is objective. Now, in Arabic, they divide statements into insha'iyya and khabariya. In English, we talk about, you have a performative statement, which is ceremonial, right? Like, I dub thee knight, I confer upon thee this diploma. That's a performative statement. And then you have a exclamatory, my God, unbelievable, exclamation mark, something like that, an exclamatory statement. And then you have an interrogative statement, like, where are you going tomorrow? And then you have an interrogative, and then you also have an what's that? No. Performative, exclamatory, interrogative, imperative. Thank you. So you have an imperative, like, do this, don't do that. Right? And so, all those statements have nothing to do with propositions. The only sentence that is a proposition is a declarative sentence. It's a khabariya. It's a khabar that's either true or false. That's its definition. And that's the only sentence. So, it asserts the unity of two terms or simple apprehensions, one called the subject, that's called the mawdu', and the other the predicate, mahmud. It is synonymous with qadiyya, right? So these are a hukm and a qadiyya. وحكمنا العقلي قضية بلا وقف على عادة ووضع جلاء. Ibn Ashur says, وحكمنا العقلي, our rational proposition or judgment, is a proposition qadiyya بلا وقف على عادة ووضع جلاء. It's not empirical and it's not revelation. So it's a rational. It's done through reason. That's how we arrive at it. We make a judgment in our mind. And then that's expressed in a proposition. So the actual judgment takes place in the mind, and the expression is called a qadiyya. And that's why a qadiyya is like a term. It's public domain. You can say the same thing in many different languages. So the qadiyya is the same if you say al-khashyatu ra'su al-hikmah. Awe of God is the foundation of wisdom. Or bidayatul hikmah, if you want the biblical version of it. That awe of God is the foundation of wisdom. That's a proposition. But if I say it in Arabic or English, those are just the linguistic expressions of the same qadiyya. All right? So it's like a term. And you call the predicate the mahmul because it's what's being humila alayh. So it's what's being stated. Predicare is Latin to state. And so the mawdu' is the subject, the mahmul is the predicate. Now what's important is in a proposition, you can't reverse it. All right? And when we get into aks, you'll see situations where you can, but generally you can't, it's not an equation. So you can say, if you say, for instance, you know, Allahu was salam, you know, God is salam, which doesn't literally mean peace in Arabic. It means whole, right? That there's no parts to God. Or salima min al-uyub. There's no blemishes in God. But if we say God is peace, you cannot say peace is God in meaning that peace in the world or something is divine, unless you mean peace as salam as a name of God. As-salam huwa ismullah. But salam is not God. He's not limited by salam. But that's one aspect of God's nature, is as-salam. And then you have that which is the essence of a thing. In Greek it's called ontos. And in Arabic, probably closer to ontos is kainuna. It can also refer to the essential substance, johar. Now a johar, when we talk about johar, it's not being in the all-encompassing sense of the word. The substance is always particularized. So when we talk about being, we're talking about being as kainuna, right? When we're talking about the johar, everything has a johar. So the glass is a substance. It has a johar. And that's the essence of the thing. And then it has the accidents. And as you tear apart the accidents, accidents need to exist in essences. But they're not. What's interesting about accidents, as you pull them apart, the johar begins to disintegrate. And so the relationship is almost a mystical relationship between the two. Now, a lot of modern people deny essences and only assert accidents. But the accident is, it has to be qa'im in the jawhar. وَإِسْمُ الْعَالَمِ مَا سِوَى الدَّيَّانِ مِنْ نُوعِيَ الْعَرَاضِ وَالْعَيَانِ. Alam is the name for everything other than God, and it means the two parts, the accidents and the essences. وَلَمْ يُحَقِّقْ غَيْرَ دَيْنِ قِسْمُ وَكُلُّ مَا أُلِفَ فَهُوَ الْجِسْمُ. And nothing other than these two things have been determined to exist. And what has ta'lif, what has composite parts, is called a body. So it's made up of johar and accidents. And then the a'rad are the accidents. So the a'rad or accidents is that quality which adheres to a subject but opposed to a property. It neither constitutes its essence nor does it necessarily flow from it. So you can have the a'rad lazim, the a'rad mufariq, you can have am khas. It can refer to one haqiqa, one reality, or it can refer to more than one. Like mutanaffis refers to the potential to breathe, but it also refers to the actual breathing of the human being. So that's a'rad am. And then, so according to the Asha'ira, an accident has no independent existence, but can only do so in a substance. It inheres in a substance. It's the proof also that substances are not eternal. That's the proof, because we know that the accident is temporal. And because it resides, it inheres in a substance, the substance has to also be created. And that's a logical argument. According to the Asha'ira, an accident cannot exist in another accident, but only in a substance. But no substance can ever exist apart from its qualities, the sifat, or accidents, a'rad. Hence, the substance being inseparable from its accidents, like the latter, is also merely transitory, has only a momentary existence. Everything that exists thus consists of mere transitory units, they're called jawahir al-fard, known as indivisible atoms. So not the modern sense of an atom that has protons, neutrons, electrons. It's something more like a quark or a neutrino or a positron or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying those are what it is, but it's an indivisible part. It can't be split. Or strings in the strings theory. Hence the given these atoms have a momentary existence, they must be recreated in every instant by the will of God. Al-Mubdi wal-Mu'id. The initiator and then the one who causes it to come back. And then you have three types of qadiyya. So you have daruriyya, jaiza, and mustahila. So a qadiyya daruriyya is a necessary proposition in which the predicate is universally and necessarily true of the subject and can never be otherwise. So a qadiyya daruriyya means that it has to be the case. It cannot be otherwise. The intellect, وَمَا أَبَى الْعَقْلَ الْمُحَالِ. If the intellect rejects it completely, then it's impossible. It's inconceivable. I mean, I prefer inconceivable to impossible in kalam because impossible is a problematic word. Because it's about qudra. And even though in Western logic they use impossible generally for mustahil. But the mustahil is more really the inconceivable in relation to God. It's the impossible in relation to other things. Because not everything's possible for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَهُوَ قَادِرٌ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ. He's capable of doing everything. And in that way, I mean, some have argued, like Ibn Hazm, that if he wanted to create a square triangle, he could. So, obviously, this logic would not allow for that to be possible. And this is how he created this world. So from that point of view, this logic holds up, definitely. And this is the logic that he's given us. It's definitely the Sharia. I think some of the people of Tasawwuf would argue that at the Haqiqah level, you can't apply this logic to God. But these are big debates in our community. So. And generally the Ashari tradition has been very committed to this. Imam al-Ghazali was very committed to this, and it certainly is very convincing to the intellect, because the intellect was designed in a way that conforms to this logic. And that's why this logic is not Greek, it's not Japanese, it's not Chinese, it's not Indian, it's not American, it's not Arab. It's universal. These are universal truths that the intellect recognizes. So the qadiyya daruriyya, a necessary proposition. So a qadiyya daruriyya is a triangle must have three sides. That's daruri. That proposition is a qadiyya daruriyya, because you cannot imagine a triangle without three sides, because it wouldn't be a triangle if it had three sides. And they have to be three connected sides, right? So, or the circumference of a circle must be equidistant from its center, right? Or it wouldn't be a circle, it would be some other orb, right? And then the jaiz is what the intellect, it does not negate its impossibility or its necessity, right? It's either or. It could exist or it could not. It's contingent. So the jaiz is something, it could exist, it's not impossible, and it's not necessary. It's neither of those. It resides in the middle. It's something that could exist or couldn't exist. For instance, the world is jaiz. We could imagine the world not existing. Difficult, but we could. We could imagine a world without Buddhism. Difficult, but we could imagine it. We could imagine a world without zebras. Because all of these things are mumkin al-wujud. They're all possible. They're jaiz. And then the mustahil is what the intellect cannot conceive of as being necessary or necessarily or conceivably possible, such as a four-sided triangle. That's mustahil. Simple as that. It is mustahil for us to conceive of a triangle that's a square, or a rectangle that's a square. And in kalam, these are important concepts because that's basically the ilahiyat revolve around these three concepts. What's wajib lillah, يجب له الوجوب والقدم والبقاء والغنى مطلق وعام وخرفه لخلقه بلا مثال. These are all the things that are wajib for Allah. The salbiyat, صفة النفسية. I think you're learning these things, right, with Ustad Omar. So you have the صفة الوجودية, النفسية, and then you have the salbiyat, right? And then you have the ma'ani and the ma'nawiyat. These are all related to the qualities. And then you have the mustahilat, which are the opposites. And then you have the jaizat, which is that he can do things or not do them. You know, if he wants to bring the world into existence, it's jaiz. If he doesn't, it's not like that. So that's basically what a qadiyya is. Now, what's important about a qadiyya? A term is neither true nor false. A term is what? I know, it's a word, but what is it? Huh? It's a concept. What else? It's either clear or unclear. Most problems in communication are from unclear terms. So a term is either clear or unclear, and we learn the rules of definition, which enable us to use clear terms. If we use those rules of definition, right? It enables us to use clear terms. It should be coextensive, right? It should be clear. It should be literal. It should be brief, right? It shouldn't be negative and shouldn't be circular. So those are the rules. And the term, the definition that's complete is when you get the genus and the difference together, which gives you the species. That's the best definition that you can get. So terms are clear or unclear. Propositions are true or false. Now, there's a third type of proposition that just helps us out. If we divide them, right? You know, we learn division. What are the rules of division? Exclusive, right? Exhaustive. And you have one standard. Those are the three rules of division. So if we divide propositions into true and false, there's a third, which is unknown. Is that acceptable in terms of the rules of division? Why not? Good. So, did you get that? She got it. I'm proud of you. So, we use two standards, because known and unknown is one standard, and true and false is another standard. So if I say propositions are divided into true, false, and unknown, I'm using two standards, and that breaks one of my rules of division. But we cheat a little, because it's useful. All right? So that's accurate. So it's shorthand. It helps you when you determine what type of proposition it is. Because a proposition can be true and we know it's true. It can be false and we know it's false. But it can also be true or false and we haven't ascertained that yet. Right? Now, when we ask, the nice thing about our tradition is it makes very clear what truth is. It makes clear what truth is and where truth is. So where is truth? Where does it live? If you had to give it a house. I'm talking about logical truth. Where does truth reside? What's that? Where does truth reside?
In the essence.
What resides in the essence? In terms of how we understand essence. The mahiyya. What resides in the essence?
The concept?
It's the concept, right? So the concept is the essence. Where does truth reside? What's that?
Theophany or Asma al-Husna?
Okay, that's al-haq al-mutlaq. I'm talking about logical truth right now. No.
Is it in our fitra?
What's that?
Our fitra?
Is it what?
Our fitra?
Our fitra?
Yeah, our fitra.
Okay, what is truth? As Pontius Pilate said, right? What is truth? What is truth? What's the definition of truth? What is it? Our tradition has a very clear definition of it. What is truth? I actually said it in the first class or second class. Okay. Truth is what corresponds with reality. How do we articulate truth? In a proposition. So if you ask about the where of truth is in the proposition. The proposition is the house of truth. It's also the house of falsehood. But that's where truth resides. So when you're looking for truth, the address is Proposition Lane, in the city of proposition. Right? That's where it is. So when you go out searching for truth, that's what you're searching for. The place. Now, what is it? It's what corresponds with reality. So now we know where it is and what it is. Our tradition says truth is when one says about what is, it is, and one says about what is not, it is not. And falsehood is one says about what is, it is not. And what one says about what is not, that it is. That is truth, according to our tradition. So, when we say the Prophet is as-sadiq al-masduq, the truthful and the believable, he's not only speaking the truth, but it's believable what he's saying. What that means is, when he makes a statement, a proposition, it's a true proposition. He's as-sadiq al-amin. So if he said, La ilaha illallah, there is no God but the one true God, that's a proposition. It's either true or it's false, because every proposition is true or false. Right? If he said it, it's true, because he doesn't lie. And this is why our scholars were far more concerned about proving prophecy than they were about proving the existence of God. They spent far more energy on proving the truthfulness of the Prophet than they did on trying to prove that God exists. Because if you could prove that the Prophet was true and what he said was true, then we would have to believe in God. Because he said there's a God, there's a day of judgment, you're going to be raised up, and this is the reality. And he spoke in this language. He spoke in this language. He used language. He used analogy. The man who came to him and he said, Ya Rasulullah, idhni fi zina. Just let me fornicate. I like the religion, everything about it, except this one thing. He said, I just want to have my licentiousness. The Prophet ﷺ said, do you have a mother? Yes. Do you have a sister? Yes. Do you have an aunt? Yes. Would you want somebody to do that with them? No. So then he asked him. See, this is analogy. He's making him see the reality of his actions. It's using logic. And then he put his hand on his chest and made dua for him. So that's the that's the extra. And the man went out and he said, I went in there loving fornication more than anything. I came out, it was the most odious thing to me. That's transformation. It's logic and it's intellect and heart. And this is where Islam is, it's so powerful because it's using both. It's using both modes of understanding. Because we have the intellectual understanding, but we also have heart understanding. And that's why some people have heart understanding without intellectual understanding. Those are common people that love Allah and His Messenger. They don't have proofs. Like the old woman who saw Fakhruddin al-Razi and all the people following him. And she said, who's that? He said, don't you know he has 70 proofs for the existence of God? And she said, if he didn't have 70 doubts, he wouldn't need 70 proofs. And so Fakhruddin, when he heard that, he said, alaykum bi iman al-ajaiz. Have the faith of old women. In other words, that's the real faith. It's in the heart. It's not in the intellect. But we need the intellect as well. And this is the power of Islam. It's got both these forces working. It's not this, all these secularist people in the West, they say religion's irrational. No, we don't say that. We say it's rational. We actually believe in rationality. Our tradition believes in rationality. We're committed to rationality. But we also believe in the supra-rational. We believe that there are more things in the heavens and the earth than in our philosophies. That the intellect has a limit. I saw a poster once that had these two babies in a womb. They were twins, and the caption, one of the babies says to the other baby, "Do you believe in mom?" And the other baby says, "Absolutely not." "What's the proof for mom? Have you ever seen mom?" And then he said, "So I'm assuming you don't believe in life after mom?" Right? And that is our state. We're like that fetus. The atheist is like that fetus in the womb that's denying. It's like we've always been in this room. Imagine it, seriously. We've always, since the time we were born in this room, same group of people, we've always been in this room. And one day, somebody comes through the door and says, "What are you all doing here?" And we're like, "What do you mean?" And we say, "Is there something other than here?" This is like one tiny room in the midst of a vast world. You're in a place called Turkey. You should see Istanbul. I mean, it's much nicer than this room. Or Konya. You haven't even been outside to take a look at Konya, and we're like, "What's Konya?" No, that's what these people are like. It's completely self-limiting people. All they believe is what they can see, feel, touch, taste, and hear. They have no concept of what's outside. And yet, they believe in things that they can't see, touch, taste, feel, or hear. They believe in, one of my teachers, Adler, he taught at University of Chicago. And he was a Thomist and I think he was a pretty formidable theologian. But he said he was once sitting with these nuclear physicists, and they were talking about these subatomic particles that could just be in one place and suddenly appear in another place without any motion between the two places. And he said, that's exactly how the scholastic described angels. He said they looked at him like he was stark raving lunatic. So they can believe in these things that they've never seen. They've never seen that. It's all theoretical. It's all done through mathematics. And yet, they won't believe even in the possibility that maybe a prophet doesn't need mathematics to find out about things that we can't see, feel, hear, touch, or see. So this is, you know, this is what we're dealing with in the modern world. We're dealing with limitations, self-limitations that we impose on ourselves. So when you want to, so knowing where the truth is and what the truth is the easy part, but it's discovering the truth that's the hard part. That's the difficulty. And that is whether or not the proposition is true or false. And we have ways of determining the soundness of terms that are very solid. We have ways of determining the soundness of reasoning that are very solid. But determining the truth of propositions is the most difficult. It's where all the problems arise. And it's where all the arguments are and all the debates are. I mean, there's debates in definitions, and there can be some debates in logic and its validity, because skepticism is real and there are skeptics in the world. But generally, it's the propositions where people really have a hard time. That's where we flounder, falter, and fight also over. So just to put this now in a perspective, we have terms. Those are less than sentences. We have sentences. The sentences are either categorical sentences, declarative sentences, right? So you have a declarative sentence, and those fall into two categories, simple and compound. Simple and compound. When you use declarative sentences, the simple sentences are called qadiyya hamliya. This is a categorical statement. And they fall into four types. There's only four. In logic, when you get into modal logic, you get different types, but that's a different type of logic. But in this type of logic, term logic, you have an A statement, an E statement, an I statement, and an O statement. And this comes from two Latin words. I'm talking Western logic. It comes from two Latin words, affirmo and nego, and it's basically the vowels in those. So affirmo is when you assert something, so it's a positive statement, and nego is a negative statement. So the A is a universal, where you're asserting something true about something. So you say, all men are mortal, or we hold this truth to be self-evident. All men are created equal. All men are created equal. That's a proposition, right? What are the terms in there? Man and equal, right? So, what does men mean in that proposition? Okay, did they mean just males? They didn't, did they? I hope not. Yeah. So, yeah, all men. So men means males and females. So we know the definition. It's all of us, right? Rational animals. And then, so that's the comprehension. What's the extension? When they said all men. That means everybody, right? So it's distributed amongst all men. That's called a distributed. It's musawwara. It means all of them. There's no exceptions. All men are created equal. So created, I mean, if you put in a logical form, you'd say all men are equal. Because in logic, you try to get rid of verbs other than the verb to be in English logic. And in Arabic logic, you make just a straightforward statement. Because you don't need the verb to be. So when you say all men are created equal, when you say equal, what does that mean? What does equal mean? First of all, what's that term? What is the definition of equal? What type of term is it? If you had to put it in those categories, what type of term is it? What's that? It's an arithmetic term, isn't it? So he's using an arithmetic term in an ethical statement. What's the problem with that? What's the problem with it? What's that? But equal means same, yeah. So all men are the same. Okay, but what's the problem with it? It's ambiguous, isn't it? It's definitely an equivocal term. Because first of all, it's really a metaphor, isn't it? I mean, or an analogy rather. He's taking an arithmetic concept and he's applying it in moral terms. So he's using it as a moral term. But what do you think he meant when he said all men are created equal? Are we all equal? I mean, Muhammad looks stronger than me. Like, I think if we had an arm wrestle, he would beat me. Right? I think I could beat Sarah. So we're not equal in strength, are we? What's he talking about? Equal in what? In rights. Okay, that's a good place to start. So that's probably what he meant. They have equal rights. They have equal rights. And what are those rights? He says, Thomas Jefferson, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So he's really talking about equality of rights. The Prophet ﷺ said, "An-nasu sawasiya ka-asnan al-misht." And I would argue he's the first person in human history ever to say that. I don't think anybody said it before him. Not Thomas Jefferson or anybody else. So the Prophet said, human beings are equal like the tongues of a comb, like the teeth of a comb. They're equal before the law. But they're not equal spiritually. هَلْ يَسْتَوِيَ الَّذِينَ يَعْلَمُونَ وَالَّذِينَ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ? Are they equal, those who know and those who don't know? So Allah says knowledge differentiates people. أُمِرْتُ أَنْ أُنَزِّلَ النَّاسَ مَنَازِلَهُم. I was ordered to treat people in accordance with their manzila, with their stations. So the doctor, إِنَّ الطَّبِيبَ وَالْمُعَلِّمَ كِلَاهُمَا لَا يَنْفَعَانِ إِذَا هُمَا لَمْ يُكْرَمَا. The Arabs say, the teacher and the doctor, they won't benefit you if you don't honor them. You go to the doctor and say, listen, stupid, I've got some symptoms here, and I'm a little worried about it. In your pea-brain mind, do you think you could find something that could help me? I mean, do you think he's really going to help you or want to help you? He might, if he's a very ethical person. He might give you some poison, right? And the teacher's the same thing. A teacher, they want to be honored. They don't want to be mistreated. That's why adab is so important with the teachers. So, when we look at the four, we have the universal, which is all. All of something is stated about something. That's universal affirmative. So it's kulliya mujiba. Universal and affirmative. So it asserts something about something and it's universal. And the first is distributed, it's musawwara. The second is undistributed. Because there's other things that, like if I say all men are mortal, do I mean they're the only ones that are mortal? No. So when I say all men, that means they're all men. But when I say mortal, it doesn't mean all mortal things. So you can't say all mortals are men. You can't reverse it. You can't say all mortals are men because horses are mortal. Right? And then you have the E statement, A-E, nego. And this is a universal negative statement. So no men are angels. No men are angels. All right? That's universal negative. And then and that's the strongest there, right? Because they're both distributed. So that's the strongest statement that you can make is when you negate like that. Universal negation. Because that also means no angels are men, doesn't it? Right? If I say no men are angels, that means no angels are men. Do you see the distribution? It's musawwara. So it's a qadiyya saliba, and it's distributed. And then you say, you have an I statement, which is some. And in logic, you don't say few. When you get into modal logic, you can use these things. But in this type of logic, there's a benefit in reducing statements down to only 4. And you'll understand that when you get into syllogisms. And I'm hoping that you go on, because we're just scratching the surface. You know, logic, you can't learn it in 3 weeks. You know, I wish you could. I wish we all could. But it takes a while. And to get really good at it, it takes, you know, a good amount of time. At Zaytuna, they have 3 semesters of logic. And so that's enough to get a reasonable, I think, grounding in it. But you're not going to learn it in 3 weeks. But I'm hoping that you'll at least get a taste of it and hopefully want to go on and learn it, because it is a foundational science to our scholastic tradition. And I consider it really important in the time we're living, because there's so much sophistry out there. And if you don't have these tools, you can easily be fooled by people out there. So you always want to, you don't say a few, you say some. So some men are writers. Okay, so that is a mujiba juz'iyya. It's particular and it's positive. And then some men are not writers. So that's the O statement. So you have the A, E, I, and O. Those are the 4 logical statements. And whenever you take a proposition, you always want to put it into one of those 4 types. And that's tricky. It takes some practice to get it. Because if you have something like all men are created equal, you want to put that into that type of statement. So it would be all men are equal, like that. Now, you also have singular, the mushakhasa or the makhsusa. You have a singular statement. So you have universal, particular, and singular. The singular is like Socrates. So all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. That's a classic. It's called a barbara. Each one of them is universal. Even though Socrates is a singular term, right? And the concept embodied in it is man. It's not Socrates, because you can't define an individual, right? You can't define an individual, because you can have the genus, but you can't have the fasl. What makes that individual unique to all other individuals? You can't. It'll either be properties or accidents, but they share the same thing, which is rationality. So you can't. But when you use a singular proposition, it's considered a universal in logic. So it means all Socrates is mortal. In other words, not just a part of him, the whole of Socrates is mortal. So it's used as a universal. All right. So I was asked to talk a little bit about Ramadan. For those of you who have read a book I wrote, Caesarean Moonburst, I think you know my position, and that's the position of my teacher, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya. It was the position of my teachers in Mauritania, Marabt al-Hajj, Marabt al-Haddamin, Marabt Abdullah, Marabt Ahmed Fal. There's a position of my teachers in the Emirates. Obviously, you have the modern position of calculating, and that's now what ISNA, if you're from the United States, goes by. Unlike being in the United States, we, like the Arab man who arrived in New York, and he asked, he was driving his car, he saw a parking space, and he asked this American guy, "Can I park here?" And the American guy said, "Hey man, it's a free country, you can bark wherever you want." So that is, that's the United States. You can fast with ISNA, or you can choose not to fast with ISNA. When you're in a Muslim country, you should fast with the people. And so in Turkey, for them, tomorrow is Ramadan. We're in Turkey. أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم. Obey Allah and His Messenger and those who are in authority over you. And right now, we came into this country with visas, and the government of Turkey is in authority over us. And that's the reality. That's a hukum shara'i. We can't disobey their laws. We can't dismiss their laws. We are bound by their laws as long as we're in their country. And so that is my way. For those of you who, and some of my teachers are like this, you can fast nafila if you don't feel that it's cited, but I would still fast nafila. It's not prohibited to fast on what's called yom shak if you're not fasting for to guard about whether or not it's Ramadan. So if you just do it as a nafila, it's a valid nafila fast. And fasting in Rajab is good. And Sha'ban, Rajab and Sha'ban. صيام شهر رمضان وجب في رجب شعبان صوم ندب. Ibn Ashur says. So we should all fast tomorrow with the Turkish people. And like I said, if you're a staunch moonsider, you can make an intention for nafila if it hasn't been cited where you accept its citing, whether it's a universal like the Hanafi madhab or a local citing like some of the most of the Malikis and most of the Shafi'is. So, but that's my advice. Any questions? Any answers? Go ahead.
Actually, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم افتح لنا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا وإنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما.
So, in terms of I want you all to really understand that, like I said, you cannot learn this subject in the amount of time that we have. You can't. But what you can do, I mean, hopefully you understand what it is. We went over the 10 mabadi, and I think most of you hopefully got a good grasp of the first act of the mind, which is understanding, and a general grasp of the second act of the mind. The third act of the mind is it's a little trickier, but it's important. When you the thing about the qadaya, the whole purpose of the qadaya was for you to understand that there are basically simple and compound propositions. The simple propositions, which are categorical propositions, are four types. You have A, E, I, and O. That's it. Those are the four. You have a universal positive, a universal negative, a particular positive, and a particular negative. That's it. That's called A, E, I, and O. And that's useful when if you learn how to use the square of opposition. It's very useful because the most important from that is what are called contradictions. Because if you want to prove the opposite, if you want to prove something's true or not true, then you look at what the contradiction is. So if somebody says for you that all doctors are quacks, the way you prove that that's not true is not by proving that all doctors, which is the contrariety. It's not proving the E, because that's all doctors are quacks is an A. So you can't disprove that by an E statement, right? You can't say no doctors are quacks, right? Because in those type statements, both could be false. Whereas if one of them's true, the other is false. But both could be false. All Muslims are terrorists. No Muslims are terrorists. See, either one is true, then the other has to be false. Or both are false. In that case, obviously, both are false, right? But with the contradiction, which is the A to the O, or the E to the I, on this square of opposition, because these are called oppositions in logic. The contradiction is what you want to prove. So if I say all doctors are quacks, all you have to prove is some doctors are not quacks. That's all you have to prove. And once you prove that, you've disproven the A. Because in that case, A and an O, or an E and an I, one of them has to be true. Whereas in the others, it's not true. They could both, the A and the E could be both false, and the I and the O could be both true. All right? So that's a very useful tool to remember, because you can quickly assess where you want to go. If somebody makes a general statement, then you want to go to that, the contradiction, if you want to disprove it. So that's why that's useful. And then in terms of the compound propositions, you have the if-then, which is very important because we use that all the time. Right? We use if-then statements a lot. And if-then statements have problems, because you can, if it rains, then it will be wet outside. All right? Now, one of the common fallacies that people do is they go to the affirming the consequent. And so they say something like, oh, it's wet outside, therefore it rained. That doesn't follow in that if it rained, it's wet outside. It has to be it rained, therefore it's wet outside. You see, you can only affirm the antecedent in that one. You can't affirm the consequent. So it's important to know when you reason what type of a compound syllogism, because really a compound syllogism actually has the proposition if-then has two propositions, but they're molded into one. That's why it's compound. So it's really saying, it's really saying that when it rains, right, then whenever it rains, it gets wet outside. Or it is raining, it is wet outside. Like you've got two, so if then. And then you have the either or, which is, the either or is when you do like either a number is even or odd. That is what they call inclusive and exclusive, which means it's mutually exclusive and it's exhaustive. Because it has to be one or the other. And the reason you want to know whether it's mutually exclusive or exhaustive is because you can have situations where it would appear that it's exhaustive, but it's not. And that happens a lot in reasoning, where people make mistakes because they think that the statement is exhaustive, but it's not. And that comes up, it's a very common mistake. And then finally you have the both and, or not both and, which is also a disjunctive. So when he says And then he talks about the luzumiyya and the ittifaqiyya. And the reason for that is just to know that something doesn't necessarily follow even though it's in one of these type of constructs. So, you know, you can say that, you know, if he's the king of England, then I'm the king of France. That doesn't follow from, people use these constructs, and you have to recognize whether it's a luzumiyya or ittifaqiyya when they're saying it, because if it follows, then there's a logical proof there, right? But if it doesn't, it just happens to be a coincidence. So if we say that, you know, if the grass is green, then the mountains are high. I mean, both can be true, but there's no logical conclusion to be derived from the fact that the grass is green, except in propositional logic, where they actually do say that those are true statements. But in this type of logic, they're not. So then he says, وَالْمُنْفَصِرَةُ إِمَّا حَقِيقِيَّةٌ كَقَوْلِنَا الْعَدَدْ إِمَّا زَوْجٌ. So we did that. And that's like to say, like, so زَيْدٌ إِمَّا أَن يَكُونَ فِي الْبَحْرِ وَإِمَّا أَلَّا يَغْرَقْ. That, what's important to know is that, you know, it could be mutually exclusive. Either he's there or he's there. But it doesn't exhaust it, because he could be in the ocean and not drowning. He could be swimming. So that's important to know when something is mutually exclusive and when it's exhaustive, or when it's just one or the other. وَقَدْ تَكُونَ الْمُنْفَصِرَاتُ ذَوَاتِ أَجْزَاءٍ ثَلَاثَةٍ. We did that. And then the contradiction, I did that with you. هو اختراف القضيتين بالإيجاب والسلب بحيث يقتضي لذات أن تكون إحداهما صادقة والأخرى كاذبة، كقولنا زيد كاتب، زيد ليس بكاتب، ولا يتحقق ذلك إلا بعد اتفاقهما في الموضوع والمحمود. So they have to be in agreement in subject and predicate. You have to be talking about the same subject and the same predicate. If I'm talking about different subject or different predicate, then it doesn't fall into that opposition. What's zaman wa makan, and that's earlier logic, but modern later term logic didn't include those, because it kind of goes on ad infinitum. فنقيض الموجب الكلية إنما هو السالب الجزئية. So the contradiction hence the contradiction of an affirmative universal proposition is a negative particular proposition. Like our statement, every human is a creature. Some humans are not creatures. Okay, so one of them has to be true. Right? So if you wanted to disprove some humans are not creatures, if somebody was making that case, then you would do it by proving that every human is a creature or an animal. It should be animal. وبعض الإنسان ليس بحيوان ونقيض السالب الكلية إنما هو الموجب الجزئية كقولنا لا شيء من الإنسان بحيوان بعض الإنسان حيوان. And also a negative sentence, an E sentence, its contradiction is an I sentence. All right? والمحصورتان لا يتحقق التناقض بينهما إلا بعد اختلافهما في الكمية لأن الكليتين قد تكذبان كقولنا كل إنسان كاتب ولا شيء من الإنسان بكاتب والجزئيتين قد تصدقان كقولنا بعض الإنسان كاتب بعض الإنسان ليس بكاتب. So two determinate propositions with quantifiers cannot be mutually contradictory unless they differ in quantity. For two universal propositions could both be false, like our statement. So that's where the A and the E, they could both be false. They're not like the contradictions. So these are the contrarieties. These would be called contrarieties. Now conversion, you have two types of inference. When we get into the syllogisms, I'll talk about this more, the istidlal. Maritain, who I like a lot, argues that there isn't any immediate inference. He says that it's all it is asserting the same thing from a different direction. It's not, you're not inferring some knowledge that you didn't know. But in traditional logic, generally, they say that that you can have a type of inference that's immediate. It's not mediated. Syllogistic reasoning, analogical reasoning, conditional reasoning, all of those are reasonings that are mediated through discursive thought. You have to go through a process to arrive at the conclusion. Immediate inference is knowing if I say that no men are angels, you immediately know no angels are men, right? Because remember, an E statement can be converted. So an E can be converted. And an I can be converted, like some. But you can't convert an A, generally. You can't convert an A. So an A can only be converted to an I statement. So that's what conversion acts is, just taking the subject and turning it into the predicate. So وهو أن يصير الموضوع محمولا والمحمول موضوعا مع بقاء الإيجاب والسلب بحاله والتصديق والتكذيب بحاله. So you leave the ijab and the salb and the tasdiq and the takdhib. It is for the subject to become a predicate and the predicate a subject while retaining its original negation or affirmation and truthfulness or falsehood. وَالْمُوجِبَةُ الْكُلِّيَّةِ لَا تَنْعَكِسُ كُلِّيَّةً. So if it's a universal positive statement, it doesn't convert. إِذْ يَصْدُقْ قَوْلُنَا كُلُّ إِنسَانٍ حَيَوَانٍ وَلَمْ يَصْدُقْ كُلُّ حَيَوَانٍ إِنسَانٍ. So you can say every human being is an animal, but you can't say every animal is a human being, right? Because and this is because A sentences are distributed in the subject, undistributed in the predicate. Remember we did distribution? Do you guys remember that? Distribution is the extension. Remember we have comprehension and extension. So when you have comprehension, you understand what the thing is. When you have extension, you understand what it applies to. And one of the major flaws in reasoning is confusing these two, or there's a fallacy of the undistributed middle where people will take all men are animals, no brutes are men, therefore no, all brutes are animals. No, all men are animals, no brutes are men, therefore no brutes are animals. Okay, so the middle term is always the middle. We're almost to syllogism, so I'll wait till we get there. But that's a problem when you do that, because what you're doing is you're taking something that's distributed, right, or undistributed, and you're distributing it. So in the first statement, all men are animals, because it's an A statement, the first is all men. That's distributed. It extends to all men. But are animals? Animals is undistributed. Because it doesn't mean all animals. Only some animals are men, right? Because an A can go to an I, right? So, you got that? Little bit. Show you. You have to get your mind around these concepts. So it takes a little while. But, you know, what I'm hoping, like I said, is this is going to stimulate you to want to study this more in depth. Because I think it's a really important science. It's a science that that our tradition is rooted in. Like our tradition was very committed to this science. And it's also of great benefit when you study Islamic studies in more depth. And I've been using the qawaid as an example because this is what he's doing. He's using these principles. So, وَالْمُوجِبَةُ الْجُزِيَّةِ أَيْضًا تَنْعَكِسُ جُزِيَّةً بِهَذِهِ الْحُجَّةِ. So you can take a positive I and you can make it, you can convert it, right? وَالسَّارِبَ الْكُلِّيَّةَ تَنْعَكِسُ سَارِبَ كُلِّيَّةً. And you can take a E statement and it'll convert also. So no men are angels, no angels are men. All right, so an E converts, but an A doesn't convert, right? An I converts also. So likewise, an affirmative particular proposition, mujiba juz'iyya, converts to a particular juz'iyya by this proof, and a negative universal proposition converts to a negative universal. This is evident in and of itself, since if no human is a stone, it is true, then our statement, no stone is a human, is true. All right? And then finally, وَالسَّارِبَةُ الْجُزْئِيَّةُ لَا عَكْسَ لَهَا لُزُومًا لأنه يصدق قولنا بعض الحيوان ليس بإنسان ولا يصدق عكسه. So a negative particular proposition has no necessary converse. For indeed some creatures are not human is true, while its conversion, some humans are not creatures, is not true. So sometimes that'll work, sometimes it won't. All right. So that's the basic. Just if you get that, it's important when we go into the next phase to just understand. You have 4 categorical statements. Universal positive, universal negative, particular positive, and particular negative. A, E, I, and O. The Arabs called it, they call it, kaf sin and jim sin. Like they have kulliya sariba, kulliya mujiba. So they go kaf mim, kaf sin, and then Jim, Mim, Jim, Sin. So that's how they do the A, E, I, and O for people that want the Arabic. So now we go into syllogism. All right. So here's where it gets very interesting. Syllogism is a tool. It's a tool that uses deductive reasoning. If you look at the way humans reason, we have 3 basic ways that we reason. We reason through induction, deduction, and analogy. In Arabic, it's called istiqra, which is induction, istintaj, which is deduction, and tamthil, which is analogy. Technical terms, in logic, istiqra is induction, qiyas is deduction. So the syllogism is called qiyas. And then in fiqh, qiyas means analogy. So when you read fiqh books, when they say qiyas, it means analogy, analogical reasoning. So kullu muskirin haram, every intoxicant is haram, beer is an intoxicant, therefore beer is haram. All right, so wine is haram, beer is like wine, therefore beer has the same ruling as wine. All right, by analogy, because it intoxicates. That's the illa and mushtaraka bainahuma. The legal rationale between the two is intoxication, iskar. And our ulama differentiated between muskirat, mufsidat, and murqidat. So they had a very subtle awareness of drugs, and they put them in a different category of muskir, and they still considered it haram by extension. So when we reason, we're doing one of these 3 things. Now, in Western tradition, one of the great masters of reasoning was Socrates. And Aristotle was a student of Plato. Plato was a student of Socrates. Aristotle was in the academy for about 20 years with Plato. And then he wrote his book on his Organon, which is his 6 books on logic. And from that, Ibn Sina wrote his Shifa by extending that. But the methodology that Socrates used was very powerful. How many people have read The Republic? Not, wow. They used to be kind of mandatory reading, I think, in school. Anyway, if you come to Zaytuna, you have to read it. So, In the Republic, it's 10 books, and the subject of the Republic is justice. And there's a character that Socrates interfaces with called Thrasymachus. And he's a sophist. Now, sophists, they use reasoning, but they use fallacious reasoning. So that's why they're called sophists. They use sophistry. And Thrasymachus, they're talking about political justice. And Thrasymachus makes the argument that political justice is just the powerful doing what they will. That's political justice. And there's a lot of people today that would argue that same point, that there's no real justice in the world, it's just power. That's all we have out there is power. Well, Socrates has a methodology. And so the first methodology begins with questioning, to ask a question. What is justice? What is political justice? That opens up the possibility for knowledge. And the Prophet ﷺ said, "As-su'al miftahul ilm." Questioning is the key to knowledge. So knowledge begins with questioning. What do children first do when they're little? All they do is that. They don't give you any answers. That comes later. Wait till they get to the teens. Then they give you answers. But when they're little, they want to know. They want to know why. Why is that? Why is the sky blue? Right? And unfortunately, a lot of us don't know those answers, but they're answers usually to all those questions. And what we tend to do to children is just like, it just because it is, right? And that kills the spirit of inquiry. And school does that after the parents as well. So by the time they're 15 or 16, they're very cynical. And that's why Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy told me once that there's two types of humans that live in constant wonder. Philosophers and children. Right? Everybody else, they just stop asking those questions. So, but then what Socrates will do is he will begin to look at particulars. And this is his use of induction. So he will actually precede his deduction with induction. And really that is the basis of knowledge. And it's a modern argument that denies deductive knowledge. In other words, arguing from universals to particulars as opposed to particulars to general assumptions or conclusions. So in the case of justice, Socrates will actually, okay, if somebody says political justice is power, right? It's just power, then it's just the powerful acting out their will. And you wanted to prove that that wasn't true. So the E statement is going to be that political justice is not the powerful acting out their will. It's something else, right? So what he does is he then asks, he starts to give these examples. And he says, what's the essence of a just doctor? What does a just doctor do? You're a doctor. If a doctor's just, what's he doing? Right. And what's the patient, really? When we look at the patient, what is he? He's sick, right? And what does that mean? He needs help. So who needs help? What type of people need help? Huh? Weak people, right? Yeah, weak people need help. So a just doctor is somebody who's in a more powerful situation helping a weak person. So that's a just doctor, right? And then he'll ask like other things. So what's if you want to train somebody in archery and you're a just teacher, so what are you doing in archery if you train the student? What's the student? He knows less, right? That's why he's there asking you for help. And so he's in a compromised situation. So his knowledge is weaker than your knowledge. So you're trying to strengthen his knowledge. So here's a more powerful trying to empower a weaker person. And he goes through a series of these things showing how basically, what we call just is actually the powerful helping the weak. It's not the weak it's not the powerful doing what they will. It's the powerful helping the weak. So a just carpenter takes an incomplete thing, which is his materials, which is a weaker situation, and makes it a complete thing, the house or the whatever it is, right? So he's going from weaker to stronger, right? So he's making the weak strong. And a just, anything, if you look. So then from that, Socrates argues that that we can then see that justice is the more powerful helping the weaker do something, right? If it's political justice, you're helping the weak redress the wrongs that have been done to them, right? Because they're in a compromised situation, like a sick person. So if somebody oppresses another person, they're sick. And then he says, so what we can extrapolate from that is that there's something in the nature of justice that necessitates the powerful helping the weak. So he's getting at something essential, and that's where he gets his universal. So he's abstracting from these particulars something universal about the nature of justice. And from that universal, he can then apply it to particulars. And that's basically his methodology. And it's a very powerful methodology, and you can see it. The Prophet ﷺ has used this often in hadith. You'll see him ask a question, and then he'll give these examples, and then he'll give the general rule, and then he'll apply it to the particular. So when we move into reasoning, what we're doing is we're learning tools that enable us to better do what we do naturally and do constantly, which is to reason, to make arguments. Everybody, why do you want to go to that university? Well, because my friends are going there. So how's that going to be beneficial? Because I'm going to feel more comfortable, I won't feel alienated. People are making arguments all the time. And they're either good arguments or they're bad arguments, right? So what this learning, how syllogisms work, is learning basically how to determine whether an argument is sound or not. And it's it's hard to determine a proposition, all right? Propositions are harder to determine their truthfulness from their falseness, right? Because a proposition is either true or false, right? A term is either clear or unclear, and a syllogism is either valid or invalid. So that's how it works. So what he says is al-qiyas, and here he means syllogism, because qiyas can mean different things. هو قول ملفوظ أو معقول مؤلف من أقوال متى سلمت لازم عنها لذاتها قول آخر. So it is a verbally uttered or mentally comprehended inference composed of statements, i.e. propositions, that if conceded in and of themselves necessarily give rise to a third statement, the conclusion. So what that means is that if I have an argument, then I have these, I'm putting together propositions, and I'm taking two known propositions, and then I'm concluding from those two known something that was unknown before that. And basically what this is doing, it's based on some really simple principles, and the foundation of syllogism is based on these principles. The first one is the law of all or nothing. So when you have a universal statement, if I make a statement, all men are mortal, then that statement applies to every individual in the extension of that term that I comprehend, right? And if I say the opposite, again, then if I say no angels are men, that applies across the board. So these are the two first rules, the omnia and the nullo, right? And then you have this is one of Euclid's common notions, right? Which is, it exists in geometry, it exists in logic as well, but this is very important. So two things that are equal to a third thing are equal to each other. All right, that's a common notion. So if A is equal to B, and B is equal to C, then B is equal to A, right? You got that? It's a common notion. That, in a syllogism, is what's called the middle term. That's that third thing. So what you're doing with the middle term, you always have to have a middle term, only one, in a syllogism. So when I say, like, all men are created equal, all men are mortal, this is the one they always use in all the logic books. All men are mortal, even the Arab used it. All men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. So what is the middle term there? It's men, right? Because it's repeated twice. The middle term is always repeated twice. It has to be repeated in both. It has to be repeated in the minor premise. You have the major premise, the minor premise, and the conclusion. The middle term has to be. And that's what it's equal to. So all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. So men is the middle term, and what's equal to that is the mortality and Socrates. All right? That's the basic idea behind. And then the three laws. The law of identity, a thing is what it is. So when we say Socrates, we're not saying something else. We mean Socrates. When we say men, we mean men. We don't mean birds. So a thing has to refer to itself. And then the law of non-contradiction. Right? So A can't be not A, which is a take on the law of identity. And then the law of the excluded middle. These are the three. So that's the foundation of syllogism right there. The law of all or nothing, and then the common notion that things equal to the same thing are equal to themselves, and then these concepts of the law of the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and then the law of the excluded middle, which basically just says a thing cannot be both A and not A, right? It can't. It's an excluded middle there. So that's the basis of how this syllogism works. Now, Imam al-Ghazali wrote a very intriguing book called Qistas al-Mustaqim, and in that book he proves that there is a just scales. Zino bil-Qistas al-Mustaqim, weigh with the true scales. وَوَضَعَ الْمِيزَانَ أَلَّا تَطْغَوْا فِي الْمِيزَانِ. We gave you scales that you wouldn't transgress the scales. Right? So this is what he's saying. The scale is this ability to reason. He's saying that God gave us these scales in order for us to be able to know truth from falsehood. And he argues that the prophets teach this. He says he learned it in the Quran. Ibn Taymiyyah said he actually learned it from Ibn Sina. But I think even if he first learned it from Ibn Sina, then he saw it in the Quran, and it was from the prophets that he learned it at a deeper level. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive, those two statements. So then he says, وَهُوَ إِمَّا إِقْتِرَانِ كَقَوْلِنَا كُلُّ جِسْمٍ مُؤَلَّفٍ وَكُلُّ مُؤَلَّفٍ مُحْدَثٍ وَكُلُّ جِسْمٍ مُحْدَثٍ وإما استثنائي كقولنا إن كانت الشمس طالعة فالنهار موجود لكن الشمس طالعة فالنهار موجود وكقولنا إن كانت الشمس طالعة فالنهار موجود لكن النهار ليس بموجود فالشمس ليست بطالعة. So it is verbally uttered or mentally comprehended inference composed of statements, propositions that if conceded in and of themselves necessarily give rise to a third statement, the conclusion. It is either by coupling, and this is actually a categorical, because there's categorical syllogisms. Like our statement, every physical body is composed, and every composed thing is originated, hence every physical body is originated. And that's why you could also say every physical body is composed, right? And every composed thing is originated, hence every physical body is originated composed of accidents, right? So it has to be muhdath. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He's not composite. It's one of His realities, because something that's composite by nature is created. And then the conditional, he calls it exclusion. The conditional is if the sun has risen, then daylight is present. And indeed, the sun has risen, hence daylight is present. Or like our statement, if the sun has risen, then daylight is present. However, daylight is not present, hence the sun has not risen. والمكرر بين مقدمتي القياس يسمى حدا أوسط. وموضوع المطلوب يسمى حدا أصغر ومحموله يسمى حدا أكبر والمقدمة التي فيها الأصغر تسمى الصغرى والمقدمة التي فيها الأكبر تسمى كبرى وهيئة التأليف من الصغرى والكبرى تسمى شكلا. So the statement that is repeated within the two proposition is called the middle term. That's the one you want to identify. So when you see an argument, most arguments are in the form of what are called enthymemes, which are, they're missing one of the propositions, usually the minor. So when you're learning this, what it enables you to do is to take an argument that's obviously not, this is an artificial language, right? The syllogism. You have to understand that. People say, nobody talks like that, if the sun is out, then then it's daytime, right? People don't talk like that. But the point of this is, in the same way of reducing fractions, right? You take, like, if you have a fraction like 6/12, you can reduce that down to 1/2, right? If you understand what 6 is to 12, you'll understand what 1 is to 2, right? It's a ratio. What that does, it facilitates, you want to reduce fractions because it makes it easier to add, subtract, divide, multiply fractions, right? So it's something that you do in order to facilitate. The same thing that you're doing with this science is you're putting them into these simplified forms because you can evaluate the validity of the argument. And there are really fixed rules for this that will tell you very quickly whether it's a sound or an unsound argument. And in that way, it's an incredibly useful tool. And somebody who, obviously, if you have a very high level of natural intelligence, some people can do this without having to learn the rules. And that's what Ibn Taymiyyah said. Logic is superfluous for very smart people, and it's a waste of time for dullards. Right? But that's a fallacy there, right? What's the fallacy? Huh? It's not, yeah, well, exactly the extension. Like he's saying, therefore it's a waste of time. No, not everybody is really smart, and not everybody's really stupid. It doesn't extend to the whole of humanity. Most of us are somewhere in the middle, and that's where logic is really beneficial, right? And it just so happened that the Prophet ﷺ had so many brilliant people. Not all of them. Some of them, ya'arid al-qafa. The one of Sahaba, he went out with the 2 strings, trying to work out, like, because the Quran says, until you can see the difference between the white and the black thread. But it meant like on the horizon. So it was like metaphorical. Didn't mean literally. But he went out with the thing and he's trying to work out, with looking at the 2 strings. And the Prophet said, ya'arid al-qafa, like, because the Arabs had a belief, that it's like phrenology. Like if you have a flat back on your head, it means you're not very smart. So he was basically saying, come on, wise up. Don't take it literally. So not everybody gets things immediately. So the subject of the conclusion is called the minor term, and the predicate is called the major term. So when you get to so if you look, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates, minor term, is mortal major term. All right? So those are important to know. That's it. Because you only have 3 terms. That's a law of the syllogism. You can only have 3 terms in any syllogism. Only 3. And having a 4th term is a fallacy. The fallacy of the 4th term, the fallacy of amphibole, ambiguity. It's an ambiguous term. So I'll give you an example. If I say all power corrupts, a universal statement, right? All power corrupts. Knowledge is power. Francis Bacon said that, right? Knowledge is power. Therefore, knowledge corrupts. All knowledge is, all power corrupts. That's what Lord Acton said. All power corrupts. Knowledge is power. Therefore, power corrupts. What's that? Therefore, knowledge corrupts, yeah. So what is that valid by reasoning? What's that? What's that? Yeah, so that's a fallacy of 4th term because actually, wait, knowledge isn't all power corrupts, right? Knowledge is power. Therefore, knowledge corrupts. So what's the middle term? Power, right? That's a middle term. So how many terms do we have in the syllogism? We have knowledge, power, and corrupts. Those are the 3 terms. So a syllogism is valid if its terms are unambiguous, they're clear, right? They have to be this, right? Each one has to mean the same thing each time it's used. The premises are true. So do you accept the first premise? Power corrupts? Generally. I mean, it's generally true, right? Power corrupts. Do you accept the second premise? Knowledge is power? Okay. So the premises are true, right? So the conclusion, if the terms are clear, the premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. So knowledge corrupts. What's that? Yeah, it's power is the 4th term. Because in the first one, what type of power is he talking about? No, but what type of power corrupts? Political power, right? So he's talking about when people get into political power, it has this corrosive quality on the soul of the individual. So power corrupts. In the second one, knowledge is power. What type of power is he talking about? See, he's really talking about the power that science enables us to do things. Knowledge corrupts. What's that? Yeah, it's power is the 4th term. Because in the first one, what type of power is he talking about? No, but what type of power corrupts? Political power, right? So he's talking about when people get into political power, it has this corrosive quality on the soul of the individual. So power corrupts. In the second one, knowledge is power. What type of power is he talking about? See, he's really talking about the power that science enables us to do things, which arguably that type can be corrosive as well. But they're 2 different types, so you'd have to make a different syllogism to, do you see? They're 2 different types of power. They're not the same types of power. And that's why they're not, you have a 4th term there. You don't have 3 terms. And the law, the law, you always have to have 3 terms. The syllogisms can only have 3 propositions, right? I mean, these are laws that so let's see. Okay. I think I'm going to be able to finish this, inshallah. I'm hoping. Any questions? Any answers? Is the Socratic method inductive or deductive? Well, he uses both, but the syllogism is generally a deductive. It's a deductive approach, but you need some level of inductive reasoning enables you to arrive at deductive truths, right? Because you abstract the nature through the particulars. When you see the particulars, you grasp the nature. And the abstraction is what enables you to come to a universal, right? So in that way, they're both necessary. Skeptics will deny that you can go beyond the first. You know, in the Socratic method, the first is questions. He asks questions. Skeptics deny you can go beyond that. They'll say that you can't. In fact, there was a skeptic at the time of Aristotle who said that based on the law of identity, you can't say clouds are white. Because clouds are either clouds and white is either white, but clouds can't be white. So this is one of the skeptics. So what's the problem with that? I mean, how would you respond to that skeptic? Yeah, good. That's good. So if you understand the 5 predicables, you'll understand why that is not a problem. Because you're predicating whiteness on something that's a substance, right? Yeah. So the cloud is a substance, but it has accidents that are not, you know, they're not necessary. Like a cloud could be black. It's accidental. So it's not denying its nature, or it's not a contradiction in that way. But I mean, the skeptics, they're an interesting bunch. And then empiricists will not go beyond induction. An empiricist will say you can't really get a universal from all these particulars. These are nominalists. And the problem today, most, you know, if you're in academia, in science or anything like that, what you're dealing with metaphysically is nominalists. Most people are nominalists metaphysically, and we're not. We're essentialists. We believe in essences. Whether those essences, like Ibn Arabi argues, whether they're real and they have a real existence, a'yan thabita, or whether they have wujud dhihni, that's a debate amongst the ulama. But they're in agreement that there are essences. And then, so they're nominalists metaphysically, they're atheists theologically. They tend to be. So these are the assumptions that they have. They're atheists theologically. And then they're materialists, right? In terms of their view, you know, anthropologically. They're just the way they deal with humans. This is what Kreft argues, and I think it's accurate. And they're empiricists by their epistemology, so they don't believe in rationalism. And if you're interested in this topic, there's an incredible book. It's probably one of the most interesting books on this subject. If you're a doctor, a physician, called Divided Legacy by Harris Coulter. It's 3 volumes, but if you want this problem, it's all articulated in the first volume. But it's an amazing book that argues that there have been 2 forms of medicine, and they've been in an antagonistic relationship throughout history, which is empirical medicine and rational medicine. Chinese medicine is rational, which doesn't mean that it doesn't have an empirical aspect, but it's rational in that it has a theory, and then it applies that theory to the particulars. So, if you go see Dr. Yang, and he takes your pulse, he's going to say your lung qi is weak. Or he looks at your tongue, and because of the color of your tongue, he discerns that you have too much heat. That's a rational medicine, because he's using empirical signs, but he has a rational theory of why those things, why the tongue is dark as opposed to light. Because a healthy tongue should be very pink, light pink, generally. Obviously that's not for all, because certain groups of people you have to take into consideration. Different groups, but generally that's true, and you'll see that with children too. And then they should be moist, and you have too much heat, they tend to get dry. So that's a rational approach to medicine. Homeopathy is a rational medicine. There's a theory behind it. Whereas in allopathic medicine, it's purely empirical. There's no real theories behind asthma. You just treat it, the symptoms. They can give you, that this person has atopic, they have certain reactive airway disease, or they have, they'll have causation. They'll talk about causation, but they don't have real theories about why these things happen, why they come about. And that also, when you get into looking at logic, you have to discern what types of because that you're using. Is it a causative, logical, psychological? People use those in different ways. And so they can give you a cause and effect type of because, but they can't really give you a logical because in medicine, allopathic. Any other questions?
Unfortunately, we're out of time for
Okay,
questions.
fortunately for me.
Unfortunately for us.
Barakallah fiki. Please don't, this is really to expose you to something. I'm really hoping you got that first section on understanding. I hope you have the general idea behind the propositions. When we get into the syllogisms, I hope you get a general understanding of what it is. It'll familiarize you with a certain way of doing things, but I don't want you to say, I'm not getting any of this, I'm not, it takes time and work. There's a book by a Confucius teacher called Knowledge Painfully Acquired. People tend to forget that knowledge takes work, that it's not just, oh, I'm not getting it. Well, you have to work at it. And the harder you work at it, the easier it gets. And some people get things much quicker, but that's not necessarily a good thing. My teachers, my Mauritanian teachers always said that people that get things really quick usually lose them quick. Whereas people that it takes time, they usually have a better grasp of them once they get them. So, Allah gives to whom He pleases. And my advice to the students, they asked me to give some advice to the students over at the madrasa here in Konya. I told them, some of you guys are going to be really fast, and some of you are going to be slow. The fast ones, stay humble and don't have contempt for the slow ones. And the slow ones, stay optimistic and don't have envy for the fast ones. Because the fast one now might later be slow, and the slow one now might later be fast. Right? Because Allah is Al-Fatah. Imam Al-Taftazani, they thought he was like an idiot in the madrasa. They used to make fun of him. Man, did he show them. Subhanakallah bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. The qaida number 20 is of Sidi Ahmed Zarruq from قواعد التصوف is الاشتراك في الأصل يقضي بالاشتراك في الحكم. So he gives the qaida first, and then the rest is kind of a commentary on the qaida. So the qaida here is الاشتراك في الأصل يقضي بالاشتراك في الحكم. That something that has a common source, then it shares in the same ruling, has the same hukm or category, it's categorized or has the same ruling. والفقه والتصوف شقيقان في الدلالة على أحكام الله تعالى وحقوقه، فلهما حكم الأصل الواحد في الكمال والنقص، إذ ليس أحدهما بأولى من الآخر في مدلوله. وقد صح أن العمل شرط كمال العلم فيهما وفي غيرهما، لا شرط صحة فيه، إذ لا ينتفي بانتفائه بل قد يكون دونه، لأن العلم إمام العمل فهو سابق في وجوده حكما وحكمة، بل ولو شرط الاتصال لبطل أخذه، كما أنه لو شرط في الأمر والنهي العمل للزم ارتفاعهما بفساد الزمان، وذلك غير سائغ شرعا ولا محمود في الجملة، بل قد أثبت الله العلم لمن يخشاه وما نفاه عمن لم يخشاه، واستعاذ عليه الصلاة والسلام من علم لا ينفع، وقال أشد الناس عذابا يوم القيامة عالم لم ينفعه الله بعلمه، فسماه عالما مع عدم انتفاعه، فيلزم استفادة العلم من كل محق فيه ومحقق له، وليس ضرر علمه في وجه إلقائه كعدم اتصافه. فافهم. So he's saying that الاشتراك في الأصل يقضي بالاشتراك في الحكم. So when the source is common, that determines a common ruling. So in fiqh, for instance, if the source is an intoxicant, even though they're different types of intoxicant, then the ruling is the same. So he's saying that fiqh and tasawwuf are shaqiqani fi dalalati ala ahkami Allahi ta'ala wa huquqi. That fiqh and tasawwuf are their sister or brothers in their dalala, that they're indicating the rulings of God. So fiqh indicates the outward rulings, tasawwuf indicates the inward rulings. So in that, they're both related to the ahkam of Allah, and in that way they have the same hukm. فَلَهُمَا حُكْمَ الْأَصْلَ الْوَاحِدِ. Because they're from the same source, they both are dalalat ala ahkamillah. They indicate the rulings of Allah. Then they have the same source, and so they have the same ruling based on this qaida. In both their kamal and their naqs, in both their wholeness and in their whatever they're deficient in. إِذْ لَيْسَ أَحَدُهُمَا بِأَوْلَى مِنَ الْآخَرِ فِي مَدْلُولِهِ. Because one, you can't say one is more important than the other. One is the outward and the other is the inward. And you can't say the outward is not important or the inward's more important, because both of them, like body and mind, you can't separate the two in that way. وَقَدْ صَحَّ أَنَّ الْعَمَلَ شَرْطُ كَمَالَ الْعِلْمِ فِيهِمَا. And it's true that action is a condition of completion. كَمَالَ الْعِلْمِ فِيهِمَا. That it's a condition of the perfection of one's knowledge in it. So if you have knowledge, then when you act upon it, your knowledge is complete, because part of the purpose of knowledge, not the only purpose. And I mentioned earlier, with knowledge you have productive
knowledges, you have practical knowledges, and then you have theoretical knowledges. Tasawwuf has practical and theoretical aspects. So the practical knowledges are ones that enable us to transform ourselves in a positive way. So medicine is like that. But medicine has theory also. So there's things that you learn in medicine that don't have practical application, but they're necessary in order for you to better understand what you're doing. And so he says, what لا شرط صحة فيه, but it's not a condition of soundness. So you have شروط الصحة, which are those things that make something sound. Like for instance, you can't pray dhuhr until the dhuhr time comes in, right? If it's not in, then you can't pray it. So that's a condition of the soundness of the prayer. So when you have a condition of soundness, it's not necessarily a condition of kamal, because like shartu kamal is to pray in the first prayer time, right? It's not a condition of soundness, but rather a condition of completeness, that the prayer is complete in that, or that's one of the conditions for it to be a complete prayer. Kamal is a hard word to translate, I think. I mean, in some ways it means perfect, but al-kamalu lillah, like the Arabs say, perfection is God's. But it also has to do with al-yawm akmaltu lakum dinakum, I have completed your religion. So it's when something's complete, it's kamil, right? And then he says, إِذْ لَا يَنْتَفِي بِانْتِفَائِهِ, because it's not nullified by the absence of that thing. So you can't say that, oh, because you don't have that condition, it's no longer binding, right? Whereas with a shart sahha, it is, right? If you don't have that condition, that, not binding, but rather it doesn't have its validity. بَلْ قَدْ يَكُونُ دُونُهُ لِأَنَّ الْعِلْمَ إِمَامَ الْعَمَلِ. So it can be less than that because knowledge is the imam of action. فَهُوَ سَابِقٌ فِي وُجُودِهِ. Because it's the imam, it's in front. You put it before the action. So he's saying it precedes the existence of the action, the knowledge. حُكْمًا وَحِكْمَةً. By ruling, but also by the divine wisdom in it. بَلْ لَوْ شُرِطَ الْاتصَّالُ لَبَطُلُ أَخْذُهُ. If we made it a condition that action and knowledge had to be combined, then the purpose, the actual obtaining of knowledge would have no meaning, right? If you have to act while you're learning, then you could never learn, because you have to learn before you act, right? العلم إمام العمل. So he's saying that that's not true. كما أنه لو شرط في الأمر والنهي العمل لَلَزِمَ إِرْتِفَاعُهُمَا بِفَسَادِ الزَّمَانِ. In the same way that if we made it a condition in Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar, al-Amal, if everybody that did Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar had to act according to it, then that would mean there would be no Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar when times are corrupt, when nobody's behaving appropriately. So he's saying that that's not true. وَذَلِكَ غَيْرُ سَائِغٍ شَرْعًا. You can't say, so just because somebody's not doing something, if he sees something wrong, he still should condemn it. وَلَا مَحْمُودٌ فِي الْجُمْلَةِ. And it's not praiseworthy in summation. بَلْ قَدْ أَثْبَتَ اللَّهُ الْعِلْمَ لِمَنْ يَخْشَاهُ وَمَا نَفَاهُ عَمَّنْ لَمْ يَخْشَاهُ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has asserted knowledge for the one who has khashya of him. إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاء. Allah said that. But he said, but that doesn't negate, right? It doesn't negate, because why? إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاء. Why? Logically. If Allah says only those who have khashya, the only ones that have khashya are the ulama. he's saying, وَمَا نَفَاهُ عَمَّنْ لَمْ يَخْشَاهُ, but he didn't negate it. He's asserting something for the, right? But he's not negating it. Do you see? He said, إِنَّمَا يَخْشَى اللَّهَ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ الْعُلَمَاءُ. Only the ulama have khashya of Allah. Right? He's saying there that you need knowledge to have khashya of Allah. But he's not negating that there are people with knowledge that don't have khashya of Allah. He's asserting something, but he's not negating the opposite, right? Why? Yeah, but what, I mean, logically though, what, because we learned rules that, mm-hmm. Right. In conversion, right, if you say all those who fear Allah are scholars, right, in conversion, you can't convert a universal positive, right, necessarily. You can only convert a universal negative, right? So if it said none of those, then you could convert it. But here, so that's what he's saying, basically, that because he confirmed that they have khashya, he didn't negate that those, he didn't negate people that don't have fear. He didn't negate their knowledge. That's his point. وَاسْتَعَاذَ عَلَيْهِ الصَّلَاةُ وَالسَّلَامُ مِنْ عِلْمٍ لَا يَنْفَعُ. And the Prophet ﷺ sought refuge from knowledge that was of no benefit. وقال أشد الناس عذابا يوم القيامة عالم لم ينفعه الله بعلمه. That the worst people punished on the day of judgment is a knowledgeable person who Allah didn't benefit him by his knowledge. That's the worst. نسأل الله العافية. فسماه عالما, but he still called him an alim. Right? He still called him an alim because he didn't do his actions. So to say that somebody is not an alim because they don't act according to their knowledge is negating what's just been asserted. Because the hadith says, alimun lam yanfa'ahu Allah bi'ilmihi. So benefiting from your knowledge is not a condition of having the knowledge. فَسَمَاهُ عَالِمًا مَعَ عَدَمِ انْتِفَاعِهِ فَيَلْزَمُ اسْتِفَادَةَ الْعِلْمِ مِنْ كُلِّ مُحَقٍ فِيهِ وَمُحَقِّقٍ لَهُ. Which means that you have to benefit. It's necessary to benefit from the knowledge of everyone who has that knowledge and who's a muhaqqiq lahu. So if you have a grammarian, like for instance, if there's a master grammarian, but he's Christian, right? So he's not, even though you want to learn the grammar to read the Quran and he doesn't believe in the Quran, if he has that knowledge, then you could take that knowledge from him. Right? And many other knowledges are like that. So then he says, لَيْسَ ضَرُرُ عِلْمِهِ فِي وَجْهِ إِلْقَائِهِ, because the harm is not in his teaching it. It's in that he doesn't embody it. It's not the teaching. It's in that, they say it's like the candle. The scholar that teaches but doesn't act on his knowledge is like the candle that burns. It lights others while it destroys itself. So it's an interesting qa'idah. And then he says in 21, الأغرب في الظهور لازم في الاستظهار بما يلازمه وقد عرف أن التصوف لا يعرف إلا مع العمل به فالاستظهار به دون عمل تدريس وإن كان العمل شرط كماله وقد قيل العلم بالعمل فإن وجده وإلا ارتحل أعاذنا الله من علم بلا عمل آمين. So now that he's established that, right? Like, it's very interesting what he did. Okay, so in this previous qaida, he's explaining that, that action is not a condition of the soundness of the knowledge itself, right? So you can have sound knowledge without action. But it's a condition of its completeness, that you don't have complete knowledge unless you're acting according to it. But in the next one he says, Al-aghrabu fi al-dhuhur lazimun fi al-istidhar. Most things that can be seen in how they manifest can also be done in appearance. So what's manifest in reality can also appear to be manifest. Right? Bima yulazimuhu, because of the nature of the relationship of appearance and reality. Appearance and reality are very, very strange things in the world, because many things appear to us one way and in reality they're something else. And so somebody can appear to be trustworthy, but in fact they're not. They can appear to be a good person, but they're not. And that's what he's saying, is that, this is what con men know. Right? Grifters are masters of preying on people's sense of what's good and decency, and they'll always pretend to be helping. وَقَدْ عُرِفَ أَنَّ التَّصَوُّفْ لَا يُعْرَفُ إِلَّا مَعَ الْعَمَلِ بِهِ. And it's well known that tasawwuf is not known except by action according to it. فَالِاسْتِظْهَارُ بِهِ دُونَ عَمْرٍ تَدْرِيسٍ. So to appear without acting is a type of deception. وَإِنْ كَانَ الْعَمْرُ شَرْطُ كَمَالِهِ. Even though action is the condition of its completion. Because he just mentioned in the previous qaida. وَقَدْ قِيلَ الْعِلْمُ بِالْعَمَلِ فَإِنْ وَجَدَهُ وَإِلَى ارْتَحَلْ. And it's been said, knowledge is by action. If it finds it, so if it finds it, it stays. If it doesn't, it goes. Right? So there's a condition. It's a jumla, shartiyya. لا يصرح, قاعدة 22, last one, short. لا يصرح العمر بالشيء إلا بعد معرفة حكمه ووجهه. That knowledge in a thing is never sound until after the ruling is known and the purpose of what you're doing it, why you're doing it. فقول القائل لا تعلم حتى أعمل كقوله لا تداوى حتى تذهب علتي فهو لا يتداوى ولا تذهب علته. So if somebody says, I'm not going to learn until I act, that's like saying, I'm not going to take the medicine until I get better. So he's not going to take the medicine and he's not going to get better. ولكن العلم ثم العمل ثم النشر ثم الإجادة وبالله توفيق. But the tartib, the process, is to have knowledge and then action and then spreading it. What you've learned and what you act on, you teach to others. ثم الإجادة. And then that's the accomplishment. One is accomplished in doing that. Because they fulfilled all of the obligations of it. To study, to act, and then to teach others. So the let's see. والأشكال أربعة لأن الحد الأوسط إن كان محمولا في الصغرى وموضوعا في الكبرى وهو الشكل الأول وإن كان بالعكس فهو الرابع وإن كان موضوعا فيهما فهو الثالث وإن محمولا فيهما فهو الثاني فهذه هي الأشكال الأربعة المذكورة في المنطق. So the syllogism is it's basically the way we reason. We don't necessarily do it with all the steps. but all arguments will basically have this fundamental design by nature. And so what he's saying is that the figure, there are 4 figures in Mantiq. And if you and this is the way I learned it, but if you go MP, write it down, MP, PM, so map PAM, and then do that again on one column, MP, PM, MP, PM. And then under the first one put SM, the second one put SM, the third one put MS, and the fourth one put MS. So this is basically how these ashkal work. Because what you're looking at is you have a major term, a minor term, and a middle term, right? Because every syllogism can only have 3 terms. That's a law. If you have 4 terms, it's a fallacy. And so when you look at the P is your major term. That's called the predicate. It's your major term. Why? Because the major term is the predicate of the conclusion. You can only know the major term when you do your when you find your conclusion. All right. The major term is going to be the predicate of the conclusion, and the minor term, which is the S, is the subject of the conclusion. All right. So you have in the first one you have the middle term, and then you have the major term, and then you have the minor term, and then you have the middle term. Got that? The first one. So it's MP, SM. The middle term has to be repeated twice. It has to be in both premises. If it's not, it's not a sound syllogism. It has to be in both. So that's the first. That's the first type. All right. And so there are 4 figures for if the middle term is the predicate of the minor premise and the subject of the major premise, right? So he's explained what the middle term is: the predicate of the minor premise and the subject of the major premise. The form is the first figure. All right? Shakl al-awwal. It's called a shakl in Arabic. The opposite is the 4th figure. Okay, so that's the opposite. If it is the subject of both, the form is the 3rd, and if it is the predicate of both, the form is the 2nd. These then are the 4 figures of a syllogism in logic. Now, these figures then, okay, so والشكل الثاني منها يرتد إلى الأول بعكس الكبرى، والثالث يرتد إليه بعكس الصغرى، والرابع يرتد إليه بعكس الترتيب أو بعكس المقدمتين جميعا، والكامل البين الإنتاج هو الأول. So, Aristotle believed that the first figure was the ideal figure, because he said that it was a perfect syllogism, and the other 3 were imperfect. And some of them don't even, like Imam al-Ghazali doesn't even include the 4th figure in his Qistas al-Mustaqim. He gives 5 scales, and it's basically the first 3 figures, and then the conjunctive and disjunctive conditionals. Those are the scales that he says are the true Quranic scales for knowledge. So one of the things that Aristotle then, in order to get to this perfect syllogism, you had to reduce arguments. And reduction, that's why you learn conversion, aversion, contraposition. These are ways of taking propositions and putting them into forms that you can put into that first figure. So this is the ideal when you do that. And like I said, we can't, this course, we just don't have time. But my hope, again, is that your interest is picked enough that you will want to pursue this as a subject, because it's worth pursuing. And again, our scholars were very committed to it, and it's just, our tradition is replete with examples from this science, as well as Western tradition. If you read any serious Western works, you're going to recognize pretty quickly that they all studied logic. I mean, any of the nonfiction works of, you know, if you read Hume, if you read Locke, if you read Mill, any of these writers that you will see, and certainly the earlier ones, St. Thomas, they're all working with this science. So that's very important to keep in mind. So reducing is basically, it's taking a syllogism, one type, and turning it into another type. And so he's going to go into the وَالشَّكْلُ الرَّابِعُ مِنْهَا بَعِيدٌ عَنَ الطَّبْعِ جِدًّا. So he's saying the fourth figure is very unnatural, which is where you have a it's a universal negative in the first premise, and then a positive particular in the second, and a negative particular in the third. That's the fourth one, and he's saying that that's a very unnatural type of syllogism. So it's one that, I mean, if you look, see, the nice thing about learning the system also is the syllogisms, because there's four figures, and then the way that you can mix them up, right, is 16, and then with the moods you get up to 64. So there are actually 64 possible types of syllogism, but out of those 64, only 19 of them are valid forms. And from those 19, only 12 really come out as being useful. So once you learn that, you can analyze quickly by just identifying the major term, identifying the minor term, identifying the middle term, and then you can analyze the argument very quickly and determine whether or not it's a sound argument. And there's ways of doing that. There's basically four techniques that have been, there are four ways of doing that. The first one is Aristotle's method, which is through he had six things that were necessary. And if those 6 things, if there was a breach in any one of those 6 things, then it was invalid as a syllogism. And the second way is the Euler. There's 2 logicians that designed ways of determining whether a syllogism was sound through circles and diagrams. So that's another way. It's not that hard to learn. It's just basically, you have a subject and a predicate. All men are mortal. So you have mortal is your big circle, and then inside that is the men, because all men are mortal. There's other things that are mortal, right? Because in the first one it's distributed, in the second one it's undistributed, right? Which is, in other words, when we say all men are mortal, it doesn't mean all mortals are men, right? Because that's not convertible. You can't convert a universal positive. So those are another two ways. And then the final way is a way that was developed by the medieval scholastics, which is basically learning a mnemonic device, and then you can determine. So for instance, in the first figure, which is the MPSM, right? That's the first figure. So the major, the middle term is the subject of the first premise, and then the major term is the predicate, and then in the second one, the minor term is the subject, and the middle term is the predicate. All right, so that's in that first figure. There's basically you have the ideal one is called Barbara. All right, he's going to go into these, I think, in the next. So let me just. والشكل الأول هو الذي جعل معيارا للعلوم. So the first figure, so he says, the one who has a sound intellect and an upright nature does not need to turn the second into the first. The second only yields a conclusion when the premises differ in affirmation and negation. So the first figure is the one that is considered a standard for various fields of study, so that we explain it here for it to serve as a template, and so the aim may be derived. So, ضروبه المنتجة أربعة. So, its valid moods, ضروب, that yield a conclusion are four. الأول كقولنا كل جسم مؤلف وكل مؤلف محدث وكل جسم محدث فكل جسم محدث. والثاني كقولنا كل جسم مؤلف ولا شيء من المؤلف بقديم فلا شيء من الجسم بقديم. والثالث كقولنا بعض الجسم مؤلف وكل مؤلف حادث وبعض الجسم حادث. والرابع كقولنا بعض الجسم مؤلف ولا شيء من المؤلف بقديم فبعض الجسم ليس بقديم. So these are the four moods of the first shekel. These are ideal for Aristotle. So all of the other, in your other three figures, they can be reduced to one of these four, all right, to get a perfect, more ideal. Now his favorite one was called Barbara, and this is a Latin term. Barbara it has three A's, so the voweling is Barbara, right? A. So this is called an AAA. So it has all of the propositions, including the two premises, which are also called the antecedent, and then the consequent, which is the conclusion. The two premises are both universal statements. And remember, a singular statement in logic is considered a universal. So if I say all men are mortal, that's an A statement, right? And then I say Socrates is a man, that's an A statement. Therefore, Socrates is mortal, that's an A statement. So that's called a Barbara. And that's the ideal one. And that's a valid. Now remember, you have formal logic and you have informal logic. In formal logic, you can have something that is logically valid, but it's still not true. So if I do this, I can say, all cats are divine, right? That's an A statement. All cats are divine. My cat Tippy is a cat. Therefore, Tippy is divine. That is logically valid. But remember, you can have a valid syllogism, but the propositions aren't true. Because what do we have to have in order for it to be absolutely true statement? We have to have clear terms, we have to have true propositions, and we have to have a valid reasoning. So you can have valid reasoning without true propositions, and you can have true propositions without clear terms, right? So it's important, you have to have all three. So that's an example of the first one, Barbara. The second one is called Celarent. Celarent, C-E-L-A-R-E-N-T. Celarent has an E, an A, and then an E. All right? So every physical body is composed. Nothing is composed is pre-eternal, hence no physical body is pre-eternal. Now the way that would be in Celarent would be nothing that is composed is pre-eternal. So there's your E statement. Every physical body is composed, right? There's your A statement. Therefore, no physical body is pre-eternal. There's your E statement. You got that? So that's the Celarent. Celarent. That's the second figure. And then the third one is called Darii. D-A-R-I-I. And that has a universal and then two particular positive statements. Two I statements. All right? So the third valid mood is some physical bodies are composed. Every composed thing is temporal. Hence, some physical bodies are temporal. So the way we would put that in a Dari would be every composed thing is temporal. Some physical bodies are composed. Some physical bodies are temporal. Do you see that? And then the fourth valid mood is some physical bodies are composed and nothing that is composed is pre-eternal. Hence, some physical bodies are not pre-eternal. And that's Ferio. That's the last one. So that would be E-I-O. Now, to put that in a pure Ferio, it would be nothing that is composed is pre-eternal. Some physical bodies are composed. Hence, some physical bodies are not pre-eternal. So the middle term is repeated twice, which in that case is what? Composed, right? And so what's the major term? Good, pre-eternal, right? Because it's the predicate. The major term is the predicate of the conclusion. The minor term is the subject of the conclusion. So some physical bodies is the minor term. The major term is pre-eternal. So those those are called the moods of the first figure. And again, those are the ones that, those are the ones that he wanted to do. And then, then he says, وَالِقْتِرَانِ إِمَّا مُرَكَّبٌ مِّنْ حَمْرِيَتَيْنِ كَمَا مَرَّ. So a categorical syllogism is either composed of two categorical propositions as explained above. وإما من متصلتين كقولنا إن كانت الشمس طالعة فالنهار موجود وكلما كان النهار موجودا فالأرض مضيئة ينتج إن كانت الشمس طالعة فالأرض مضيئة. Or of two conjunctive conditional propositions like our statement, if the sun has risen, then daylight is present, and whenever daylight is present, the earth is illuminated, which yields, if the sun has risen, the earth is illuminated. وَإِمَّا مُرَكَّبٌ مِّن مُنْفَصِلَتَيْنِ. So you have the conjunctive and the disjunctive, which are used, the more the disjunctive in the Quran is used. كقولنا كل عدد فهو إما زوج أو فرد وكل زوج فهو إما زوج الزوج أو زوج الفرد ينتج من هاتين المقدمتين كل عدد فهو إما فرد أو زوج الزوج أو زوج الفرد. So, or of two disjunctive conditional propositions like our statement, every number is either even or odd, and every even number is either a pair of even numbers or a pair of odd numbers, which yields from these two propositions, every number is either odd, a pair of even numbers, or a pair of odd numbers. So the way that you would determine the way that Aristotle, and this is the medieval scholastic one, it's a little cumbersome, but it's actually for reducing, I think it's better. Even though Kreft kind of he just says it's a historical curiosity. I don't totally agree with him. I think it's actually a really useful tool, because what you can determine immediately, see, if you know that there's a negative premise, then it has to be negative, the conclusion. Cannot have a negative premise and a positive conclusion. So if you have O or E, like Ferio, right? Boom, it's a negative conclusion. It just tells you immediately that form is a negative conclusion. If you have, like Daddy, if you have a particular, then the conclusion has to be particular. So if there's a particular in the premise, the conclusion has to be particular, right? So in terms of the rules that Aristotle laid out, the first two have to do with the form itself. It has to have 3 terms and only 3 terms. And it has to have 3 propositions. When there's more than 3 terms, in other words, you use an equivocal term, then it's the fallacy of 4 terms. It has sometimes ambiguity, amphibly, something. So that's a really important rule. And a lot of mistakes are made from that, ignoring that rule. Because when you talk about, if you talk about, if you use a word, you have to use it with the same meaning in both of your premises, right? The term has to have the same meaning, right? And remember the comprehension of what it is. Once the term is defined, then that is going to tell you what it is. So if you talk about liberty, if you're talking about political liberty in one term and then spiritual liberty in another term, right? Then obviously you're going to have confusion. It's not going to be a valid way of reasoning. And so 3 terms, 3 propositions. It has to have 3 propositions only. And then the middle term, which is the M, the middle term has to be distributed at least once. So it has to be the subject of a positive statement, or it has to be the predicate of a negative statement, universal. So it has to be distributed. And you get in, this is the fallacy of the undistributed middle. It happens a lot. So I'll give you an example of that. If I say, all animals, all ruminants are animals, right? Birds are not ruminants, right? Therefore, birds are not animals. All ruminants are animals. Birds are not ruminants. Therefore, birds are not animals. Right? So what's the problem with that? What's that? Identify it, though, in the actual syllogism. Where's the problem? What's that? So, all ruminants are animals. That's distributed. Yeah, exactly. So animals is an undistributed term. Why? Because in a universal positive statement, the predicate is undistributed, right? The subject is distributed. All ruminants are animals. You can't, the axe of it, the conversion is what? All animals are ruminants. So you can't say that, right? So animals is undistributed. It doesn't apply to all animals. So birds are not ruminants. So that you can't you can't take from that, you can't conclude that birds are not animals. Right? Got that? So that's the undistributed middle, and that's a very common fallacy. And then also you can't have a term that actually, that was I think that's an undistributed. You can't have a term, yeah, that's actually another type of fallacy, because it's actually a fallacy where you can't have a term that is distributed. It's undistributed in the in one of the premises, and then it's distributed in the conclusion. Okay, so that's actually an example of that. The other one would be can't think of one right now, but so one of them is the problems of distribution is the middle term has to be distributed at least once. It has to. So you have to have a middle term that is either a subject of a universal statement, or it's a predicate of a negative statement, universal negative. So that's a distributed middle. You have to have the distributed middle somewhere, because what is what's the foremost rule of the syllogism? What's it based on? What's that? What's it based on? The number one rule. Remember, I did the 6 rules that. That's the second rule. Yeah, that's the second rule. What was the first one? It's the great insight of, it's the E equals MC squared of Aristotle. It's the dictum, right? Yeah, it's the dictum de omni et nullo. It's the all or nothing law. So the reason that we can reason is because what is said about a universal, right? So if I say something about a distributed term, then the same thing can be said about each thing that it refers to. That's the basis of logic. So you always have to have that middle term distributed in one of the premises, because what you're doing in that second law is you're showing that 2 things equal to a third thing are equal to each other, or 2 things, one being equal, right? Only one of them being equal to that third thing means that they're not equal to each other. So that's pretty much what you're doing in logic. It's those 2 fundamental principles. The first one is that law of all or nothing, and the second one is that common notion that 2 things equal to a third thing are equal to themselves. That's logic right there. And that's based on the 3 laws: the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle, right? Because when you say something about something, you're assuming that that thing is what it is. And then when you're saying, you know, that something is not that thing, then you're also assuming that a thing is not what it isn't, right? So it can't contradict itself. It can't be something. And then finally, it can't be both this or both that. It can't be A and not A. So that's the foundation. The whole thing is there in that. So you have to have a distributed middle in one of those premises in order for this thing to work, right? And then the second thing relates you have to have, if you have a negative, then the conclusion has to be negative, right? So if you have a negative in the premises, then it has to have a negative conclusion. And then it cannot have two negatives in the premise. So those are the rules that Aristotle put forward. And if any of those rules are broken, then it's an invalid syllogism. That's pretty much it. And that is, the tricky thing is identifying. It's when terms are ambiguous. It's not always clear that they're ambiguous. The other ones just take practice. Seeing an undistributed fallacy, or illicit major or illicit minor fallacy, those just take practice. And I would recommend, you know, if you pursue logic, the textbooks that deal with this, like Copy, has a lot of examples that you can practice on. And practice, you know, you just get better with, sorry, you just get better with practice. So he's got a lot of examples in his little commentary down here. So, any questions? I'm starting to fag a little bit. I apologize. So. Ramadan. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
You mentioned that the Prophet used syllogisms.
Yeah.
But throughout history, there have been some theologians who have said that syllogisms don't make sense. I think Bacon is one. He said that they don't make sense, and he came up with a different theory.
Yeah, induction.
Could you describe which one is better? If
Well, again, the reason they don't make sense to Bacon is because he was basically a nominalist. And once you accept nominalism, which, you know, is one way of viewing the world, they make generalizations, they don't make abstractions. So they differentiate between generalizations and abstractions. A generalization is you look at a bunch of things out there that in your mind they're all different, but you're making generalizations about them. Abstracting is saying, no, there's something common. There's a universal. There's one in many that I can pull out. And that's the basis of deductive reasoning and the syllogism. If you don't accept that, then the syllogism doesn't make sense. So it's one of those things where it's just like, you know, if you look at evolution, evolution is predicated on the assumption that the only acceptable explanation for anything is a natural explanation. That you cannot make a supernatural explanation and call it scientific. So if that's your assumption, then you're obviously, it's an atheistic assumption about the nature of the world. You're not going to conclude that God made the world because you're not accepting or allowing for that premise to ever be entertained in your mind, because it's a supernatural proposition. It's not a natural. So that's the same. John Stuart Mill was of the same opinion. I mean, Bacon was the first one, and Bacon, Francis Bacon, you know, bacon, what can I say? You know, Muslims don't like bacon. Yeah, I mean, he was a really weird guy. He was an occultist. He was heavily into, you know, very weird things. So, I mean, that's an ad hominem attack, and when you learn logical fallacies, yeah. But ad hominems are useful. Yeah. So.
I think that's all the time we have today for questions.
Okay, I appreciate that. How how are you people? Is it starting to kind of, you know, Madiha, who studied? Where's Madiha? Yeah, okay. Madiha studied at Zaytuna, and when I told the story in the beginning about the man, he went to the teacher and he studied logic, and they completed it, and he said, go to the suq and then come back. Nothing happened. He said, we got to do it again. On the third time, he comes running back. Oh my God, Sheikh, you can't believe it. They're all using logic in the marketplace. Khalas, he knew, he got it. It just takes time, right? Don't you agree? Yeah. But it's very interesting, and it's very useful, and it really does help. You know, anybody that gets a firm grasp of this science is a very formidable, intellectually, you know, very formidable. And unfortunately, you know, Muslims have, I mean, I'll give you an example. Sheikh Muhammad Amin al-Shinqiti, who wrote Adwa al-Bayan, he was a great Mauritanian scholar, really brilliant scholar. And he inclined towards the Salafi position. He lived in Medina. But he was a master of logic. I mean, just a total master of logic. And he actually wrote a book on logic, and even though you know, they don't really permit logic in their teaching curriculum there, but he wrote it under a different name. So it's basically a book on logic, but he just didn't call it logic. Because he really felt like in order to understand usul al-fiqh and other sciences in Islam, you really have to have a knowledge of this, because that's what all the ulama were working with. But anyway, I heard from his son told me that he was there at the Masjid al-Nabawi, and one of the Shia scholars, who the Shias are, that's all they study in Qom. I mean, they really learn logic very well. And that's not all they study, but that was hyperbole. They study logic a lot. The Turkish scholars study logic a lot. They're really, really well grounded in logic. But he said that this Shia scholar was running rings around one of the ulama there in Medina. He was a Saudi scholar. And he was really confusing him. And he was making him say things, and through logic, he was just winning this debate with him about whether Sunni or Shia was the... So Shaykh Muhammad Amin came up and sat down, and he joined in. And because he knew logic so well, he started like, you know, it's like chess masters, right? Because, you know, you play chess with a chess master. If you don't know chess, it's literally 3 moves, and he's saying checkmate. And you're like, what happened? You know, because you can get checkmate in like 3 or 4 moves. So that's an example of just where somebody who was skilled in that. And also, Freydun's gone, but his teacher, Dr. Barakat, is a really wonderful man. He's a scholar from Afghanistan, and he studied in the traditional Afghani madrasa system. So he had to do the Isagoji, and he had to do the Shamsiya, and he really knows logic, and it's all just rote memorization. And he told me that when the communists started coming into Afghanistan, the only people that could debate with them were the ulama that were trained in logic. Because the communists were all using these fallacies, and it was only the ulama that knew that traditional. And he said that they used to have debates with them, and they would just show how flimsy their arguments were. So this is not a theoretical, this is an art and a science. It has a theoretical component, but it's also a science. It has real practical application. And that's why, to learn it really well, I mean, you know, over the years, I've just seen how formidable Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya is in his reasoning. And he's spent a lot of time, because usul al-fiqh is, I mean, he's an ocean in knowledge generally, but usul al-fiqh is his main area of focus over the years, because he's taught it, he's written on it. But mashallah, I mean, he's tafsir, qira'at, lugha al-arabiyya, hadith wala haraj. He's just amazing in Arabic. And he learns something really quickly. He also knows French really well. I gave him a couple of really interesting books on French logic, you know, written by French writers that I like. But, you know, I've just seen that his knowledge of logic has, I mean, he gave an incredible talk in Spain. Some of you might have been there. He gave it on the 4 Aristotelian causes and related that to usul al-fiqh. And it was an amazing way of looking at usul al-fiqh. So, you know, when you hear him talk, you'll hear him using all this terminology. And, you know, al-qawl al-sharih. I mean, he's involved now in tahqiq al-manatiq. What he's saying, he said to me several times, one of the problems that he finds is that the ulama don't know logic anymore. So it's really difficult for them to deal with a lot of the problems that need, for instance, definitions. If you don't know how to define something, it's a problem. And before you can, al-hukmu ala shay'in fara'na an tasawwurihi, you have to conceptualize something. Conceptualization enables you to define it, and then once you've defined it, you can make a judgment about it. So, you know, he's saying that tasawwurat now are, people don't have sound conceptualizations of a lot of the problems. Anyway, we should pray. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. نويت التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. بسم الله. You know, Shaykhna bin Baya sent me a clip from one of the scholars from the peninsula who was refuting Shaykh Abdullah bin Baya. I mean, he did it with, he wasn't like harsh, he was an older scholar. But it was about a statement Shaykh Abdullah bin Baya said that, and I was thinking, you know, the problem of not knowing this, of not knowing logic, not knowing definitions, not knowing how to define things, is it just causes so much confusion and is so problematic. But he quoted Shaykh Abdullah bin Baya, and he said, you know, a sheikh is wise and he's very learned. That's usually people that have adab in their, you know, they set it up first to say, you know, he's nice and everything. But, so he was saying that Shaykh Abdullah said that Islam is not a theocracy. بالعربية theocratia, right? And then he said, لا يحكم الدولة المسلمة رجال الدين ولكنهم مدنيون. And the state is not run by clerics, but it's run by civilians. So he was like going on about how, astaghfirullah, you know, this is something you couldn't even know. A scholar could say it, you know, even 10 years ago. And it's so obvious what he's saying to me, because you have to define a theocracy. I mean, the fact that it's a loan term is already should give you a clue that it's not an Islamic concept, you know. And if you say la hukma illa lillah, there's no ruling except God's, that was the shi'ar of the Khawarij. And Sayyidina Ali said, karimatu haqqin yuradu biha al-batil. It's a true word that there is a hukm of Allah, but it's being used in a way that is for false pretexts. So if you say Islam is not a theocracy, what you're saying is that God is not directly ruling in the affairs of Muslims. And when you, in other words, there's a hadith in Sahih Bukhari where the Prophet ﷺ said that if you come to a city and they're going to surrender, don't surrender according to the rule of Allah. لا تنزلوهم على حكم الله. That's what the Prophet said. Don't say, we'll take your surrender based on the rule of God. He said, but rather do it on your own rule, because it's easier for you to make a mistake in your own rule than in the rule of Allah. You know, so if you claim something's the hukm of Allah, then it's a very dangerous situation to be in. Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu also had somebody was writing something, dictating, his secretary, he was dictating to him, and then he ended, the katib put, هَذَا مَا أَرَاهُ اللَّهُ عُمَرَ. You know, this is what God has shown Umar. And Umar said, erase that. He said, هَذَا مَا يَرَى عُمَرَ. This is what Umar thinks. You know, whether or not God, it's what God intended, that's the ijtihad of the qadi or the mujtahid. And that's where you get into all the problems, when people start claiming to be speaking directly for God. Because the mufti and Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, he says that it's not permitted to say that the fatwa is the rule of God. It's the hukm Allah. You can't say that. It's a fatwa. So what you're saying is, this is what I think, if we had revelation still, this is what I think would have been revealed about this. That's what the mufti's saying. But another mufti could come along and say, I disagree with you. And that's why a fatwa is a non-binding opinion. It's the opinion of a faqih. And if he's qualified, his ijtihad, he gets a reward. The Prophet ﷺ said, if a mujtahid makes an ijtihad and he's mistaken, he gets a reward. And if he's correct, he gets 2 rewards. In other words, as long as you have fulfilled the conditions of ijtihad, you have a right to give an educated opinion. But that opinion is your own opinion. It's not God's opinion. It's what you think God would have said about this ruling. So when cigarettes came in, the mujtahidun looked at it. And they have tahqiq, there's takhrij al-manat, tanqih al-manat, tahqiq al-manat. There's a process that the usuli scholar does. The most important is understanding the tasawwur of the thing, the mahiyya of the thing. Because you can't define its ruling. Al-hukmu ala shay'in far'un an tasawwurihi. Before you can judge a thing, you have to conceptualize it. So in logic, first you have the tasawwur, and then you have the hukm. Right? First you have the concept, the understanding, simple apprehension. Simple apprehension enables you to define it. Defining it enables you to say something about it. Right? To make a judgment about it. And then you can reason from there. So that's just an example where the Shaykh, you know, Shaykh Abdullah, and it's difficult in this time for people because even educated people are not trained anymore in these things. So, you know, I mean, historically all the scholars had these problems of being misunderstood but this is part of the problem with the television era, is that suddenly, you know, the YouTube clip. So he made a statement. What was the context of the statement? What was he arguing? So you take his little his sound bite, and then from that you begin to criticize, and this is a big problem in our time. It's very easy to make these mistakes, and unfortunately people that yunsabu il-ilm, they're considered to be scholars and things like that, a lot of them are making these mistakes. You know, I mean, the usuli scholar has a completely different perspective from other scholars, and in what he says and how he weighs things. An-nadhr lil-ma'alat. So, anyway, that's just something. You know, it's just sad. You know, Shaykh Abdullah is very deliberate in the words he chooses. He's never quick to judge something. He always thinks about it deeply before he makes statements. But that, thank God, I mean, Islam is not a theocracy. It doesn't deny that we believe in revelation, but that revelation, most of the rulings in that revelation come out of a grid. It's the Quran and a lot of the hadith acts more like, if you understand law, if you're a lawyer, it acts more like constitutional law than it does like statute law. And Muslims a lot of Muslims just seem to want this statute law from God, but that's just simply not the case. It's closer to constitutional law. There are certain statutes in Islamic law that are undeniable, but much of the Islamic law is closer to constitutional law. It was derived by fuqaha based on these principles, and these are called qawaid al-fiqhiyya and usul al-fiqhiyya, and this is why the hukm can change based on the time and the place. It's a fluid law. It's not written in stone in that way. There are certain things that are written in stone, but much of the law is not. It's fluid, and it needs human beings to interact with it. And Shaykh Abdullah always says, "Az-zaman sharikun fil fatwa," that the time is a partner in the fatwa. Az-zaman sharikun fil fatwa, and times change and things change, so rulings change. In the Amr Ramada, Sayyidina Omar did not implement had punishment for stealing because the situation, the ruling for that particular situation was not the ruling of an implementation of had punishment. The conditions he felt did not warrant that. And so he made an ijtihad. So there's many, many examples of that in our tradition. Anyway, so back to... Bismillah. So, Qaida 23 from Sidi Ahmed Zarruq's Qawaid. طلب الشيء من وجهه وقصده من مظانه أقرب لتحصيله. وقد ثبت أن دقائق علوم الصوفية منح إلهية ومواهب واختصاصية لا تنال بمعتاد الطلب، فلازم مراعاة وجه ذلك وهو ثلاثة. أولها الأمر بما علم قدر الاستطاعة. الثاني اللجاء إلى الله في الفتح على قدر الهمة. الثالث إطلاق النذر في المعاني حال الرجوع لأصل السنة ليجري الفهم وينتفي الخطأ ويتيسر الفتح. وقد أشار الجنيد رحمه الله تعالى لذلك بقوله: ما أخذنا التصوف عن القيل والقال والمراء والجدال، وإنما أخذناه عن الجوع والسهر وملازمة الأعمال، أو كما قال. وعنه عليه الصلاة والسلام: من عمل بما علم ورثه الله علم ما لم يعلم. وقال أبو سليمان الداراني: إذا اعتقدت النفوس ترك الآثام جالت في الملكوت ورجعت إلى صاحبها بطرائف الحكمة من غير أن يؤدي إليها عالم علما. So he says that to seek something from its essence and to look for it in the places where it's expected is more probable that you will obtain it. You know, it's more likely that you'll get it. أقرب لتحصيله. It's a quicker way of getting it to do that. And it's been affirmed that the subtleties of the sciences of the people of Tasawwuf are divine gifts and special dispensations that they've been given. They're not لا تنال بمعتاد الطلب. They're not acquired by the normal means of acquisition. So one has to understand that aspect of this and observe it appropriately. And there are three. The first one is to act according to what you know as much as you're able. The second is to always go back to Allah, al-lija ila fil fathi, for those openings based on your own himma, in accordance with your himma. And himma is your aspiration. It can be high or low. So himma daniya is for worldly things. Himma aliyah is for otherworldly things. So the himma is what you're concerned with. It's where your hum is. Hum is concern or anxiety. So it's where your concern is. The third, إطلاق النظر في المعاني حال الرجوع لأصل السنة ليجري الفهم وينتفي الخطأ ويتيسر الفتح. So the third is to expend your contemplation in those meanings by going back to the foundations of the Sunnah. So in other words, you have to base it on, it has to be on a firm foundation. لِيَجْرِيَ الْفَهْمِ, in order for understanding to flow, وَيَنْتَفِيَ الْخَطَأ, and for errors to cease, وَيَتَيَسَّرَ الْفَتْحِ, and for the opening to be facilitated. So, إطلاق النظر في المعاني, like when you reflect on spiritual meanings, it has to be by going back to the prophetic path and not deviating from that. وقد أشار الجنيد رحمه الله تعالى, and Imam al-Junayd indicated that when he said, we did not take tasawwuf from it was said and he said, and in other words, we didn't take it from sitting around talking about it, nor in debate or argumentation, but rather we took it from hunger, staying up at night, and continuous actions, deeds. So persistent action. In other words, so what he's saying is our tasawwuf is a result not of sitting around discussing it or talking about it, but rather fasting, night prayers, and continuous and perseverance in our practice. So there was continuous practice. And the Prophet ﷺ said, whoever acts according to what he knows, God will give him, grant him, inherit him a knowledge that he did not know. So in other words, by acting according to what you know, right, you go to what you don't know. So that's logic, right? That's like a syllogism. You take one thing that you know, another thing that you know, it leads to something you don't know. So you take knowledge and action, those are the two premises, and that will lead to an unknown conclusion, which is the fath from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Abu Sulaiman al-Darani said, if the souls really believed in leaving sinfulness, they would sojourn in the unseen, and they would return, and they would come back. The souls would come back to the bodies with subtle wisdoms. من غير أن يؤدي إليها عالم علما, and this is without being taught by some scholar giving you knowledge. In other words, it's ilm ladunni. It's knowledge, it's direct knowledge. ما ظهرت حقيقة قط. This is an amazing qaida, this one. I mean, they're all interesting. This one, though, is ما ظهرت حقيقة قط في الوجود إلا قبلت بدعوى مثلها وإدخال ما ليس منها عليها وَوُجُودِ تَكْذِيبِهَا. That no haqiqah, no reality, no truth ever comes into existence except that it's met with equal false claim. So there'll be something that claims to be the same thing falsely. Or, and also, in addition to that, adding to it what's not from it. So people will take that reality and then they'll add to it, like innovations, bid'ah, and things like that. And then, وَوُجُودِ تَكْذِيبِهِ, and then there will be those who deny it altogether. So you're going to have always, that's a qaida. You're going to have people that claim a reality once it's come into the world, and it's a false claim. You'll have people that will add to it what's not from it, and then you'll have people that deny it. وَكُلُّ ذَلِكَ لِيُظْهِرَ فَضَّلَ الْإِسْتِئْثَارِ بِهَا. And all of that is in order to that أو ليظهر فضل الاستئثار بها, that the virtue of that knowledge, preference of that knowledge, is made clear. وتتبين حقيقتها بانتفاء معارضها, and then that its reality becomes even more manifest when those who deny it fall away. So in other words, it has longevity, and those who made false claims, those who, they die away. فَيَنْسَخُ اللَّهُ مَا يُلْقِي الشَّيْطَانُ ثُمَّ يُحْكِمُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ. Allah will nullify what shaitan adds, and then He will perfect His signs. وَلِلْوَارِثِ نِسْبَةٌ مِّنَ الْمَوْرُوثِ. And every inheritor has some portion of the one he's inheriting from. وَأَشَدُّ النَّاسِ بَلَاءٌ الْأَنْبِيَاءُ ثُمَّ الْأَوْلِيَاءُ ثُمَّ الْأَمْثَلُ فَالْأَمْثَلُ إِنَّمَا يُبْتَلَى الرَّجُلُ عَلَى قَدْرِ دِينِهِ. And then he says that the one inheriting has a portion of the one he's inheriting from. So the ulama, the awliya, they're inheriting a portion of the Prophet ﷺ, so they can have a portion of what he had. And so this is why the Prophet ﷺ said, the people of greatest tribulation are the prophets. And then the awliya. And then those closest and those closest. Al-amthal wal-amthal. إِنَّمَا يُبْتَلَى الرَّجُلُ عَلَى قَدْرِ دِينِهِ. A man gets tribulation in accordance with his religion. The more piety you have, the more closeness to Allah, the greater the tribulation. People say, why would you want to do that then? Right? But that's the preciousness of it. Because it's to test whether people are sincere or not. Or else everybody'd make a claim. I love God. Okay, hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqeen. What's your proof? Lana uswatun fi bishri hindin wa ukhtiha wa qaysan wa layla thumma mayyan wa ghaylani. The Andalusian poet said that we have an example of what love is. If you claim divine love, we have an example in what love is. Romeo and Juliet. Qais, Layla and Majnun. There's love. So if you claim to love Allah, are you like Qais with Layla? Because he's just a worldly lover. His object of love is a bag of blood. Right? And you're claiming to love the divine? You're going to do what he did? Right? People would, I mean, I know, and I've used this example many times, but I really know this is true. If you fall in love with somebody and you don't speak their language, you'll learn their language. Really. In fact, there's a Rosetta Stone ad of a guy, he's a young farmer out in Iowa or something. He says he's only going to have one opportunity when he meets this model that he's in love with. So he's got his little Italian, Rosetta Stone. But they know exactly what they're talking about. That's a very clever ad because it's speaking to a truth. You fall in love with somebody that speaks French, you're going to be speaking French. Because you want to talk to the one you love. And so the same is true with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I mean, people, if they claim to love Allah, then what are they doing to learn what He wants, what Allah wants from us? So, you know, it's it's going to be tribulation. Lovers, that's what the nature of love. It's tribulation, it's tests, it's trials, it's patience. It's, you know, if you're really in love, right, then you want to do what the lover wants, not what you want. That's love. فمن ثم كان أهل هذا الطريق مبتلين بتسليط الخلق أولا. And for this reason, from that perspective, for this reason, the people of this path are always tried with taslit al-khalq. Allah will yusallit al-khalq alayhim. Allah will cause creation to oppose them. Allah will do it. And that's what the Prophet ﷺ knew. The Prophet ﷺ knew. That's why he was unfazed. I mean, if you look at Ta'if, that's all you have to look at is Ta'if, is the dua of Ta'if. And you will know the maqam of the Prophet ﷺ with his Lord. Because he didn't mind. He was spat on, rocks thrown at him. They hit his heels, but a very painful place to be hurt. You know, he hit his heels. He was bleeding, and he just said, "If you're not upset with me, I don't mind." I mean, that's a maqam. So if they're dropping bombs on you, if they're, you know, attacking you from every direction, if you're aligned with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you see it from where it's coming from. That it's taslit. Because Allah can give you power over them, but if you're not in a good state, you don't want power over them. Because it's better to be oppressed than to be oppressor. And if you don't have a purified soul and you get power, you're going to end up oppressing people. Allah knows where He gives power. What? You don't think Allah gave these people power? Yuti al-mulku man yasha. He gives His dominion to whom He pleases. With wisdom, with hikmah. He does it for a reason. And if you want to question that or challenge that, or then you haven't understood basic creed in Islamic law, in our tradition, not basic thing. The Prophet ﷺ, that's what he was concerned with. He wasn't concerned with them. He was concerned with his state, not with their state, with his state. And he said, the time is coming when all these nations will come and they'll devour you up like people come to a dish of food. They said, first of all, they asked about themselves, which shows you the tarbiyah nabawiyah. They said, is it because we're few, O Messenger of Allah? They didn't say, أَمِنْ كَثْرَتِهِمْ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ أَمِنْ قُوَّتِهِمْ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. They didn't ask about them. They want to know what's wrong with us. أَمِنْ قِلَّتِنَا يَوْمَئِذٍ يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. There's logistics. They're looking at the material. The Prophet ﷺ said, لا. It's not logistical. بَلْ أَنْتُمْ كَثِيرٌ. You're multitudes. وَلَكِنَّكُمْ غُثَاءٌ كَغُثَاءِ السَّيْلِ. But you're froth, like the froth on when you get if you've ever seen one of those floods, it carries all this flotsam because of the agitation of the water. It makes like bubbles. So they look like they're substantial, but you put your hand into it, there's nothing there. This is what he said about the ummah. You'll be multitudes, but you'll be like froth. No substance to you. There's nothing there. Who's going to be afraid of you? And then they said, and then he said that the awe will be taken out of the hearts of your enemies. Because they used to have awe. They were in total awe of the Muslims. I mean, we have pictures of 17th century European rulers in turbans and Ottoman dress. Just like now you have Muslim rulers in suits and ties. Because they want to be like the powerful. This is the nature of human beings. They want to imitate people in power. That's what they were. They were dressing like in Ottoman outfits for their portraits. But he said, no, that'll be removed. And he said, and there'll be wahan in your heart. They said, what's that weakness in our hearts? Mahul wahan. Hubb ad-dunya. Materialism. Materialism. Hubb ad-dunya. That's what your love is, the material world. You forgot about love of Allah. Hubb ad-dunya wa karahiyatul al-maut, karahiyat al-qital in a riwayah. No sense of sacrifice. So it's taslit al-khalq in the beginning. وَبِإِكْرَامِهِمْ وَسَطًا. And then they'll honor you in the middle part of your path. وَبِهِمَا آخِرًا. And then in the last part of your path, you'll be honored and disparaged. He's talking about the people of Allah. And this, if you look at the Prophet ﷺ, this follows his, in the beginning, tasrit al-khalq, against him, and then his ikram coming into Medina, but then having to deal with the munafiqun and the kuffar and all these things. So it's just, this is the prophetic sunnah. قِيلَ لِيَلَّا يَفُوتُهُمْ الشُّكْرُ عَلَى الْمَدْحِ. This, it's said in order that they're able to praise Allah for being grateful to Allah for when they're honored, and being patient when they're disparaged, when they're attacked. فَمَنْ أَرَادُهُ فَلْيُوَطِّنْ نَفْسُهُ عَلَى الشِّدَّةِ. So if you want this path, you better get used to difficulties. That's what he says. فَمَنْ أَرَادُهُ فَلْيُوَطِّنْ نَفْسُهُ عَلَى الشِّدَّةِ. Get ready for difficulties. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُدَافِعُ عَنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. Allah will protect those who believe. If you really believe, Allah will defend you. You don't have to have power, because your power is with Allah. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. That's what they used to say when they went into battle, the Sahaba. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Amazing generation. وَمَنْ يَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ فَهُوَ حَسْبُهُ. And whoever trusts in Allah, Allah is enough for him. Allah will suffice him. You know. But people trapped in multiplicity, al-hakum takathuru, they're just completely trapped in all this takathur, vying, trying to get more. It's that's where all the problems start. So to finish up on this, he's giving you basically the 5 ways of burhan in logic. And I mentioned, we went over yesterday the rules. There's different ways to determine the validity of these syllogisms, and you have Venn diagrams, you have Euler's these circles that you do, and then you have Aristotle's 6 ways, and then you have the way of determining what type of a mood it is and whether it's valid or not in terms of the each of the 4 figures has moods that are either valid or invalid. So those are the ways that you can test. But the easiest and the way that will give you the reason why the thing is invalid are the 6 rules of the syllogism. And the first rule was what? 3 terms, right? It has to have 3 terms, and only 3 terms, always. The syllogism has 3 terms. They can be mentioned twice. The middle term is mentioned twice in the premises, always. And that's why you determine, the first thing you should do when you look at a syllogism is determine the middle term, the M term. And it'll always be the one that is mentioned twice. So whenever you see it, you just immediately do that. The second thing you want to know is the distribution. So you want to determine whether something is distributed or undistributed, which means that's the extension of it. It's what it refers to, right? Remember, you have the meaning and the reference. You have the extension. You have the denotation. What all the things that it refers to. When it's undistributed, it means it doesn't cover all of those things. And that's a major source of fallacy when you do that. And so you always want to determine, because that middle term has to be distributed at least once in those two premises, which it has to be distributed in, because you're comparing the major term and the minor term to the middle term. And so it's really important for it to have a comparison that's valid, because if you're only talking about part of that, right, because it's the law of all or nothing, you have to be talking about all of it in order for it to make sense when you're looking at these two things to see whether they are the same or whether they're different. Excuse me. So the distribution is easy. You have to know your A, E, I, and O, right? Those 4 types of sentences. The universal sentences, in the affirmative, you have the distributed, undistributed. So in that first one, A, put D and U. A, D, and U. So A has a distributed subject, an undistributed predicate. And this is probably the most common way that people make mistakes in their reasoning, is by this problem, which is the fallacy of the undistributed middle. It's the most common problem. And particularly with the AA, with using 2 positives. All birds are animals. All, I mean, this is a silly one. That, you know, all birds are animals. All humans are animals. Therefore, all humans are birds. That's silly. But you can get into ones where, you know, you can get into ones where, well, all terrorists are bad, right? All Muslims are terrorists. Therefore, all Muslims are bad. And there's a lot of people that's how they reason. So it's very problematic. I mean, that obviously has false premise. The other one didn't, which is another problem. But in terms of just the validity of the syllogism, if the premise was sound, it's still a fallacy. Because you can't take an undistributed middle, right? All terrorists are bad. So that doesn't include all bad things. It's making a universal statement about terrorists, but not about bad. The bad is not distributed, because there are other ways of being bad than terrorism, all right? So that's a really important one to keep in mind, is the undistributed middle problem. So it has to have 3 terms, and the terms have to be the same in their signification and their supposition. So they have to have the same meaning, but they also have to have that contextually, because you can have things that differ contextually. So that's really important, is knowing that your term is a proper term, right? That it's defined properly, right? And what are what's the rules of definition? Coextensive, clear, literal, brief, can't be negative, can't be circular. So you have to get these things down. You know, it's really important to get them down so you really have them, so that you can. So you have that first one, the A, it's a DU, distributed, undistributed. So the subject is always distributed in a kulliya mujiba, in a affirmative universal, and it's always, the predicate is always undistributed. The next one, the E, is what? The E. It's DD. It's always distributed in both the subject and the predicate, which is why it's always reversible. In the acts, you can always reverse it, and it's sound. So, no men are angels, no angels are men. No animals are rocks, no rocks are animals, right? So it's always distributed. So the E is always distributed. And then the I, some men are Muslims. What's that? What's the I?
U and U. So they're both undistributed. So the I is UU. So you have DU, DD, UU. And then what's the O going to be? Yeah, exactly. Good. So that's it. So that's really important to know in order for you to determine whether the middle term is distributed. That's all you have to know, those 4 patterns. And you can determine if the middle is undistributed and see if that fallacy is there, the undistributed middle fallacy. All right, that's all you need to know. So the A is DU, the E is DD, the I is UU, and the O is UD. And that's what you need to know. So the O is the opposite of the A. And then in the so that's the 3 terms, right? It has to have the second rule is what? Second rule is what? It can only have 3 propositions. So 3 terms, 3 propositions, right? 3 terms, 3 propositions. And then the third rule is that the middle term has to be distributed. We went over that just now. The middle term has to be distributed. And then the 4th rule, and that's the fallacy of the undistributed middle. The 4th rule is really important too, because this is another source of problem in the syllogism. The 4th rule is that a term, if it's going to be distributed in the conclusion, it has to have been distributed in one of the premises. It can't be, you can't have a term that is undistributed in the premises and then you give it distribution in the conclusion. You can have a term that's distributed in the premise and it's undistributed in the conclusion, because if you know everything about something, right? If you know something about everything, then you know something about some of those things. So that'll work. But you can't have a distribution in that first one. And that's the illicit major. So if I say, for instance, major or minor, depending on which term you distribute in the conclusion. If it's a minor term, then it's the fallacy of the illicit minor. If it's a major term, it's the fallacy of the illicit major. So if I say, for instance, all Muslims pray 5 times a day. All Muslims pray 5 times a day. John prays 5 times a day. Therefore, John is a Muslim. What's the problem? What's that? Right, exactly. So it's not distributed, and so I can't assume from that he's a Muslim, because Christians might pray 5 times a day, or Hindus or Buddhists or other people. All smart people wear glasses. I wear glasses. Therefore, I'm smart. Right? You can't. It doesn't work, because it's stupid people can wear glasses as well. So when you say all smart people wear glasses, all you're saying is that the undistributed are the people wearing the glasses, right? The smart people. That's what's undistributed, not the people wearing glasses. That's not distributed. So that's another very common. And then also, you can't have 2 negatives. Now the reason for that is you will come up with sound conclusions and unsound conclusions. True conclusions or false ones. So, you can say, for instance, if you say, an odd number is not an even number, right? An odd number is not an even number. 3 is not an even number. Therefore, 3 is not an odd number. right? Because that's two negatives. So you can't, there's no conclusion that can be drawn from two negatives. Because again, you have to be saying something in order to make that comparison. And in that case, it's clear why it's false. But in other ones, you can come up with you know, no fish or birds, right? No fish or birds. No sharks are fish, therefore no sharks are birds. So there's an example where the conclusion's true, but it didn't follow from the reasoning. Do you see? So you can get both in that type. So you can't have two negatives in the premise. And then finally, the sixth one is if one of the negatives, if one of the premises is negative, then the conclusion has to be negative, right? Because that what remember you're comparing to that middle term. So if it's negative, then it has to, the conclusion has to be negative. And then the two corollaries to that, which are useful because they'll help you understand quickly. They're not rules because they will cause one of those 6 rules to be broken if you analyze it. The first one is you can't have two particulars. You can't have two particulars in the premises. You have to have one of them has to be a universal. So that just nixes it. It's invalid reasoning. And then the second one is if it's a particular, one of the premises is a particular, then it has to have a particular conclusion. So those are the ways of determining the validity of a syllogism. And again, it just takes practice. That's all. It's actually not that hard. It just takes practice and to determine what it is. And that's where you have to do those exercises. Like there, you know, in the books that are used in courses, they usually have exercises that you can do. They'll have like 30 syllogisms and what's wrong with these, and then you just have to work it out. And so initially, it's doing the, you know, you want to do your, determine the middle term, determine the, you know, positive, negative, determine if it's distributed or undistributed, and very quickly you can see, using these rules, whether or not it's sound or not. So now coming to the end of this, he has the وأما القياس الاستثنائي فالشرطية الموضوعة فيه إذا كانت متصلة موجبة لزومية, because you can never have an اتفاقية because there's no logical relationship in an اتفاقية, so it has to be لزومية. فاستثناء عين المقدم ينتج عين التالي. So the muqaddam is the consequent, the antecedent, and the tali is the consequent. And so when you have a very common flaw in logic, you have the affirming the denying the affirming the consequent and denying the antecedent. It's very common. So, for instance, if you say, you know, if it rains, it's wet outside, and then you say, it didn't rain, therefore it's not wet outside, right? That's not a logical conclusion that can be derived. Why? What's that? Exactly, yeah. So you can't make a conclusion because there could have been other reasons why it was wet outside. Somebody could have just sprayed a hose all over or something. And then also affirming the consequent is another very common. This is a really common one. It's even done in inductive science, makes this mistake also. So this is a really common one, which is where, you know, if it's raining, it's wet outside, right? If it rained, it's wet outside, therefore it rained, right? You can't make that conclusion again, because there could have been other reasons. So if you say if it rained, it's wet outside, the only thing that you can determine from that is it rained, therefore it's wet outside. That's the way it works. So that's what he's saying there basically, is that istithna' ayn al-muqaddam yuntiju ayn al-tali, right? So that's the only thing that you can get the consequent from, is by asserting the muqaddam, right? You can't get it those other ways. كقولنا إن كان هذا إنسانا فهو حيوان لكنه إنسان فهو حيوان. So if this man, if this is a man, it's an animal, and indeed it is a man, therefore it's an animal. Do you see? So you can only get that by confirming the consequent. That's what he's saying there. And it's a very common mistake that's made. استثناء نقيض التالي ينتج نقيض المقدم كقولنا إن كان هذا إنسانا فهو حيوان لكنه ليس بحيوان فلا يكون إنسانا. That's the same thing, except it's in the conditional of negating the consequent, right? So here that would be like if it rained, then it's wet outside. It's not wet outside, therefore it didn't rain. You see, those are the two ways it works. You can't do it the other two ways, because you'll come to false conclusions. Got it? So that's all he's saying. This is the modus ponens and modus tollens. I mean, this is a very common mistake that's made when you're doing conditionals. وإن كانت منفصلة حقيقية فاستثناء عين أحد الجزئين ينتج نقيض الآخر واستثناء نقيض أحدهما ينتج عين الآخر. So if it were a literal disjunctive proposition, then exclusion of one of the two parts itself yields the contradictory of the other part, and the exclusion of the contradictory of one of the two parts yields the other part itself. So for a syllogism of exclusion with a disjunctive conditional proposition as its major premise, that premise must be affirmative. In addition, either the major premise or the minor premise, which begins with the particle of exclusion, however, or, and indeed, must be universal or singular, since it is effective universal. If the major premise of a syllogism of exclusion is disjunctive, it is either mutually exclusive and totally exhaustive. So that's an example where it's mani'at al-jam', right? So it has to be, you can't have the two, like something that's either even or odd. You can't join those two, right? Or, I mean, they say exclusive and inclusive generally in Western terminology. He says totally exhaustive. The first type is discussed above in the text. It has four valid moods. For example, in the syllogism, a number is either even or odd. Exclusion of either part yields the contradictory of the other part. That is, however it is even, yields, hence it is not odd. And however it is odd, yields, hence it is not even. Also, exclusion of the contradictory of either part yields the other part itself. That is, however it is not even, yields, hence it is odd. And however it is not odd, yields, hence it is even. So that's the first type, because they're mutually exclusive. The second type, if the major premise is mutually exclusive only, right, and not totally exhaustive, has two valid moods, as exclusion of one of the two parts itself yields the contradictory of the second part, and two invalid moods, as exclusion of the contradictory of one part does not yield anything. For example, in the statement, this thing is either white or black, exclusion of white. However, it is white, yields the contradictory of black. Hence, it is not black, and vice versa. Yet exclusion of the contradictory of white, however, it is not white, or the contradictory of black, however, it is not black, yields nothing. So you can't determine from that. whether it doesn't give you that it has to be the other thing like it does in the first type, which has the it's exhaustive and mutually exclusive. And then the third type, if the major premise is totally exhaustive only, also has two valid moods and two invalid moods, the exact opposite of the above. For example, in the statement, Zayd is either a body of water or is not drowning. So exclusion of the contradictory of one part yields the other part itself, and vice versa. However, he is not in a body of water, yields, hence he is not drowning. So in that the third type, however he is in a body of water, or however he is not drowning, yields no conclusion. So if you say he's not in a body of water, we know he's not drowning, right? But to say he's in a body of water doesn't tell us that he's not drowning, right? He could be drowning, he could not be drowning. So those are the five. And like I said, this is just the Isagoji is a very basic text, and it really gives you, it definitely gives you all the technical terms that you're going to come up with, or most of them anyway, that you're going to come up with. And as a basis, it's an excellent basis. If you have the commentaries on it, if you get into the commentaries, generally it's enough in terms of Islamic scholarship to study. The Isagoji is enough with a good commentary to do work in usul al-fiqh, and to do work in ilm al-kalam as well, because those are the two where you really see it a lot. You'll see it a lot in usul al-fiqh, and you'll see it a lot in ilm al-kalam. These are the two areas where logic is prominent. But like Imam al-Ghazali says, it's a propedeutic science of every knowledge. So it's useful in any knowledge, because every knowledge has definitions, so it has conceptualization, it has judgments, and then it has reasoning as part of it. So in that way, it's useful as a propedeutic for any science that we have. So the 5 skills, I'm going to finish tomorrow, so I'll do the 5 skills. There's not much left in there to do that. But these are called the Sina'at al-Khams, and these are the ways of making arguments. There are different ways of making arguments. Burhan is the best way. That's the way of the syllogism. But then you have the awwaliyat, which are like a priori knowledges that we have. And then we have also the mushahadat. Those are our experiences, just through our senses. The mujarrabat, experimentation. So we learn things through experience. And then hadsiyat. And these are, hadsiyats, it's more intuitive. It's things that we know intuitively as opposed to conjectural premises. I mean, the Western philosophical term for hadsiyat is intuition. So it's what you intuit. Something that, like the light of the moon is derived from the light of the sun. That's intuitive. We didn't have proof for that until much later, but it's something that people intuited early on. Uninterpreted premises. So anyway, so we'll do that, inshallah, tomorrow. All right? Inshallah. I hope your Ramadan's going well. Tahara wa kafara. It's a good time. Getting sick is a good thing. The Prophet ﷺ, there's a man, he died, and the Prophet ﷺ, somebody said, Haniyan lahu ma marida qat. What good fortune he had, he never got sick. And the Prophet ﷺ said, wayhaka, watch out what you're saying. He said, maybe if he got sick, it would have removed sins. There's a completely different way of looking at things. So, I mean, we ask for good health, nasallallahu al-afiyah, but the body is one of the sources of ibtila. And Allah gives you ibtila in your body, weakness and sickness, women, hamratu wahnan ala wahn, So the pregnancy is a ibtila, source of
real difficulty. So, alhamdulillah. Inshallah. Barakallahu fikum. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says in the 25th قاعدة لا علم إلا بالتعلم عن الشارع أو من ناب منابه فيما أتى به إذ قال عليه الصلاة والسلام إنما العلم بالتعلم وإنما الحلم بالتحلم ومن طلب الخير يؤتى ومن يتقي الشر يؤقى وما تفيده التقوى إنما هو فهم يوافق الأصول ويشرح الصدور ويوسع العقول ثم هو منقسم لما يدخل تحت دائرة الأحكام ومنه ما لا يدخل تحت دائرة العبارة وإن كان مما تناوله الإشارة ومنه ما لا تفهمه الضمائر وإن أشارت إليه الحقائق مع وضوحه عند مشاهده وتحقيقه عند متلقيه وقولنا فيه فهم تجوز ما لإثبات أصله لا غير فاعرف ما أشرنا إليه وبالله التوفيق. So he says there's no knowledge without learning from the shari'. لا علم إلا بالتعلم عن الشارع. There's no knowledge except through learning. Ta'allama in Arabic in the Western Orientalist tradition, it's a fifth form. And in morphology, that form, the tafa'ala form, there's different things. It could mean tajannub, like to avoid something, like tahannuth is to avoid sleep. Tahajjud, sorry, to avoid sleep. Tahannuth, to avoid shirk. But here it's for kulfa. So it could mean, like tahammala means to work hard to carry something. So ta'allum is to exert yourself in pursuit of knowledge. And so you have to learn it from the shari', and the shari' is the Prophet ﷺ, majazan. The real shari' is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but the Prophet, it's a type of majaz in rhetoric, which enables you to use the means as the cause. Or whoever takes his place, naba manabahu, so he takes his place, yanubu anhu, fima atabihi, in what he's brought. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, innama al-ilmu bit-ta'allumi, that knowledge is by acquisition, it's something that you learn. Wa innama al-hilmu bit-tahallum, and forbearance, patience in the presence of ignorance. Excuse me. Patience in the presence of ignorance is through practice. Like, people aren't naturally halim. Some people are, it's quite rare, but some people are naturally halim. But the halim is the one who, when somebody instigates them or tries to rattle their chain, they don't react in the way that the instigator wants them to react. They react. وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. When ignorant people speak to them, they say peace. That's the halim person. So that's acquired. It's not something that you just naturally have. That's why people can't say, oh, well, it's my temper, or it's my, I can't help it. It's just the way I am. That's an unacceptable, from an Islamic perspective, it's a completely unacceptable excuse. You have to work on it. And that's what that means. And then وَمَنْ طَلَبَ الْخَيْرَ يُؤْتَى. If you seek good, it will be given to you. مَنْ جَدَّ وَجَدَ, the Arabs say. If you're serious in your pursuit, you'll find what you're looking for. So that's what that means. The Prophet's saying, if you seek good, it will be given to you. And whoever guards himself against evil, he will be protected from it. So that's a qa'idah, because it's a jumla shartiyya in Arabic. It's a conditional sentence. And when it comes from the Prophet ﷺ, we know the conditional, right? We learn that in logic. So that's a conditional sentence. If you seek good, it will be given to you. You've sought good, therefore it's given to you, right? So if the antecedent is true, then the consequent follows. That's what that means. So وَمَنْ يَتَّقِيَ الشَّرَّ يُوقَى. And if you avoid evil, you will be protected. Allah will protect you from that evil. So again, this is a jumla shartiyya, but there's a syllogism in there, right? So it's what he's telling us is that this is the logical conclusion of this. وَمَا تُفِيدُ التَّقْوَى إِنَّمَا هُوَ فَهْمٌ. And taqwa, what taqwa benefits is understanding. Right? What taqwa is, it's a difficult word to translate. There's no really one word that suits it. Probably the closest word in European languages in English is piety. It's a Latin word, pietas, which has to do with fulfilling one's duties. So the person of taqwa is conscientious. They're aware of what they have to do and what they have to avoid, and they do it. The root word is from wiqaya. Waqa yaqi means to protect yourself. So it's doing those things that will protect yourself from harm. And so taqwa Allah is to be pious towards God in order to obtain the protection from God. And that's why it's saying, وَمَنْ يَتَّقِيَ الشَّرَّ يُوقَى. So the wiqaya will come. If you guard yourself against the harm, you will be protected from the harm. That's what that's saying. So وَمَا تُفِيدُ التَّقْوَى إِنَّمَا هُوَ الْفَهْمُ. But you have to have understanding. يُوَافِقَ الْأُصُولِ. So it has to be in accordance with sound principles. وَيَشْرَحُ الصُّدُورِ. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, التَّقْوَى هَا هُنَا وَأَشَارَ إِلَى قَلْبِهِ. And he said that the itham is what constricts the heart. So if your heart is expansive about something, then it means it's a good thing to do. But if it's constricted, it's not. وَيُوَسِّعَ الْعُقُولِ. And it will increase your intelligence. So if the more pious you are, the more taqwa you have, it's going to increase your intelligence. ثُمَّ هُوَ مُنْقَسِمٌ. And then this understanding is divided. All right? Because taqsim this is all logic again, you see. It's divided. There are different types of understanding. يَدْخُلُ تَحْتَ دَائِرَةَ الْأَحْكَامِ. So it goes under the rubric of the rulings, the ahkam, the categories. وَمِنْهُ مَا لَا يَدْخُلُ تَحْتَ دَائِرَةَ الْعِبَارَةِ. But some understanding does not go under the rubric of expression. In other words, there are certain types of understanding that you can't articulate with a tongue. وَإِنْ كَانَ مِمَّا تُنَاوِلُهُ الْإِشَارَةِ. Even although it's still possible to hint at it, to give you an ishara, to give you some kind of indication. وَمِنْهُ مَا لَا تَفْهَمُهُ الضَّمَائِرِ. And there's things that the consciousness can't grasp, can't understand. وَإِنْ أَشَارَتْ إِلَيْهِ الْحَقَائِقِ. Even if the realities indicate it. So, the existence of an infinite God. I mean, the haqa'iq indicate that, the realities indicate that, but you cannot grasp it because you're finite. مع وضوحه عند مشاهده, but the one who witnesses it understands it clearly. Right? So it's clear to the witness. وتحقيقه عند مترقيه, and the one who is receiving this reality, he has realized it. يحققه. So he's saying it can't be expressed really. It can't be understood in the way that we understand rational things that are can be articulated, but it's still clear to the one who witnesses that reality, and it is realized by the one who's acquiring it or achieving it. وَقَوْلُنَا فِيهِ فَهْمٌ, when we say understanding, تَجَوُّزٌ مَا, we're using it with a caveat. لِإِثْبَاتِ أَصْلِهِ لَا غَيْرٍ, because it's only asserting that it has something to do with understanding, but it's not really the fahm that we understand in any normative way. So he's saying that there's a problem with the word fahm. It's the best we can do. And then he says, فَعْرَفْ مَا أَشَرْنَا إِلَيْهِ, so understand what we've hinted at, what we've indicated. وَبِاللَّهِ تَوْفِيقٍ, and with Allah's tawfiq. Any questions about that qa'idah? واضح. It's very interesting. قاعدة number 26. حكم الفقه عام في العموم لأن مقصده إقامة رسم الدين ورفع مناره وإظهار كلمته، وحكم التصوف خاص في الخصوص لأنه معاملة بين العبد وربه من غير زائد على ذلك، فمن ثم صح إنكار الفقيه على الصوفي ولا يصح إنكار الصوفي على الفقيه، ولازم الرجوع من التصوف إلى الفقه والاكتفاء به دونه، ولم يكفي التصوف عن الفقه بل لا يصح دونه، ولا يجوز الرجوع منه إليه إلا به، وإن كان أعلى منه مرتبة فهو أسلم وأعم منه مصلحة. ولذلك قيل كن فقيها صوفيا ولا تكن صوفيا فقيها. وصوفي الفقهاء أكمل من فقيه الصوفية وأسلم، لأن الصوفي الفقهاء قد تحقق بالتصوف حالا وعملا وذوقا، بخلاف فقيه الصوفية فإنه المتمكن من علمه وحاله، ولا يتم له ذلك إلا بفقه صحيح وذوق صريح، لا يصح له أحدهما دون الآخر، كالطب الذي لا يكفي علمه عن التجربة ولا العكس، فافهم. So the hukum of fiqh, the ruling or category of fiqh, is a general one amongst the general categories. لأن مقصده إقامة رسم الدين, because the purpose of it, the goal of it, is to establish the rasm of the deen. In other words, the outward, the picture of the religion. So you can see it. So it's something, it's an outward reality. وَرَفَعُ مَنَارِهِ, and to raise the minaret of the religion. So people can see it, it's there and it's established. That's the point of fiqh, to show the outward of the religion, that it has an outward reality. وَإِظْهَارُ كَلِمَتِهِ, and to manifest its word, so that people can hear La ilaha illallah. The adhan is part of the rasam, right? But it has meanings, the dalalat, that's another thing. وَحُكْمَ التَّصَوُّفْ خَاصٌ فِي الْخُصُوصِ, whereas the category of Sufism, the ruling of Sufism, is a specific amongst those specific things of the religion. So it's not the general, it's the khas, it's not the am. لأنه معاملة بين العبد وربه, because it is the transaction of the slave with his Lord. It's the transaction of the slave with his Lord. من غير زائد على ذلك, without any addition to that. That's its meaning. It's your mu'amala. فمن ثم, and so from this perspective, صح إنكار الفقيه على الصوفي, it's acceptable for the faqih to reject the Sufi. So the faqih can make inkar ala Sufi and say what you're doing is wrong. وَلَا يَصَحُ إِنْكَارُ الصُّوفِ عَلَى الْفَقِيهِ, but it's not acceptable for the Sufi to attack the faqih. وَلَازِمَ الرُّجُوعِ مِنَ التَّصَوُّفِ إِلَى الْفِقْهِ, and it's necessary that your reference point in tasawwuf is fiqh. That's your reference in tasawwuf. It's fiqh. وَالْإِكْتِفَاءُ بِهِ دُونَهُ, and fiqh will suffice you without tasawwuf. وَلَمْ يَكْفِيَ التَّصَوُّفُ عَنِ الْفِقْهِ, but tasawwuf will not suffice without fiqh. بَلْ لَا يَصَحُ دُونَهُ, it's not sound without it. وَلَا يَجُوزُ الرُّجُوعِ مِنْهُ إِلَيْهِ إِلَّا بِهِ, and you cannot look at fiqh. The reference of fiqh is not tasawwuf. So the reference of fiqh is not tasawwuf without fiqh. That has to be the reference. So the reference point is fiqh, not tasawwuf. So لا يجوز الرجوع منه من التصوف إليه الفقه إلا به الفقه. وإن كان أعلى منه مرتبة, even though tasawwuf is over fiqh in rank, because tasawwuf is about the state of the heart, fiqh is about the state of the body, and the heart's more important than the body. So tasawwuf is over fiqh in rank. فهو أسلم وأعم منه مصلحة, but fiqh is sounder and more general in its benefits. Because if you follow the fiqh, you're not going to get into any trouble. But if you have tasawwuf without fiqh, you'll get into big trouble. وَلِذَلِكَ قِيلَ كُنْ فَقِيهًا صُوفِيًا وَلَا تَكُنْ صُوفِيًا فَقِيهًا. And because of that, it's been said, be a Sufi faqih and don't be a faqih Sufi. In English, you'd say it the other way around. So, in other words, the adjective is be a Sufi faqih. Don't be a faqih Sufi. So be a sophistic jurist and don't be a juristic Sufi. And that comes from a famous line from Imam al-Shafi'i's Diwan, which is printed in his Diwan. So if you get any edition of Imam Shafi'i, his Diwan, he says, فَقِيهًا وَصُوفِيًا فَكُنْ لَيْسَ وَاحِدًا فَإِنِّي وَحَقِّ اللَّهِ إِيَّاكَ أَنصَحُ. Be a faqih and be a Sufi, but don't be one of them without the other. For by the divine right, I'm giving you sound advice. فَإِنِّي وَحَقِّ اللَّهِ إِيَّاكَ أَنصَحُ بِحَقِّ اللَّهِ إِيَّاكَ أَنصَحُ فَذَلِكَ قَاسٍ لَمْ يَذُقْ قَلْبُهُ تُقَى. That one is hard-hearted, and his heart has not tasted real piety. The faqih without tasawwuf. He's qasin. وَهَذَا جَهُولٌ كَيْفَ ذُو الْجَهْلِ يَصْلُحُ. And this one is an ignoramus, and how can an ignorant person ever be sound? So he's saying, be one or the other, but don't be both, but don't be one without the other. And if you had to choose between them, you're safer being a faqih than being a Sufi. Aslam wa a'ammu maslahatan. It's more beneficial. Because you're protected by the Sharia. The haqiqah is only protected by the Sharia. And if you try to go into the ocean of Sharia without the ship of, the ocean of haqiqah without the ship of Sharia, then you drown. And then he says, وَصُفِيَّ الْفُقَهَاء أَكْمَلُ مِنْ فَقِيهِ الصُّفِيَّةِ وَأَسْلَمُ لِأَنَّ صُفِيَّ الْفُقَهَاءِ قَدْ تَحَقَّقَ بِالتَّصَوُّفِ حَالًا وَعَمَلًا. So the Sufi of the fuqaha is better than the faqih of the Sufiya, and in a more safe position. Because the Sufi amongst the fuqaha has realized his fiqh through his tasawwuf. So the tasawwuf enabled him to really be sincere in his practice. Halan wa amalan wa dhawqan, in his state, in his deeds, and in his taste. بِخِلَافَ فَقِيَ صُوفِيَّةِ, in contradistinction to the faqih amongst the Sufis. فَإِنَّهُ الْمُتَمَكِّنُ مِنْ عِلْمِهِ وَحَالِهِ. He knows fiqh, which has given him knowledge to do that, in terms of his state and his actions, right? وَلَا يَتِمُّ لَهُ ذَلِكَ إِلَّا بِفِقْهٍ. But that couldn't have been acquired except by fiqh. So, what he got from his tasawwuf, he couldn't have got without his fiqh. So he's saying it's higher, the one who got his fiqh through his tasawwuf, and not the one who got his tasawwuf through his fiqh. وَلَا يَتِمُّ لَهُ ذَلِكَ إِلَّا بِفِقْهٍ صَحِيحٍ وَذَوْقٍ صَرِيحٍ. Because he couldn't have got it without sound fiqh and without sound taste. وَلَا يَصَحُ لَهُ أَحَدُهُمَا دُونَ الْآخَرِ. And it's unsound to have one without the other. كَالطِّبِّ الَّذِي لَا يَكْفِي عِلْمُهُ عَنَ التَّجْرِبَةِ. Like medicine, that it's not enough to have knowledge of it, you have to practice it. وَلَا الْعَكْسِ. You can't practice it without the knowledge of it. So that's his analogy. Interesting. Sorry. Allah. So, this is the last section on, and I'm going to do up to the mughalatat, because I think we have another class tomorrow, don't we? Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. So I'll do that, because I want to go over the sophistical things, because they're very important, and just give you some guidelines for those of you who haven't studied them before. The 5 skills, these are called the sina'at al-khams. The 5 skills, this is what, if you remember at the outset of our journey, I showed you some slides that had formal and material logic. What we've been doing prior to this is mostly formal logic. Now we're moving into, this is material logic. So this is the material that arguments are made up of. The formal logic deals with the form of the argument. But the material logic deals with the madda, the material. So you have surah and madda. All right? So he says, Al-Burhan huwa qiyasun mu'allafun min muqaddimatin yaqiniyatin li-intaj al-yaqin. Now, one of the interesting things about that is it's like a perfect definition. Because one of the best ways to give a definition is with the four ilal, the 4 causes. So what were they? What's that? Yeah, the maddiya, the material cause, the efficient cause, the formal cause, and the final cause, right? The way my mnemonic for it is MEF to the second, MEF to the second. Material, efficient, formal, final. I mean, those are little things you can do to help remember things. Mauritanians do a lot of those, so I benefited from that. Anyway, if you look at this, Al-Burhan, now he's going to give you the definition of demonstration. هو قياس مؤلف من مقدمات يقينية للإنتاج اليقين. So, it's قياس مؤلف من مقدمات. It's a syllogism that contains muqaddimat. So the material of it is the muqaddimat. All right? That's the material. Now that is by mutabaqa. Do you remember the biltizam? Because remember we had definitions that are by correspondence, but also by iltizam. Do you remember that at the beginning of the text? And we had tadammun and iltizam, right? So tadammun, you have something like, if you say man's rational, you understand that he's an animal, right? If you say he's a rational animal, that's a correspondence, right? And then if you say that you understand by it that he has the capacity to write, right? That's bil-iltizam. So by this, the efficient cause is understood by iltizam. What would be the efficient cause in the qiyas of Burhan? What would be the efficient cause? I mean, what are you reasoning with? There's only one thing you can reason with. Huh? What's that? Yeah, your aql, right? So it's the quwwa aqliya is the efficient cause here. And the material cause is the muqaddimat, right? Yaqiniya, right? And so the qiyas is the form that it takes. And then what's the illa gha'iyya? What's the final cause? Li'intaj al-yaqeen, in order to acquire certainty. So that's a perfect definition, because he has all the causes in there. Al-Burhan huwa qiyasun, that's the form. Mu'allafun min muqaddimatin yaqiniya, that's the material. Li'intaj al-yaqeen, that's the final. And it's understood that it's the intellect doing it, that's the efficient. So what he means there is demonstrative proof is done through this syllogism, which is taking premises that are certain. In other words, they're true. Because remember, we have to have clear terms, true propositions or premises, right? And valid reasoning. So he's saying that they're muqaddimatin yaqiniya, they're true proofs, and we have certainty about them. And that will lead to intaj al-yaqeen if it's done properly. Now he's going to tell us what the yaqiniyat are. All right? What the yaqiniyat are. Al-yaqiniyatu sittatu aqsam. There are 6 divisions. See the formal division. This is now he's going to divide the different types of certainty that we have. All right? So the first is awwaliyat. قولنا الواحد نصف الاثنين والكل أعظم من الجزء. The first one are, these are postulates. They're what Kant would term a priori, as opposed to a posteriori. Things that are known. A priori means that you don't have to reason them out. They're self-evident truths. A self-evident truth is one the opposite of which is inconceivable. That's the meaning of a self-evident truth, is that you cannot conceive of the opposite being true. So when we say the whole is greater than the part, nobody could conceive of a part being greater than the whole. All right? So that's self-evident. That's a postulate. You don't prove that. It's self-evident. It needs no proof. And that's the foundation of a type of certainty. It's very important. Or else we would fall into what's called dawran tasalsul, which is this circular reasoning and infinite regress. If everything needed to be proved, if you had to prove that the whole is greater than the part, you'll end up in circular reasoning. You can't prove it. Why is the whole greater than the part? Because the whole is greater than the part. You can't, it's a self-evident truth. Foundation of knowledge. One mushahadat. This is another type of certainty, is what we witness, our experience. So experience is a type of certainty. Now obviously it can be tricky, but generally our experience, you could experience it cold, and it's because you've got a fever. So our senses can play tricks on us. It appears that the sun is rising in the east. There's a lot of evidence that it's actually the earth that's turning. Although Stephen Hawking in his last book admitted that they're both equally valid perspectives. I mean, people, the whole Copernican
thing, the revolution, like everything that went before it, they were just idiots. And he admits that. And people at the highest levels in science recognize, even though there's a lot of evidence now with the satellites and, you know, even the way they launch satellites are based on the movement of the earth, things like that. But still, it's relative. Because if you were on the sun, what would be happening? What's that? Well, you'd be burned, yeah. But say you had a suit that enabled you to be on the sun without getting burnt. All right, so you've landed your spacecraft on the sun. You've got your heat resistant, you know, it's air conditioning inside. It's nice, 85 degrees. You're comfortable. You walk out on the sun and you see the earth. What's that? Huh? Exactly. We would see, and from that perspective as well, from the same science, it's the sun going around the earth, right? So, mushahadat are problematic, but they are a type of certainty, right? I mean, if I see, you know, if I see you in front of me, I'm going to assume that, like, I'm really seeing you. You're there. That's a type of certainty. Now, obviously, an angel could have taken your form. That's possible. Ibn Mubarak was on his way to Hajj, and he met a family that was completely bereft. So he gave all his money to them. He went back to Iraq. And when some people from Iraq who knew him got back, they said, it was so nice to see you at Arafah. He said, I wasn't at Arafah. He said, no, you were at Arafah. We all saw you. We had a conversation. And don't you remember? He said, I didn't make Hajj. He said, no, you said you were making Hajj. I said, I didn't make Hajj. So he had a dream that night, and he was told that Allah was so pleased with his charity that he had an angel in his form make the Hajj for him. You know? So, like I said, the mushahadat, you might see somebody, and it could be an angel in that person's form. Wallahu a'lam. So, but generally the mushahadat are a source of certainty. I mean, I'm certain that I'm in Kunya. I know I'm not in Berkeley. All right? Definitely. I know that. Okay. Just trust me. It's a freak show. I would know. Just, I haven't seen any freaks since I've gotten here. So. I mean, it's like, it's amazing. It really is. Like purple hair and just everything going on. Yeah. So. But I would know if I was in Berkeley, and I would know if I was in California, right? Unless I was delusional or something. But I know I'm in Kunya. I know that I visited the Masjid Jami' al-Salim, right? These are all experiences. I can't deny my senses of what I've experienced. So that's very important. Perceived senses, mushahadat. Like our statement, the sun is shining, the fire is burning. Those are things that we can ascertain through mushahadat. And then the third you have, well, yeah, okay. And then the third you have empirical premises, mujarrabat. Like our statement, scamony, that should be scamony, is a laxative of yellow bile. I mean, this is from tibb, Unani medicine, old medicine that was practiced. Like Hamdard, if you're from Pakistan, you know the Hamdard brothers. Like Ruh Hafsa, right? Yeah. What, don't they use that for like, yeah. So they would know that. They probably make that, scamony. And yellow bile is one of the 4 akhlat. You have 4 humors in Galen's Hippocrates. Galen developed this theory, and then Ibn Sina added to it the psychological dimension. He added the personality types, the 4 personality types, which is pretty much a Briggs-Meyer classification, so he was pretty accurate. But anyway, that's an example from the 9th century. So, and that's basically like penicillin. You know, we one day that Swiss scientist, was it Fleming? Was he English? It was Fleming, huh? Who discovered penicillin? Fleming? Was he working in Switzerland? He's English, right? Yeah. English. We should know these things. Yeah. Because, I mean, he's saved more lives than, it's amazing. But anyway, he had some Petri dishes, and there were bacteria, and there was no bacteria around this mold, right? So that was he replicated that experiment over and over again. And from that came penicillin. So that was tajriba. That was through tajriba. And most of our medicine and science is from this. People ate mushrooms and died. And the next group said, I'm not going to eat those. You know. Right? That's a lot of how we learn things, was just through experiment. And children learn that, true. They touch fire and then they know. Don't touch the fire again. But they don't know things at first, right? They have to learn those. And you'll notice around 2, your children will start getting into they'll have a lot of falls and things like this. They're coming into their body because they begin to learn about limitations that they weren't aware of before. So that's all empirical. And then you have the hadsiyat, which are conjectural premises. Actually, in Western, it's actually intuition. The hadsiyat, intuitive. It's something you intuit. This is different from the empirical or the mushahadat, because people ate mushrooms and died, and the next group said, I'm not going to eat those, you know. Right? That's a lot of how we learn things, was just through experiment. And children learn that, true. They touch fire and then they know. Don't touch the fire again. But they don't know things at first, right? They have to learn those. And you'll notice around 2, your children will start getting into they'll have a lot of falls and things like this. They're coming into their body because they begin to learn about limitations that they weren't aware of before. So that's all empirical. And then you have the hadsiyat, which are conjectural premises. Actually, in Western, it's actually intuition, the hadsiyat, intuitive. It's something you intuit. This is different from the empirical or the mushahadat, because with the mushahadat, it's immediate, right? There's an immediate understanding. With the conjecture, with the hadsiyat, people noticed certain things. Like they noticed that the moon's color differs based on its distance from the sun. They also noticed that when the sun and the moon had a conjunction, the light disappeared from the moon, right? Or when the earth came between the sun and the moon, the light went out. So intuitively they understood. They didn't really have any proofs because they couldn't see it, but they intuited that this is what was happening. So that's a hadsiyat. It's a type of certainty. And then the mutawatirat, he calls them uninterrupted premises. I would call them historical facts. The mutawatirat are when so many people have testified to something. It becomes impossible to deny it if you're sane. And this is important because this is one of the foundations of human knowledge, the mutawatirat. I wrote an article about how Holocaust denial undermined Islam. And my premise in that article, and I actually spoke with Khalid Blankenship, who I really trust, and Khalid knows more about history than anybody I've ever met. He's a professor at Philadelphia, in Philadelphia at
Temple University, but really brilliant man, and phenomenal knowledge of human history, with a specialization on, he did his PhD on the collapse of the Umayyad, which he argues that it imploded from within. There wasn't any, just expanded too rapidly, too quickly, and couldn't sustain it. But, you know, I asked him, because it was at a time when I think, you know, one of the Muslim leaders had called the Holocaust into question. There's a lot of people that question the Holocaust. But, you know, I called him up and I said, listen, do you think it's acceptable to argue that the Holocaust is mutawatir? In other words, there's so many people that witnessed it that the idea that they all collaborated to concoct this story, this false story, is impossible to believe. And he said, absolutely. I would consider it mutawatir as a historian. You know, the numbers are debatable, and that's where a lot of the problem arises. You know, they settled on 6 million, but the numbers were debatable. But he actually thought that 6 million was not far-fetched. He said it's between 4 and 8. But it was just hard to tell because they didn't have the type of census that they would have needed to have. In any case, that's a mutawatir is when so many people have argued this thing or have said that it happened. So we know that in 1066, right, what happened? I mean, lots of things happened. But what big thing happened for Western people? Yeah, right? William the Conqueror. Normans invaded England. So that's something that if you deny it, you're denying reality, really. Because there's just too many. I mean, the example they use in books of epistemology is, and no offense to the Australians, is that Australia, that it's impossible to believe that there was a conspiracy by cartographers and others, that Australia really doesn't exist, and that it was completely made up. Nobody would believe that in their right mind. But you would be amazed. There's a Hindu PhD, he has a legitimate PhD, who wrote a book arguing that it was the Hindus that built the Taj Mahal and not the Muslims. And you can go online and see there's a whole website dedicated to this argument that the Taj Mahal is actually a Hindu temple and not a Muslim temple. So we have people out there that will deny reality. And this is one of the big problems in communication and in trying to convince people of things, is that you're dealing with a lot of nutcases. And nutcases can have PhDs. In fact, there's a considerable number, I think, do. So that makes it more problematic because they've been legitimized by institutions that say that this person is, you know, a scholar in whatever field he's been given that PhD in, and that he's also a first-class researcher, because that's essentially the PhD is teaching people how to become first-class researchers. So anyway, we know that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ claimed prophecy, and we know he performed miracles, because those are mutawatir reports. And so this argument that, you know what I find really interesting about Orientalists, if you read like the Encyclopedia of Islam, whenever there's a really nice hadith, they'll say, this is clearly fabricated, or this is obviously hagiographical, or, you know, they'll make these arguments. And then if there's any hadith that will put any bad light on the Muslims or on the Prophet ﷺ, they'll just state it as historical fact. Like the age of Aisha, it's just historical fact. They don't accept the hadiths of the palm tree that moaned, obviously made up. They don't accept the hadiths, you know, all these amazing hadiths, the splitting of the moon, obviously made up, even though the Quran clearly states it. None of the Quraysh denied it. There's no denial of it. It was mutawatir. It was experienced mutawatir.
In fact, they said sihrun muntashir because they went out and asked the people around Mecca if they saw it too. Now, whatever that was, if it was split moon phenomenon, like Imaduddin, the astronomer, suggests, there is a astronomical event called split moon phenomenon, and that it could have been that, or it could have been the physical splitting, which is what obviously most scholars argue, but that something happened in Mecca on that day when the Prophet pointed to the moon, and the moon appeared to split in two to the people of Mecca. That's mutawatir. لِإِلَافِ قُرَيْشٍ. That's mutawatir. There were many people alive when that surah was revealed. The people of Mecca saw birds come and pelt the army of Abraha and killed many of the soldiers and the elephants, and they fled back to Ethiopia. They saw that. And after that, the Arabs called the Quraysh ahlullah, the people of God. They didn't mess with them. They were afraid of them, seriously. That's mutawatir. It's as sound and true as 1066. Because if you're going to accept the same criteria for 1066, then you have to accept the criteria for these things as well. There are miracles of the Prophet that are not mutawatir. Many of them are not mutawatir, but there are certain ones that are mutawatir. They're historical fact. The moaning of the palm tree is a historical fact. The splitting of the moon is a historical fact. It's not fantasy. So, the Arabs say, "Ba'ukum tajurru wa ba'una la tajur." The rules of grammar work for your words, but you're not letting them work for our words. It's like you have a different set of criteria when you deal with Muslims than when you deal with your own tradition. And then finally, instinctive premises. These are qadaya ma'a qiyasatiha. These are instinctive premises whose syllogisms are implicitly present, like our statement 4 is even. So this is different from the first one, the a priori, the awwaliyat. This is different. So the hadsiyat. So he says mujarrabat كقولنا شرب السقمونية يسهل الصفراء وحدسيات كقولنا نور القمر مستفاد من نور الشمس ومتواترات كقولنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ادعى النبوة وأظهر المعجزة وقضايا قياساتها معها كقولنا أربعة زوج بسبب وسط حاضر في الذهن والانقسام بمتساويين. So the reason that is true is because of the two, that there's an intermediary that is present in the mind. So in other words, you don't have to go through the normal qiyas. It's already present in the mind. So it's different from an a priori in that there is a type of mediated understanding, but the mediated understanding already is present in the mind. It doesn't have to come from a syllogism, an argument. It's already there. So when we say 4 is even, the intermediary that's present in the mind is the division into two equal parts. So we understand what two equal parts is when we say even. So 4 is right, divided into two twos, two equal parts. 6 is divided into two threes, right, like that. So that's something that is, these are the qadaya, that the qiyasatuha ma'aha, that the syllogism is already present. It doesn't need to be expressed. Now, in terms of the yaqeen, it's important to understand, our scholars have divided the different types of knowing into yaqeen, dhann, shak, waham, and taqleed. Jahl murakkab and taqleed. So the first one, yaqeen, right, is i'tiqadun jazimun. It's an absolute firm belief in the mind of the one who believes it, and it's mutabiqun lil waqi'. It corresponds with reality. That's yaqeen. It corresponds with reality. So if you believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists with certainty in your heart, you're jazm about it, I have no doubts that God exists, that is yaqeen if it's mutabiqun lil waqi'. If it's not mutabiqun lil waqi', then it's called jahl murakkab. It's compounded ignorance. So when the thing does not correspond with reality, it's called compounded ignorance, because ignorance is divided into simple and compound. Simple ignorance is when you don't know something and you know you don't know it. That's called simple ignorance. Jahilun basit. So jahilun basitun is somebody who knows they're ignorant. Jahilun murakkabun is somebody who is ignorant but they think they know. And all of our scholars they're almost in agreement that you can't do anything with that person, because they're convinced that what they know is true and they're not open to other possibilities. So that's yaqeen, is when it corresponds with reality. Dhann is when you have preponderance of weight or evidence is on the side of yaqeen. So if you look at yaqeen is on one side, certainty, and on the other side, right, is improbability, right? In the middle there is doubt. Doubt is when you can't decide whether it's true or not true, whether it's sound or it's unsound. You just, the jury's out. Moot point. I don't know. That's shak. One is when you think it's true. So, did Zayd arrive? He might have, he might not. I don't know. That's shak. If you say, I'm certain he arrived because I just saw him, that's yaqeen. And that's ayn al-yaqeen. Right? And then the person you're telling, if he trusts you, it's ilm al-yaqeen. Right? It's a type of certain knowledge. And then you have waham, which is on the other side of yaqeen, which is like, it just has no basis. All right? Now, if the person if they believe, but they don't, and they have i'tiqad, jazm about it, but it's possible for that to be removed. In other words, somebody could put doubt into their mind, right? That person is muqallid. And that's why in aqeedah, most of the ulama argued that you could not be muqallid. You could be muqallid in fiqh, but you couldn't be muqallid in aqeedah. That you really had to be certain about things for yourself. And so, that's very important to know that you know, that taqleed is madhmoom in our tradition. And that's why those who argue against taqleed, they're right. Taqleed is not a good state to be in. But this argument that you have to be a mujtahid without the conditions of ijtihad is insanity. So these people that think they can go to the book and the sunnah and not make taqleed of the imams, those people it's crazy. The whole idea is crazy. Because they don't have the tools to do that. If they did, then they have to. And those tools are important to acquire. And everybody who's capable, who has the time, the leisure time, and the ability, they should try to acquire those tools of ijtihad. But very few people have done it in history. And for those of us who have not acquired them, we're obliged to follow those who did acquire them. But to say, no, I'm taking from the book and the sunnah, well, you're going to be on a new religion every day. Because there's over 50,000 hadiths. Many of them outwardly appear to be in contradiction. Not many of them, but a lot.
enough of them to be problematic. And there are verses also that appear to be in contradiction. But the mujtahidun have resolved those in both the Quran and the hadith. And those are the people that we follow. So if we try to just go directly to the Quran and the hadith without recourse to these people, we fall into a type of compounded ignorance, which is very dangerous. And Imam al-Laqani says, وَكُلُّ مَنْ قَلَّدَ فِي التَّوْحِيدِ إِيمَانُهُ لَمْ يَخْلُ مِنْ تَرْدِيدِ. You know, that everyone who has taqleed in his iman, that his iman is not free of wavering, that he could waver in it. So that's important. And then he says that Imam al-Subki says, إِلَّمْ يَجْزِمْ بِقَوْلَ الْغَيْرِ كَفَى وَإِلَّا لَمْ يَزَلْ فِي الضَّيْرِ. That if you are certain and the person that you were making taqleed of, he loses his faith, but that doesn't cause you to lose your faith, then that's sound taqleed. So that's like a criterion that Imam al-Subki argued. So then, now so is everybody clear about that, those categories? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
So could we as students be okay with having taqleed for now?
Yeah, no, you have to. We're all muqallidun. I'm a muqallid, you're a muqallid. We're muqallidun. In aqidah, you should not be muqallid. Like, I don't consider myself muqallid in aqidah. Other than, I mean, I have taqleed of the school that I follow. I'm Maliki, and my inclination is towards a non-ta'wili Ashari position. So, that's where I am. You know, that's what I was taught. It makes the most sense to me. But it's not taqleed in that I learned the barahin for, like, I know why I believe what I believe, and then I know the arguments of why you should believe in God. You know, I learned the Kalam cosmological argument. You know, I learned the proofs, the adillah that are rational proofs and revelatory proofs. So in that way, you know, it's good to learn a text in aqidah so that you can get out of taqleed in aqidah and you have certainty about your faith, of why you believe it. In fiqh, you know, there's some masail that I feel like I know the adillah, I know how they got them, but the mujtahid is the one who knows you know, he can do it with all the rulings of the deen. So there's mujtahidun in masail. Like, for instance, in the Mumbers, I mean, I studied a lot of different opinions. I read all the different opinions. I went through all the different opinions, and then I came up with what, you know, my argument for what I thought was the soundest opinion. And I wrote that in a book called Caesarean Mumbers. So that's an example where I took a mas'ala and I really tried to understand it to the best of my ability, and then to make an argument for why I thought that was a preferred argument. And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, in the next couple qawaid, he'll talk about khilaf and ikhtilaf, so you can understand how that differs. So al-jadr huwa qiyasun. Okay, now another one is wal-jadru huwa qiyasun. So now we're moving into, that was burhan and how we prove burhan. Now we're moving into dialectic. So disputation. Wal-jadru huwa qiyasun mu'allafun min muqaddimatin mashhuratin. Some of them say that should not say la musallamatin. That should say musallamatin. So nix that la. don't know where he got that. Maybe that's in the Sharh. Is Omar here? Let me check that before you nix that letter. But the mashhura, my understanding of it is it's musallama and a nas. In other words, they're agreed upon amongst people. That's what it means. But let me just check that. But that's my understanding of it. They're not yaqiniya, like to say al-adlu hasanun wa dhulmu qabihun. Those are musallamat and an-nas, right? Like if we're debating and I say to you, do you accept that al-adlu hasan wa dhulmu qabih? Do you accept that justice is good and injustice is bad? And you say yes. Then we say that's musallama. Okay, so that now we can move to the next. So I can argue the next thing. Do you accept that? Do you accept the Pope's argument that the Iraqi war that the Americans led against the Iraqis was unjust? Right? And you say yes. And then we can say, okay, therefore, the war against the Iraqis, right, was wrong because injustice is wrong. You agreed with that. And you agreed that the Pope's argument for a just war was not fulfilled in the American aggression against the Iraqis. Therefore, you accept that the Iraqi war was not only unjust but wrong. That's a way of jadal. That's how we would do jadal. What's that?
I think because of this contradiction between the two, either yes, either no, it's la musallama. It's jadal. Jadal means la musallama.
Between the two, but it's based on قياس مؤلف من مقدمات مشهورة لا مسألة عندنا. صحيح, you're right. So it's not, it's لا مسلمة عند الخصمين. So I'm wrong there. But the mashhura is using what is agreed on. In terms of the qiyas, there's a debate going on. Yeah. My mistake. Apologize for ruining your text if you erased it. Those things are known through, like, what they call maslaha amma, general things that are generally good, common weal, things that we agree on. Like safe streets are a good thing. That's something that we can agree on. And then also things that relate to decent human feelings, like taking care of the underprivileged, helping the handicapped. Those are things that these are arguments that we can make that people will tend to recognize. And then also things for protection, like the hijab would be an example of that. It's for himya, that it's a way of protecting the honor or dignity, because in many societies women are accosted or they're, to use a slang term, hit on, if they're not, if they don't let people know that and then for customs or norms. So for instance, if you're in India, many people agree, it's a muqaddima, mashhura amongst them, that to eat animals is wrong, or amongst certain Buddhists and things like that, right? So that would be urf. That would go under the ada of the people. And then والخطابة هي قياس مؤلف من مقدمات مقبولة من شخص معتقد فيه أو مظنون. So oration or oratory, khataba, is a syllogism composed of either premises that are accepted from someone trustworthy or of presumed premises. So in khataba, people, it's a type of you're arguing, right? Here it's reasoning. مؤلف من مقدمات مقبولة من شخص. So the oratory is based on the ethos of the one speaking. So if people trust them, they're going to listen to them and they'll tend to incline towards their arguments. And this is very common in politics, right? So it must be true because Ron Paul said it, you know, or whoever your politician of choice is. It must be true because he doesn't lie. So that's the type of power that those happen. والشعر هو قياس مؤلف من مقدمات تنبسط منها النفس أو تنقبض. And then finally, shi'r, he's translating here as provocation, but it's poetic argumentation. It's using very common in imaginative literature, right? So you can make arguments. Shakespeare is a moral ethicist. He's teaching through negative examples, but his imaginative literature is not just there for entertainment, that there's actually moral edification going on. Dostoevsky, if you read Brothers Karamazov, is a good example of a novel that is making moral arguments. You know, these debates, if you look at Alyosha and Ivan and the debates between them about the world and the nature of good and nihilism, and, you know, his argument about children being punished in the world is his kind of proof that how could there be a God if you have a world where children suffer. So these are examples where poetry is used because it evokes certain things in the self. And it's very powerful because you can use it to build people up, break them down. The Arabs were very good at that. Hijat was a very common technique of the Arabs, type of poetry that really, it's very devastatingly biting, sarcastic poetry about people. And so syllogism composed of premises by which the soul is either expanded or constricted. And then I'm going to stop there because tomorrow will be the last class, and I'm going to go into the mughalatat, or the logical fallacies, and give you some. All right? سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما، وافتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. نويت التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والنفع والانتفاع والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم، والدعاء إلى الهدى والدلالة على الخير ابتغاء وجه الله ومرضاته وقربه وثوابه سبحانه وتعالى. الحمد لله. The qaida today. Bismillah. So continue on in the qawaid from Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, the qaida number 27. الاختلاف في الحكم الواحد نفيا وإثباتا إن ظهر ابتناء أحدهما على أصل لا يتم الاحتجاج به فهو فاسد، وإن أدى إلى محال فهو باطل، بخلاف ما ظهر ابتناؤه على أصل يتم الاحتجاج به
ولا تنزع الحجة من يد مخالفه حيث يكون الكل صحيحا ومن ثم نفرق بين خلاف واختلاف فنكفر من آل قوله لمحال في معقول العقائد نبدع من آل به لذلك في منقولها إن التزم القول باللازم وإلا نظر في شبهته فندري له حكمها على خلاف بين العلماء في قول لازم القول ولا نكفر ولا نبدع من لازم قوله غير محال إذا لا نجزم بفساد أصله مع احتماله وبهذا الوجه يظهر قبول خلاف أهل السنة بينهم مع ردهم للغير عموما وهو جار في باب الأحكام الشرعية وفي باب الرد والقبول فتأمل ذلك تجده وبالله التوفيق. This is more of a qaida in dealing with creed, but it also relates to tasawwuf. الاختلاف في الحكم الواحد نفيا وإثباتا. That when there's a difference in a single ruling, so you have nafi wa ithbat, right? Because those are the two ways you can make a hukm, right? You either assert something or you negate something. So if I say something's halal and another faqih says, no, it's haram, we have a ikhtilaf or a khilaf. He's going to differentiate. So he's saying the ikhtilaf in the hukm al-wahid, in the same ruling, the difference when it's by negation or assertion, affirmation. إن ظهر ابتناء أحدهما على أصل لا يتم الاحتجاج به فهو فاسد. If one of them builds its source on a foundation that cannot be used as an ihtijaj. So he's saying that there's no real proof in the source that they're using. فهو فاسد. It's invalid, unsound. All right? This is logic. وَإِنْ أَدَّى إِلَى مُحَالٍ فَهُوَ بَاطِلٌ. But if it leads to something that's impossible, it's null and void. It has no... So one of them, it's even stronger. بِخِلَافِ مَا ظَهْرَ ابْتِنَاؤُهُ عَلَى أَصْلٍ يَتِمُّ الْاحْتِجَاجُ بِهِ. And this is in contradistinction to that which is built upon a foundation that the ihtijaj, using it as a proof, يَحْتَجُ بِهِ, to use it as a hujjah, to use it as a proof, is completed. It can be completed. So you can use it as a proof. وَلَا تُنْزَعُ الْحُجَّةُ مِنْ يَدِّ مُخَالِفِهِ. And this does not negate or remove the proof that is in the one opposing him. حَيْثُ يَكُونَ الْكُلُّ صَحِيحًا. So both of them could be correct. In that, it's an ijtihad. فَمِنْ ثَمَّ نُفَرِّقُ بَيْنَ خِلَافٍ وَاخْتِلَافٍ. And from this perspective, we differentiate between khilaf and ikhtilaf. Khilaf is a negative term. Ikhtilaf is a positive term. Ikhtilafu ummati rahmah. The differences of my ummah are a mercy. It's a hadith, Imam al-Bayhaqi relates it. It has some weakness in it, but the qa'idah is sound. The principle is sound. And there, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz is very famous for saying that it's fortunate that the Sahaba disagreed about things, because it left space for us to differ on these things. And this is one of the beauties of Islam, is that it's never had this fascistic uniformity, this demand that everybody do the same thing, everybody follow the same thing, and yet within that diversity there's this incredible unity. I'll give you an example. If you go to Mecca or Medina, every type of Muslim is there. You have Zaydis, Ibadis, Shi'i from the different groups amongst the Shia. You have Malikis, Hanafis, Hanbalis, Shafi'is. You have Sufis, you have Salafis. You have every single type of Muslim. Men, women. It's all represented there. And yet all of them go 5 times a day to the same prayer, behind the imam, facing the same qibla, doing the same basic functions. I mean, the differences are all negligible if you think about it. Some people move their little finger based on a hadith.
In the Maliki, some people leave it still. Some people raise it only at the time of the Shahada. Some of the Malikis hold it with the like almost a fist form with the bottom of the fist on the, and others hold it down with all the fingers on the. You have Shafi'is, some of them, if you're Malaysia, you see the Malaysians, they tend to do on the side over the heart. Other Shafi'is do it in the middle. The Hanafis do it under the belly button. Some of them do it on the belly button. Malikis, Shia, Ibadis leave their hands at their sides. Malikis and the mashhur of the madhab. Those are the differences. But the standing, the ruku', the return, the prostration, the 3 rakats for Maghrib, the 4 rakats for Isha, the 2 rakats for Fajr, right? The 4 rakats for Dhuhr and Asr. Amazing that an ummah could all be doing the same worship despite all of their differences. When they come together for these fundamental pillars of Islam, they do the same thing. Even on the Hajj, they do the same thing. There's 3 types of Hajj. You can choose or pick which ones you want. The only difference is you're going to see some of the, like in the Ja'fari madhab, they can't have a head covering even in a moving vehicle. So you'll see the Shia buses without any covers on them because they're not allowed to cover when they're moving in a vehicle, right? But some people use an umbrella, some people don't. Like Malikis, they don't. So those are all, those are details that the fuqaha have differed on, and they all have their proofs. But that fundamental uniformity is amazing. One Quran, there's no difference. Shia, you go from Indonesia to Morocco, or now from Indonesia to California, they read with the same makharij al-huruf. There's 17 makharij al-huruf. They read with the same sifat. Everybody has the same idgham, whether you're a Shi'i, or you're a Sunni, or a Ibadi, it doesn't matter. You have the same tajweed, which is a proof. For me, one of the great proofs of Islam is the phonetic preservation of the pronunciation of the Quran. Why aren't there different pronunciations around the world? Why do Muslims recite the Quran identical if they're doing it properly? They can do it with different styles. You have hazan, you have maqamat. They can read in maqamat. So you have rast, you have hijazi, iraqi. They can do those. But the tajweed is the same. You're limited in the amount of beats that you can use, right? All that stuff is limited, and it's fixed, which proves that it came from one source. And that's a clear proof that it came from one source. I mean, how else could you have the same recitation, 1.3 billion people, all of them are in agreement. If you're reciting the Quran right, you're reciting it the same way. That's amazing. I mean, that no other community has that. The Jews differ on how the Torah is pronounced. The Christians differ on how Koine Greek is pronounced. I took 2 years of Greek. And my New Testament teacher, she said, we don't really know how we think the sound was like this. So we don't even know the New Testament, which is not the language Jesus was speaking. He was probably speaking Aramaic. I mean, even, I didn't see the film, but even in the film, Last Temptation of Christ, where they're speaking Aramaic, a friend of mine who's Arab saw it, told me he was amazed at how much he could understand in the film. And then they have the character portraying Jesus on the cross, Ilah, Ilah. That's what he says, Ilah. Because that's Ilah, Ilahi, Ilahi. Lima, lima sabakhtani. Right? Why? Lima, lima. So that's the language. Even in the New Testament, it's got him speaking a dialect of Arabic. Right? But the Muslims are the only community, as far as I know, of these ancient classical religions, the big ones. I'm talking about Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism. I mean, Judaism is relatively small, but because of their impact, they're placed, because they are the foundation of Christianity and Islam, in that both of those religions see themselves as an extension, even though we would say, it's a direct revelation from God. But Judaism it's all the same prophets that are being mentioned in the Quran, and it's seen as an extension. In all those religions, I think the Muslims are the only ones that have a book that they recite the same. And then we have 7 variants. They tried to prove these silly things. Oh, there's all these different types of Quran. They've never differed that there were differences of recitation. The Prophet ﷺ taught those differences. Omar got upset when he heard a Quran reciter reciting it one way. He said, that's not the way the Prophet taught. He said, that's the way he taught me. They both went to the Prophet, and the Prophet said, yes, I taught him that way, I taught you that way. So he taught in different dialects. Warsh, Qalun and Warsh, who are the recensions of Nafi', they recite in the Hijazi dialect. So the language of the Warsh in particular is the language of the Quraysh. Like they said mu'min, they didn't say mu'min. They didn't pronounce the Hamza. Bani Tamim pronounced the Hamza. The Najdi recitation is from Bani Tamim's language. So you have Hafs, they say mu'min, right? So that's one of the great, to me it's a great miracle of the Islamic tradition, is the preservation of the Quran. Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun. We have revealed this book and we will preserve it. I mean, Allah tawalla amru. If you look, I've never bought a book printed in the Arab world, ever, except it had mistakes in it. And a lot of them, lots of mistakes, especially modern printing. The older ones, very few mistakes, because they had Asharis doing all the checking and everything. But now the modern ones, they're filled with mistakes. How is it that the Quran consistently is printed without mistakes? Even the books of hadith have mistakes in them. I mean, what is that? That's a miracle. I personally, as far as I'm concerned, if you know the Muslim world and what we're capable of, it is a miracle that we can publish a book without any mistakes. That's a miracle from God, as far as I'm concerned. Given what we know. I mean, the Ottomans, yeah, I'm sure they could have done it. And the previous, you know, they had amazing commitment to excellence, itqan. But modern Muslims, I mean, we've got typesetting. Like, even though it's now it's all computerized, you still get Muslim books with typesetting in, like, the sentence is like, the world is, you know, it's like amazing. So that difference between khilaf and ikhtilaf, although khilaf is also used just fihi khilaf, there's a difference of opinion. So don't get caught up in the terminology. The ulama use them synonymously, but there is that distinction of khilaf and ikhtilaf. That ikhtilaf is when both sides have their proofs. Khilaf is when one side has a proof that invalidates the other side. فَنُكَفِّرُ مَنْ آلَ قَوْلُهُ لِمُحَالٍ فِي مَعْقُولِ الْعَقَائِدِ. So we consider as kafir, and this is the ulama, نُكَفِّرُ, we excommunicate, those whose words lead to some impossibility, فِي مَعْقُولِ الْعَقَائِدِ, in those things that are intelligible in the creedal matters. So if it's an intelligible thing, and somebody says something that is impossible for God, like it is just simply impossible. It is impossible for God, inconceivable for God to be limited in time or space. And to believe that is to worship an idol. You have an idol in your head. If you think God is limited, if he is encompassed by space, then that means he's in need of a place. If he's in need of a place, he's not God. وَنُبَدِّعُ مَنْ آلَ بِهِ لِذَلِكَ فِي مَنْقُولِهَا إِنِ الْتِزَمَ الْقَوْلِ بِاللَّازِمِ. This is a madhab, lazim al-qawl, and I actually wrote a blog about it, so you can refer to that if you want the argument about it. There's a khilaf amongst the ulama about those who make a statement that what can be necessarily inferred from that statement leads to kufr. Is that statement kufr itself? This is a khilaf. The more generous position is that it doesn't, because there would be a lot of people that would be outside of the faith if that was the case. So people can believe things, and that's certainly certain literalists that believe things that if you follow the logical conclusion, it would lead to a type of kufr. So this is a khilaf issue, but the more moderate position is that it's considered a bid'ah and not kufr. وَإِن نُظَرَ فِي شُبْهَتِهِ فَنُجْرِي لَهُ حُكْمَهَا عَلَى خِلَافٍ بَيْنَ الْعُلَمَاءِ فِي قَوْلٍ لَازَمَ الْقَوْلِ. So there's a khilaf about that amongst the ulama. وَلَا نُكَفِّرُ وَلَا نُبَدِّعُ مَنْ لَازَمَ قَوْلُهُ غَيْرَ مُحَالٍ. But if what he states does not lead to some inconceivable statement about God, something that we consider impossible for God, then لا نجزم بفساد أصله مع احتماله. We don't consider him kafir or even mubtadi'ah. ولا نجزم بفساد أصله. And we don't assert without the possibility that he could be right, what he has said, as long as it has a possibility of being true, a true statement. وبهذا الوجه يظهر قبول خلاف أهل السنة بينهم. So the Ahl Sunnah differ amongst them, like takween, sifat takween amongst the Maturidi and the Ashari, those types of differences. There's differences about the sifat al-af'al, those that are considered pre-eternal and those that are considered hadith. So these are khilafat amongst the ulama, but in the usul, the foundations, they don't differ. Again, it's like the movement of the finger in the prayer, or still, these are the type differences. I mean, it's not the same in aqidah, but what I'm saying is the essentials are agreed upon. They differ on the particulars, and one of the fallacies, in logical fallacies, is the fallacy of mistaking an accident for something essential. It's a very common fallacy, the fallacy of accident. So so while they accept difference amongst themselves, they still refute others generally. وهو جار في باب الأحكام الشرعية. And the same is true in the أحكام الشرعية. So this includes aqidah, it includes tasawwuf, and it includes fiqh as well. في باب الرد والقبول, in what's rejected and what's accepted. فتأمل ذلك تجده. Think about it and you'll find that what I'm saying is true. It's a good قاعدة. لكل شيء وجه فطالب العلم في بدايته شرطه الاستماع والقبول ثم التصور والتفهم ثم التعليل والاستدلال ثم العمل والنشر. وما تقدم رتبة عن محلها حرم الوصول لحقيقة العلم من وجهها، فعالم بغير تحصيل ضحك ومحصل دون تصوير لا عبرة به، وصورة لا يحصنها الفهم لا يفيدها غيره، وعلم عري عن الحجة وعري عن الحجة لا ينشرح به الصدر ما لم ينتج فهو عقيم، والمذاكرة حياته لكن بشرط الإنصاف والتواضع، وهو قبول الحق لحسن الخلق، ومتى كثر العدد انتفيا، فاقتصر ولا تنتصر واطلب ولا تقصر وبالله توفيق. So he says everything has a wajh, and it's a tough word. It means a lot of different things, but it has a purpose, it has a design, it has an essence, it has a destination. فطالب العلم في بدايته شرطه. So the seeker of knowledge, in his beginning, in his outset, his condition is to listen and to accept. If you're a student of knowledge, at the outset, you have to listen and accept what you're hearing. Why? Because you don't have the tools of criticism yet. Once you acquire those tools, you can begin to become critical. But those tools take time to acquire, and that's why the Muslims put so much emphasis on the acquisition of critical skills. And this is why they taught in their early stages. They focused on grammar, they focused on logic, they focused on rhetoric, they focused on these, what they call sina'atu thalatha. They focused on these arts because they understood that in order for you to really grasp what's being said and to be either accepted or to be able to criticize it, you had to understand it. And you had to understand it with the tools that enabled you to understand it without making the common mistakes that people make. And the grammatical tools are important because you have to know a conditional sentence is not a declarative sentence. It's a conditional sentence. And so if you take it as a declarative sentence, I'll give you an example, my own experience. After 9/11, I was interviewed by the San Jose Mercury, and I said, if there were any martyrs on 9/11, it would be the firemen. Suddenly, all these people, Hamza Yusuf declares the firemen martyrs. That's because people don't know what a conditional sentence is anymore. I'm serious. I mean, that's not the same thing as saying. And on the other hand, why assume that they were disbelievers when the foundation is belief? A person is a believer until they're proven a disbeliever. So why should you just assume America's filled with Muslims? There were Muslim firemen there. Some of them died. Right? Why just assume that? Why not assume the best of people? Well, kuffar, American. Right? That puts us in a dangerous position. Right? It's precarious. But this is the problem. We have a community that does not have the tools of education. They haven't spent, and then the other thing they'll say, oh, this is an elitist project. This is for you to, assert your authority over the masses. I was one of the masses. I spent, 20 years studying pretty seriously, pretty hard, acquiring tools, it's open to anybody. You can all do that. You all have intellects, right? Seriously. It's not about elitism or preservation of, this is our domain. No, it's about understanding how dangerous words are, how dangerous revelation is when it's misunderstood, right? And we can see the madness out there from a loss of a spiritual scholastic class of people that used to have the regulatory function, the hisbah. They had a regulatory function of our tradition. So you had the ulama. And they were the ones that said, no, you can't do that, you can do this. Now, every Tom, Dick, and Abdullah is an alim. Everybody on the internet's an alim. Everybody's giving fatwa. And the basic tools to do those things they don't have. They're not necessary. Kitab was sunnah, brother. I follow the book in the sunnah. What's that logic? Where did that come from? Who's Aristotle? A'udhu billah. This is their attitude. Seriously, this is their attitude. A'udhu billah. Prophet ﷺ, did he teach logic? And Mantiq? Where's Mantiq in the Quran? Right? Imam al-Ghazali proves it. It's in the Quran. He wrote a book proving that it's in the Quran. Right? A'udhu billah. Imam al-Ghazali. How do you deal with these people? You can't. There's nothing you can do except just lament the condition of our ummah. Just subhanAllah, what happened? I mean, look what they produced. Now we blow up buildings. I don't mean we, but a lot of Muslims. Enough of them to cause all of us problems. But Muslims are good at blowing up. Kuffar are great at blowing up buildings. They're better than Muslims. If you want to boast about something, don't boast about blowing up things. Because the non-Muslims are much better at blowing up things than Muslims. Build bigger bombs, right? Smart bombs used by dumb people. It's a problem. But look at these buildings they built. You go look at the masjids we're praying in. Just look at the buildings. Look at the stone. Look at the perfection. And then look at the beauty. That's what they were doing. Right? I mean, the Andalusian poet said, تِلْكَ أَثَارُنَا تَدُلُّ عَلَيْنَا فَانْظُرُوا بَعْدَنَا إِلَى الْأَثَارِ. These traces we leave behind tell you who we are. So after we're gone, look at our traces. You want to know who the Seljuks are? Just go look what they built. Look at their madrasa that we went to. You want to know who Sultan Salim was? Look what he left behind. And now what do we leave behind? We're blowing up mosques. There's Muslims blowing up mosques that were built by previous generations. They go in and, khalas, oh, it's a Shia mosque. Well, what is that? I mean, who gave you the right to remove people from the world? But this is the type of madness that's going on it's a sign of the times. I mean, the Prophet ﷺ informed us about a lot of these things undeniably, but it doesn't mean we should acquiesce, right? Fold our hands. What can we do? No, we have to fight it, oppose it, because it's very tragic how ugly that they've made Islam appear. I mean, this religion that people are in awe of. Everywhere you go, you travel anywhere in the Muslim world, you look at the civilizations that went before us. Look at the beauty they left behind. It's all beauty. They had their flaws. They weren't perfect. I'm not nostalgic in that way, or sentimentally nostalgic. But you just look what they left behind. It's all beautiful. People come from all over the world just to see Rumi. Why? Because he left the Masnawi. That was his contribution. People come from all over the world to see Istanbul. Why? They want to see the Topkapi. They want to see the Masjid Suleiman. And the Christians left behind great things too. The Hagia Sophia is a beautiful church. So the beginning is to listen and to accept it. ثُمَّ تَصَوَّرْ. And then to begin to have that tasawwur. This is the first stage of understanding, right? Understanding. وَتَفَهُّمْ. This is the first stage. ثُمَّ تَعْلِيل. And then to judge. ثُمَّ وَالِاسْتِدْلَالِ. And then reasoning. You see? This is the order. Understand, judge, reason. ثُمَّ الْعَمَلُ وَالنَّشْرِ. And then act on it. And then spread it. That's the order. He's giving you the order. This is how you do it. وَمَتَى قَدَّمَ رُتْبَةً عَنْ مَحَلِّهَا حُرِمَ الْوُصُولِ تَحْقِيقَ الْعِلْمِ عَنْ وَجْهِهَا. And whenever you put one before the other, you put the horse before the cart before the horse, then you are deprived of ever realizing this knowledge in its proper, min wajhiha, in the way that it should be understood. فَعَالِمٌ بِغَيْرِ تَحْصِيلٍ ضَحْكَ. So a scholar who has not acquired any knowledge is a joke. Right? And we're our ummah's filled now with ulama without tahsil. They didn't do any of the work, but they're now giving fatwa and issuing decrees and alimun bighayri tahsil. Dhahka. It's a joke. For him, not anymore. People are taking them seriously. وَمُحَصِّلٌ دُونَ تَصْوِيرٍ لَا عِبْرَةَ بِهِ. And somebody who's acquired, who doesn't understand, don't give him any consideration. So he's got all the information, but he doesn't have the proper understanding. He doesn't know what he... كَمَثَلِ الْحِمَارِ يَحْمِلُ أَسْفَارًا. Allah says, like a donkey that carries books on its back. You can have all that stuff memorized in your head, and you don't know how to implement it, make it work. وَصُورَ لا يحصنها الفهم لا يفيدها غيره. And the form that is not protected by understanding, لا يفيدها غيره. He won't be able to give benefit from that knowledge to others. وعلم عري عن الحجة لا ينشرح به الصدر وما لم ينتج فهو عقيم. And knowledge that is not founded on proofs, the heart does not expand towards it. You don't feel comfortable about it because you don't have the dalil. ما لم ينتج فهو عقيم. And if it doesn't produce results, then it's barren. It's barren knowledge. It's sterile. والمذاكرة حياته. Mudhakara is when students get together and they discuss, or when ulama get together and they discuss. It's called mudhakara. It's like reminding each other. So you talk about things like
Last night we went and had suhoor with one of the local scholars, and he wanted to talk about usul, he wanted to talk about the differences between the Maturidi and the Ashari. He wanted to talk, this is mudhakara. He said, this is the life of knowledge. لكن بشرط الإنصاف والتواضع, but it has to be conditioned upon disinterestedness, insaf, disinterestedness, and humility. Disinterestedness, in other words, you're objective, you're not pushing an agenda, you're not fixed in your position without the possibility that there could be something better. And then humility, just being humble. وهو قبول الحق لحسن الخلق. And it's to accept the truth because you have good character. So humility is to accept the truth due to your good character. وَمَتَ كَثُرَ الْعَدَدْ انْتَفَيَا. And when it gets too many, you lose those two things, the insaf and the tawadu. فَاقْتَصِرْ وَلَا تَنْتَصِرْ. Be brief, don't defend yourself. وَاطْلُبْ وَلَا تُقَصِرْ. Seek and don't stint in your search. Don't stint. إحكام وجه الطلب معين على التحصيل المطلوب ومن ثم كان حسن السؤال نصف العلم إذ جواب السائل على قدر تهذيب المسائل وقد قال ابن العريف رحمه الله لا بد لكل طالب علم حقيقي من ثلاثة أشياء أحدها معرفة الإنصاف ولزومه بالأوصاف والثاني تحرير وجه السؤال وتجريده من جهة عموم الإشكال الثالث تحقيق الفرق بين الخلاف والاختلاف قلت وما رجع لي أصلا واحدا فاختلاف يكون حكم الله في كل ما أداه إليه اجتهاده وما رجع لي أصلين يتبين بطلان أحدهما عند تحقيق النذر فخلاف والله أعلم. So now he's going to extend the meaning of that previous one. He's saying إحكام وجه الطلب معين على التحصيل المطلوب. To perfect the way that you seek knowledge, you know, to do it really with ihkam, to really master the way you seek knowledge will help you in the acquisition of what you're seeking. وَمِن ثَمَّ كَانَ حُسْنُ السُّؤَالِ نُصْفُ الْعِلْمِ. And from this perspective, a good question, a question that is well stated, is half of knowledge. A good question is half of knowledge. Because the answer, jawab as-sa'il, the answer that's given to the questioner is in accordance with how fine the questions are. So the tahdhib of what you're discussing, if they ask the question in the best way, then the answer will often match that. وقد قال ابن العريف رحمه الله لا بد لكل طالب علم حقيقي من ثلاثة أشياء. Ibn al-Arif said, Ibn al-Arif said that every seeker of knowledge, a true seeker of knowledge, has to have three things. The first is he has to understand what disinterestedness is, right? Being fair, unbiased, insaf. You have insaf and intisaf. Intisaf is where you yantasifu li nafsihi. He wants it for himself. Insaf is when it's fair, it's disinterested, it's unbiased, it's objective. So he's saying you have to understand what that is. ثُمَّ لُزُومُهُ بِالْأَوْصَافِ. And then you have to embody the qualities that that characteristic entails. You have to embody that in your own personal behavior. The second, تحرير وجه السؤال, is also to really give the best question. يحرره is like to refine it in a way. So I mean, tahrir in modern Arabic is like editing. So it's refining it, the question that you ask, وَتَجْرِيدُهُ مِنْ جِهَةِ عُمُومِ الْإِشْكَالِ, and then to denude it of those ambiguities
and obfuscations that result from poorly framed questions. And there's a lot of them, and that's part of what logical fallacies are. So you have begging the question, right? So you say, you know, why is Islam so violent? That's not the question. The question is, why are some Muslims so violent? And there are answers to that, because Muslims were not always violent like this. Right? So there are answers. Palestinians, all you have to do is read Gertrude Bell, Mark Twain. They visited Palestine. They have their diaries. Read about how Palestinians were. Palestinians are very peaceful people, historically. If you study the history of Palestine, well, that's one of the surprising things about it. You know, despite the Crusades and all these problems, generally, people have always visited Palestine, except for periods of difficulty. Christians have always gone. Jews have made pilgrimage to Palestine. Right? So why are the Palestinians right now? Well, what's going on that's made some of the Palestinians violent? You create intolerable conditions, people become violent. Why are people so violent in the ghettos? Well, go try and live in the ghetto for a little while, and you'll start understanding why people are so violent in the ghettos. Right? But if you want to alleviate those problems, you don't address those problems by asking the wrong questions. Why are blacks in the inner city so violent? Wrong question. Right? That's a better question, right? Why? Asking why, as opposed to, you know, making those blanket statements. But it's still not the right question. What are the conditions that has resulted in people going against human nature, right? Because violence is not essential to the human, right? I mean, all of you have lived long enough to know, most of you, how many people have ever really been in a physical fight in their adult life? Like a physical fight. Not as children, in their adult life. Seriously, anybody in here? As an adult? One person. Yeah. I mean, you know, seriously, don't you find that interesting? Right? And probably, I would probably argue that somebody insulted him or instigated something, or, right? That's usually what happens. I mean, all you have to look is that poor Algerian football player, Nuruddin. Huh? Zainuddin? Zain al-Abidin? Huh? Zainuddin? Zidane. Okay. Yeah, that's all you have to know. Like, that guy, because those guys, the Italian soccer club, apparently they're known for this stuff. But he knew exactly what to say to this guy. Because he knew, you want to get an Arab, like, you want to get him to really get into a rage, say something about his mother or his sister. That's all you have to do. Right? It's not hard. Right? Say something about his mother or his sister, and, yeah. If he doesn't have a knife, you might get out alive. Right? If he does have a knife, yeah, that's it. That's all she wrote. So, والثالث تحقيق الفرق بين الخلاف والاختلاف, and then you have to know the difference between khilaf and ikhtilaf. In other words, that some things are insoluble, some things don't have a black and white resolution. You have to understand that there are things that can definitely be disproven. There are other things that can't. There are two sides to the coin, and both of them have. You can have a preponderance, like we said. There's certainty, there's probability, there's doubt. التعاون على الشيء ميسر لطلبه ومسهل لمشاقه على النفس وتعبه، فلذلك ألفته النفوس حتى أمر به على البر والتقوى لا على الإثم والعدوان، فلزم مراعاة الأول في كل شيء لا الثاني. ومنه قول سيدي أبي عبد الله ابن عباد رحمه الله تعالى: أوصيكم بوصية لا يعقلها إلا من عقل وجرب، ولا يهملها إلا من غفل فحجب وهي ألا تأخذ في هذا العلم من متكبر ولا صاحب بدعة ولا مقلد فأما الكبر فطابع يمنع من فهم الآيات والعبر والبدعة توقع في البلايا الكبر والتقليد يمنع من بلوغ الوطر ونيل الظفر قال ولا تجعلوا لأحد من أهل الظاهر حجة على أهل الباطن قدس بل يحثون على أن يجعلوا أهل الظاهر حجة لهم لا عليهم إذ كل باطن مجرد عن الظاهر باطل والحقيقة ما عقد بالشريعة فافهم. So he says, to help one another in something facilitates achieving that thing. It also removes some of the hardships on the self and the fatigue that results. تعاونوا على البر والتقوى. And for that reason, the souls find comfort in working together, such that we have been commanded to do so in things of righteousness and piety, and not in things of sinfulness or aggression. So guard the first and avoid the second. And from that, Ibn Abbad, radiallahu anhu, a great Andalusian scholar, said, let me give you a counsel that only one of intellect and experience will truly grasp. And only one who's heedless and veiled will neglect. And this is that you should not take this knowledge, meaning tasawwuf, مع متكبرا ولا صاحب بدعة ولا مقلد. Don't take it with an arrogant person, a person of innovation, or a muqallid. You know, in other words, take it from somebody who's humble, who's following the sunnah, and who has experienced the things that you're interested in. وَأَمَّا الْكِبَرُ فَطَابِعٌ يَمْنَعُ مِنْ فَهْمِ الْآيَاتِ وَالْعِبَرِ. As for arrogance, it is a characteristic of the nature that will prevent somebody from understanding God's signs and discerning the lessons. And that comes from the Quran, that Allah says we will remove our signs from arrogant people. وَالْبِدْعَةِ, and innovation will cause you to fall into great tribulations. And taqleed will prevent one from achieving his desire. And he said, وَلَا تَجْعُلِ أَحَدٍ مِنْ أَهْلِ الظَّاهِرِ حُجَّةً عَلَى أَهْلِ الْبَاطِنِ. Don't let anyone from the people of the outward be a proof against the people of the inward. He's saying that what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, he reverses it, because remember, a negative statement? Yeah. So he reverses it because it's better if it's said the other way. بل يحثون عن أن يجعلوا أهل الظاهر حجة لهم لا عليهم. No, he should make the people of the outward a proof for him, not against him. So what he's saying is, in your tasawwuf, don't have anything that would enable somebody like a faqih to condemn you for it. And then he said, إِذْ كُلُّ بَاطِنٍ مُجَرَّدٍ عَنَ الظَّاهِرِ بَاطِنٍ, because every inward state denuded of an outward state is vanity. وَالْحَقِيقَةَ مَا عُقِدَ بِالشَّرِيعَةِ, and the reality is what is tied to the sharia. You can't separate them. الفقه مقصود لإثبات الحكم في العموم فمداره على إثبات ما يسقط به الحرج. I just want to get, there's anyway, I wanted to get to, because it ends this section. Should I continue, or what do you, huh? How much time do we have left? Okay.
الفقه مقصود لإثبات الحكم في العموم فمداره على إثبات ما يسقط به الحرج والتصوف مرصده طلب الكمال ومرجعه لتحقيق الأكمل حكما وحكمة والأصول شرط في النفي والإثبات فمدارها على التحقيق قد علم كل أناس مشربهم فافهم. So fiqh مقصود لإثبات الحكم في العموم. Fiqh is necessary to establish a ruling in general matters. And مداره على إثبات ما يسقط به الحرج. And the real essence of usul, what it really revolves around, is removing hardship for people. That's what fiqh is really there to do. In fact, Sufyan said, he said, it's either Sufyan or Ibn Uyayna, I think it's Sufyan. He said that الفقه رخصة عن ثقة وأما التشديد فيحسنه كل أحد. Real fiqh is taking dispensations from trustworthy sources. As for being hard on people, everybody's good at that. Like anybody can say haram, la yajuz, la tafa'al, anybody. But to facilitate people in their lives, make it easier for them, that's difficult. وَالتَّصَوُّفْ مَرْصَدُهُ طَلَبُ الْكَمَالِ. And the purpose of tasawwuf is that you're seeking wholeness, completion. You want perfection. وَمَرْجِعُهُ لِتَحْقِيقِ الْأَكْمَالِ. And its reference point is trying to realize what's more perfect in a situation. حُكْمًا وَحِكْمَةً. In the ruling and in the wisdom. So in any ruling, the Sufi is always looking for, what's the akmal here? What's the more complete? What's the better way? وَالْأُصُولُ شَرْطٌ فِي النَّفْيِ وَالْإِثْبَاتِ. And here he means aqidah is a condition in asserting and negating. فَمَدَارُهَا عَلَى التَّحْقِيقِ. And so he's giving fiqh, tasawwuf, and iman. Iman, Islam, ihsan. He's giving you the three, and he's telling you what the madar of each one is. And then he says, in the usul, the condition is the nafi and the ithbat. فَمَدَارُهَا عَلَى التَّحْقِيقِ. So it revolves around tahqiq. You have to be certain about what you're saying. تحقق المسألة before you say it. وَقَدْ عَلِمَ كُلُّ أُنَاسٍ مَشْرَبُهُم. Everybody knows their mashrab. So there's fuqaha, Sufiya, mutakallimun. Everybody knows where they should be. مادة الشيء مستفادة من أصوله ثم قد يشارك الغير في مادته ويخالفه في وجه استمداده كالفقه والتصوف والأصول أصولها الكتاب والسنة وقضايا العقل المسلمة بالكتاب والسنة لكن الفقيه ينظر من حيث ثبوت الحكم الظاهر للأمر الظاهري من حيث قاعدته والمقتضية له والصوفي ينظر من حيث الحقيقة في عين التحقيق لا نظر فيه للفقيه حتى يصل ظاهره بباطنه والأصولي يعتبر حكم النفي والإثبات من غير زائد فمن ثم قال ابن الجلاء رحمه الله من عامل الحق بالحقيقة والخلق بالحقيقة فهو زنديق ومن عامل الحق بالشريعة والخلق بالشريعة فهو سني ومن عامل الحق بالحقيقة والخلق بالشريعة فهو صوفي انتهى وهو عجيب مناسب لما قبله تظهر أمثلته مما بعده. So he says that مادة الشيء مستفادة من أصوله. The material of something is derived from its foundations, right? ثم قد يشارك الغير في مادته. But then also in the material, other things can be involved in it. ويخالف في وجه استمداده. And sometimes go against it in terms of what it's deriving from. Like fiqh and tasawwuf and usul. All of them are founded in the book and the sunnah and qadaya al-aql al-musallama. And also rational propositions that are musallama. Right? Remember we did the musallama, the mashhura, right? بالكتاب والسنة, in the book and the sunnah. لكن الفقيه ينظر من حيث ثبوت الحكم الظاهر للعمل الظاهر. But the faqih is looking, how do we assert this outward ruling in terms of the outward action based on the qa'idah, based on the principle that determines it. This is what the faqih is trying to do. He's looking at the action
What's the ruling of the action? And what are the proofs that derive the ruling for that specific action? That's the faqih. The Sufi, he's looking at the reality في عين التحقيق. ولا نظر فيه للفقيه حتى يصل ظاهره بباطنه. The Sufi is looking at the reality in terms of the essence of realization. How do we realize the reality? And the faqih doesn't have a perspective in this until he relates the zahir to the batin. So he has positions in relation to tasawwuf, but he has to understand the relationship. وَالْأُصُولِ يَعْتَبَرْ حُكْمَ النَّفْيِ وَالْإِثْبَاتِ مِنْ غَيْرِ زَائِدٍ. All the mutakallim, the theologians, he's trying to do is make a judgment. Nafi or ithbat. This is true about God, this isn't true about God. This is true about the messengers, this isn't true about the messengers. The messengers are ma'soom. The awliya are mahfuz. The common people are waver. Right? وَمِن ثَمَّ قَالَ ibn al-Jallah. And from this, Ibn al-Jallah, rahimahullah, one of the great Sufis, he was actually he was Shaykh al-Sham during his time. And when he gave wa'ad, they said his heart, it affected the people greatly, according to Ibn Kathir in Siyar Alam al-Nubala. So he said, "Man amal al-haq bil-haqiqa wal-khalq bil-haqiqa fahuwa zindiq." Whoever interacts with God, with haqiqa, with the reality, and with creation is a heretic. فهو زنديق. وَمَنْ عَمَلَ الْحَقِّ بِالشَّرِيعَةِ وَالْخَلْقَ بِالشَّرِيعَةِ فَهُوَ سُنِّي. And if you act with God according to the sharia and the creation according to the sharia, you're a Sunni. وَمَنْ عَمَلَ الْحَقَّ بِالْحَقِيقَةِ وَالْخَلْقَ بِالشَّرِيعَةِ فَهُوَ صُوفي. But when you act with the creation according to the sharia, but with Allah according to the reality, you're a Sufi. End of discussion. انتهى. وهو عجيب. And this is very interesting. It fits what went before it, and I'll give you an example for what comes after it. And this is where we end. إِنَّمَا يَظْهَرُ الشَّيْء بِمِثَالِهِ وَيَقْوَ بِدَلِيلِهِ. Things manifest according to the examples. So you understand things through examples, and they strengthen with the proofs. فَمِثَالُ زِنْدِيقٍ. An example of a heretic is al-jabari. People that say that there's no free will. الَّذِي يُرِيدُ إِبْطَالَ الْحِكْمَةِ وَالْأَحْكَامِ. These people want to nullify divine wisdom in creating human beings, because there's no wisdom in creating things that have no free will and then taking them to account for their actions. I mean, where's the wisdom in that? And the rulings. وَمِثَالُ السُنِّي. And the example of the Sunni, مَا وَقَعَ فِي حَدِيثَ الثَّلَاثَ الَّذِينَ سَدَّ عَلَيْهِمْ أَرْغَارٌ فسأل الله كل واحد بأفضل أعماله كما صح وعمدته ظواهر الأدلة ترغيبا وترهيبا والله أعلم. An example of the Sunni are the three who the rock fell on the cave door, and each one of them asked with the best actions that he had in order to move the rock. So the foundation of that was on the outward proofs in terms of targhib and tarhib. The likeness of the Sufi. So he's giving you now the three after he determined what, right? The heretic treats God with reality and treats creation with reality. The reality of creation is, if you looked at creation in terms of haqiqah, we're all predetermined. There's qadar, right? But if you look at reality in terms of sharia, we have free will. And they're not mutually exclusive. That Allah has determined everything, and yet at the same time given us free will to act accordingly. But one is haqiqah and the other is sharia. They're not mutually exclusive. So if you treat humans with the haqiqah, then you remove any taklif. There's no responsibility. Allah made me do it. So, and then the example of the Sunni is actions. That's how they got out, because they're treating Allah with sharia, and they're treating people with sharia. So that they're the Sunnis, those three in the cave, because each one of them did a good deed, And so they said to Allah, you told us to be good, we were good, help us. Right? So that's the Sunni. Now look at the Sufi. ما جاء في حديث الذي, this is a Sahih hadith. ما جاء في الحديث الذي استسلف من رجل 1000 دينار. He borrowed 1,000 dinar, a lot of money. فقال أبغيني شاهدا. So the man said, I want a witness. He said to him, قال كفى بالله شهيدا. Allah is enough as a witness. Allah will suffice. فقال أبغيني كفيلا. Give me a guarantor, somebody who will say that, you know, if you fail to pay me, he'll pay, right? He said, كفى بالله كفيلا. Allah suffices as somebody to give surety, what they call surety. فرضي, the man was pleased. فلما قضي الأجل خرج ليلتمس مركبا فلم يجد. So then the time came for him to pay the debt. He went out, because there was between him and the man water. He went out. He couldn't find a way to get there. فنقر خشبة. So he hollowed out a piece of wood. وجعل فيها 1000 dinar. And he put in it the 1,000 dinars. ورقعة تقتضي الحكاية. And he wrote a little note explaining why he was in that situation. وبذلها للذي رضي به, to the one who was pleased with it. وهو الله سبحانه وتعالى. And in reality it was Allah. Because he said, كَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. That's what Allah says. Allah is enough as a witness. So if you really believe that, then you don't need that witness to sign the... And then he said, كَفَى بِاللَّهِ كَفِيلًا. Allah says that. So he did that, and it arrived to him. This is a sound hadith. ثُمَّ جَابَ الْأَلْفِ الْأُخْرَى. And then he came with the... When he got later, when he found the transportation to get to the man, he brought him the 1,000 dinars. وَفَاءً لِحَقِّ الشَّرِيعَةِ. Because that's the haqq of the sharia. That's in Sahih al-Bukhari. So that man was, what he was doing was, he used Allah as his surety and his witness. And so he was giving that to Allah, the 1,000 dinars. And he was saying, like, I used you. So here's what I owe you. But then he went to the man and gave him the 1,000 dinars to show the haqq of the sharia. So one was the haqq of the haqiqah, and the other was the haqq of the sharia. And that's the Sufi. That's a sound hadith too. وَمِنْهُ إِنَّمَا نُطْعِمُكُمْ لِوَجْهِ اللَّهِ. We feed you only for the sake of Allah. لَا نُرِيدُ مِنْكُمْ جَزَاءً وَلَا شُكُورًا. We don't want from you reward or gratitude. إِنَّا نَخَافُ مِنْ رَبِّنَا. We're doing this out of khawf from Allah. فَجَعَلَ مُتَعَلَّقَ الْخَوْفِ مُجَرَّدًا عَنْ حَامِلِ الْعَقْلِ. So they removed that khawf from the rational aspect of it. Like they're feeding them. They don't want from them any gratitude, any thanks. They're doing what they're doing because of the Yawm al-Qiyamah. وَقَدْ قَالَ رَجُلٌ لِلشِّبْلِ رَحِمَهُ اللَّهِ كَمْ مِنْ خَمْسٍ مِنَ الْإِبِلِ. One of them said to Imam Shibli, he was a Maliki faqih as well as being a Sufi. He said to him, if you have 5 camels, how many sheep are due? What's wajib? أما عندنا. He said, فقال شاة في الواجب. 1 sheep is what you're obliged to pay. أما عندنا فكلها لله. But as far as we're concerned, it's all God's. قال فما أصرك في ذلك. So the man said, what's your proof for that? قال أبو بكر حين خَرَجَ عَنْ مَالِهِ كُلِّهِ لِلَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. Abu Bakr is our proof when he gave all his wealth for the sake of Allah. ثُمَّ قَالَ مَنْ خَرَجَ عَنْ مَالِهِ كُلِّهِ فَإِمَامُهُ أَبُو بَكْرٍ. And then he said, whoever gives all of his wealth, his imam is Abu Bakr. وَمَنْ خَرَجَ عَنْ بَعْضِهِ وَتَرَكَ بَعْضَهُ فَإِمَامُهُ عُمَرٍ. The one that gives half and keeps half, his imam is Umar. وَمَنْ أَخَذَ لِلَّهِ وَأَعْطَى لِلَّهِ وَجَمَعَ لِلَّهِ وَمَنَعَ لِلَّهِ فَإِمَامُهُ عُثْمَانٍ. And the one who takes for Allah, gives for Allah, gathers for Allah, withholds for Allah, his imam is Uthman. وَمَنْ تَرَكَ الدُّنْيَا لِأَهْلِهَا فَإِمَامُهُ عَلِي. And the one who leaves dunya for his family, his imam is Ali. وَكُلُّ عِلْمٍ لَا يُؤَدِّي إِلَى تَرْكِ الدُّنْيا فَلَيْسَ بِعِلْمٍ. انتهى. And any knowledge that doesn't lead to detachment from this world is not knowledge. انتهى. Alhamdulillah. All right. This is the khatam of the Isagoji, which was always a big thing in the madrasas when you did it. When you finished a text, it was considered a really good thing. So, وَالْمُغَالَطَةُ وَهِيَ قِيَاسٌ مؤلف من مقدمات كاذبة شبيهة بالحق أو بالمشهور أو من مقدمات وهمية كاذبة والعمدة هو البرهان لا غير وليكن هذا آخر الرسالة في المنطق. الحمد لله. So he says, logical fallacy, which is called in Arabic مغالطة, from غلط, is a syllogism composed of either false premises that appear to be true or well-known premises, or of delusionary false premises. So, Aristotle divided logical fallacies, which comes from a Greek word, which means deception, philos. They say our word fail comes from it, Allahu A'lam. So the logical fallacy, Aristotle divided them into two, fallacies of language and fallacies that were not of the language itself, but I mean, it's in the language, but it wasn't specifically the language. The fallacies of language he considered fallacies of ambiguity, fallacies like equivocation, amphibole, fallacies of accent, like how you say something. For instance, decontextualization. So one of the fallacies of accent is decontextualizing a statement. Another one is the way you, where you put your emphasis in something. Either in the word, like you have invalid and invalid. So words can be used, and because of the accent, there can be a fallacy in what's being stated. And then you have the fallacies that are outside of language that have to do with more like an ad hominem attack. Right? You abuse somebody, so you say, "Oh, don't listen to him. He's an alcoholic." Right? And that's not a proof against what he's saying. What he's saying might be true, but the ad hominem, and then poisoning the well, like that's what they tried to do with the Prophet ﷺ, poison the well, say all these things about the Prophet before people heard him. So when they come to him, they couldn't hear. In fact, he prohibited poisoning the well when he said, "Don't tell me about my companions. I like to go out with a sound chest." In other words, don't poison the well, because if you tell me all these bad things, when I see them, I can't assess them myself. Right? And also fallacies of irrelevance. Like, what's that got to do with it? And that will be introduced also. You have fallacies of division and composition, like mistaking the whole for the part and the part for the whole. Very common. So the division is to apply to the parts, to the whole, the reality of the parts. And composition is the opposite. So for instance, some Muslims are violent. Oh, therefore all Muslims are violent. It's very common. These are very common fallacies. They're used all the time. If they're used intentionally, they're called sophisms, safsata. So the manatiqa, the logicians differentiate between mughalatat, which are fallacies, and safsata, or sophistical reasoning. So the sophist is the one who winning the argument is more important than establishing the truth.
is more important. Or they have personal agenda. There's a, people have different reasons for why they do things. And some, unfortunately, will believe that the end justifies the means. So there will be people that will lie because they believe that it's for a good cause. What Plato calls this royal lie. Sometimes the state needs to tell the common people something in order for their own benefit, because they're too stupid to know what's good for them. And that's the flaw of elitists everywhere. The people that want to rule the common people and think they're too dumb to know what's good for them. So there are a lot of fallacies, and there's some really good websites. There's some good books on it in English. There's people that have taken critical thinking courses will usually take those. So the formal fallacies are covered in those six Aristotelian rules, and then the two corollaries. Those are the formal fallacies. The material fallacies, or the informal, or sometimes this is called informal logic, are these type of fallacies that are very common. Like I said, they're used all the time. All of us use them. We're all guilty of these fallacies. Hasty generalizations, right? Stereotypes are often based on this. But there's also comprehension and extension to keep in mind about people not differentiating between comprehension and extension leads to a lot of misunderstandings about things. So, alhamdulillah, I think, I hope that this class has stimulated you to want to explore this subject more. I think it's a really important subject for people today, anytime, but today in particular, because we're very susceptible to propaganda, ad campaigns. That's what they call them, ad campaigns. It's a military term, campaign, right? And they actually call, in ad campaigns, they call something, this is barriers of entry. What's preventing us from getting to these people? So we need to wear them down by bombarding them until they finally succumb to the message. So that's all out there. And when you watch news, I mean, one of the fallacies that's really common is the victim expert fallacy. You'll see this all the time on the news. When something happens, they'll bring some victim of a gunshot thing, right? And he's going to tell us why we should outlaw guns, right? Because he was a victim of it. And that's not a logical argument. I mean, if you said that, we have to outlaw horses because some guy fell off a horse and broke his back, right? So you have him on TV saying, don't ride horses. We should eliminate all horses. That's the type of... there might be other reasons for outlawing guns, right? So, but like the bumper sticker says, when guns are outlawed, only outlaws have guns. Right? That's not true, is it? Because police have them as well. But then some people will say, well, there you go. I support local police. Because when we're in trouble, that's who we call, right? The police. Now, there is a valley in hell, in the Sahih Hadith, called Bolis. It's called Bolis. And it's for the tyrants, specifically. That's where Allah sends all the tyrants. He says, خُلُوهُمْ إِلَى Bolis. Take them to Bolis. Very interesting. Coincidence? I don't think so. Allah yubarak fikum. I hope this has been a good class for you, inshallah. And like I said, I did want to say that should be musallamat. It shouldn't be la musallamat. I was right the first time. That I mean, he might have gotten that out of a commentary, but in a dialectic, you have to have things that you can agree on in order for the dialectic to continue. So I'll say to you, do you accept this? And you say yes. That's a musallama. So we use the mashhurat. Now the difference between a musallama and an a priori is that a musallama could be wrong or right. It could be true or false. Whereas the a priori is always true. The whole is greater than the part. That's always true. Whereas with the musallamat, it's wrong to kill animals. There's almost 1 billion Hindus that might believe that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. Again, you know, it could be wrong, but that's a debatable point. I mean, you would argue that. All right. Subhanakallah wa hamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Jazakumullah khairan.